Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Chapter 1, A Martial Soul Mutation? Heaven Empire, Fresno Province, Notting City. In a quiet courtyard in the western part of the city, a boy about 5 or 6 years old was practicing his daily morning exercises. March in place, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4. Prepare for stretching exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4. Chest expansion exercise. Muttering rhythmic slogans under his breath, the little boy was diligently performing a set of radio calisthenics. Before long, he finished another set. Just as he was about to continue and do it all over again, a voice called out, "Young master, come have breakfast." Turning his head, the boy saw the family maid waving at him. Coming. As soon as he heard it was time to eat, Chu Chengzu immediately abandoned the idea of doing another round of calisthenics. Food is like iron, meals like steel. Skip one, and hunger strikes hard. As a self-proclaimed foodie, nothing could take precedence over mealtime. After a quick wash, Chu Chengzu entered the dining room. Inside, a burly middle-aged man in his 50s and a kind-looking woman who appeared slightly younger were already waiting. Grandpa, Grandma. Seeing his grandparents already at the table, Chu Chengzu greeted them sweetly. "Come, little Chengzu, eat up." Patting his obedient grandson on the head, Li Wan said kindly. "Chengzu, you turned 6 yesterday, so you're ready to awaken your martial soul. After breakfast, Grandpa will help you awaken it," Sunan said with a smile as he placed a piece of steamed rabbit meat in the boy's bowl. Chewing the delicious steamed rabbit meat, Chu Chengzu nodded seriously. In the world of Douluo, children who reach the age of 6 can awaken their martial souls. Doing it too early is unwise, as their bodies aren't fully developed, and doing it too late could delay their cultivation. But why hadn't Sunan helped Chu Chengzu awaken his martial soul on his birthday yesterday? Born into a common family, with poor cultivation talent, if one is too useless, wouldn't it spoil the child's good mood on their birthday? Anyway, there's no big deal in delaying for a day. As for the grandfather's surname being Su and the grandson's surname being Chu, they are not actually biological grandfather and grandson. It is unclear when it started, but time travelers have been associated with an ominous aura, and most of them do not have a happy family. Chu Chengzu is no exception. He lost his parents at a young age, and whether he will have limitless soul power in the future depends on the upcoming soul awakening ceremony. Notting City is a small place, and most soul masters have attended the Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy. More than 20 years ago, Chu Chengzu's parents, who were orphans, awakened innate soul powers of level 3 and level 4, which were considered good talents. Although innate soul powers of level 3 and 4 aren't impressive, in a small place like Notting City, they are already considered exceptional, and it's not an exaggeration to say that such talent is seen once in 10 years. Even though their growth environment wasn't as favorable as those backed by major forces, they still had a good chance of reaching the level of a soul sect with 4 rings, and even the possibility of becoming a soul king with 5 rings. Looking at the entire continent, titled Luo stands at the top of all beings. With their personal strength alone, they can gain a status comparable to that of a national emperor, revered as your excellency by the people. An 8-ringed soul Luo is a major figure, a 7-ringed soul saint is a skilled expert, and a 6-ringed soul emperor is considered a small expert. However, in Notting City, a 4-ringed soul sect is already a big shot. Those who can reach such a level are only the branch masters of the Huohan Hall and the principals of the city's primary Soul Master Academy. Even the city lord, who inherits a title, is only a 3-ring soul venerable. Because Chu Chengzu's parents had worked hard to cultivate at the Notting Academy and had a tragic background, the principal, Sunan, took a liking to them and accepted them as disciples. They lived up to their teacher Sunan's expectations, reaching the rank of a 2nd-ringed Great Soul Master at a young age. Just as Sunan was preparing to cultivate his promising disciples into his successors, an unexpected event occurred. During a trip to the soul hunting forest, both disciples went missing, and they were never heard from again. Chu Chengzu, only a year and a half old at the time, became an orphan. With both of his disciples dead and only the young child left, Sunan, as the teacher, could not turn a blind eye. So, Sunan brought his apprentice's grandson back to his home to raise him, and they referred to each other as grandfather and grandson. After a harmonious breakfast, Chu Chengzu followed his grandparents into the living room. Sunan took a blue crystal ball for testing soul power and 6 small black stones used for awakening martial spirits from the storage soul guide hanging at his waist. The martial spirit awakening formation was very simple. Sunan arranged the 6 martial spirit awakening stones in a hexagonal shape, completing the formation. Xiao Chengzu, come stand in the middle. Sunan called to Chu Chengzu. Okay. Nodding, Chu Chengzu complied. Then, Sunan quickly clapped his hands, and 6 faint dark lights entered the 6 martial spirit awakening stones on the ground. Suddenly, a layer of golden light was released from the 6 martial spirit awakening stones, forming a faint golden light shield that enveloped Chu Chengzu. In an instant, Chu Chengzu saw golden light spots emerging from the awakening stones, flowing into his body. Warmth. This was Chu Chengzu's first feeling. It was as if he were wrapped in a warm world, an indescribable sense of comfort. The warm energy seeped into his body, and Chu Chengzu felt that a trace of primal force seemed to appear within him. Before Chu Chengzu could fully process the sensation, under the guidance of this warm energy, it felt as though something inside him shattered. All the warmth began to rush toward his right palm. Single martial spirit. The sensation only appeared in his right hand, and Chu Chengzu couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. It was certain that twin martial spirits were out of the question. However, the frustration in his heart quickly faded. After all, the probability of having twin martial spirits was too low, and it couldn't be forced. Even with a single martial spirit, there was still hope of achieving titled Douluo or even reaching the 100th rank and becoming a god. He opened his right hand, and Chu Chengzu saw a dull gray little flag appear in the palm of his hand. What is this? Looking at the gray little flag in his palm, Chu Chengzu couldn't help but pause. Due to having memories from his previous life since childhood, even though his parents passed away early, he had seen their martial spirits. His father's martial spirit was a black iron rod called the Black Iron Rod. His mother's martial spirit was a red little flag called the Flame Flag. This gray little flag martial spirit seemed to be inherited from his mother, but it most likely underwent a mutation, probably a malignant mutation. After all, the dull gray color didn't look as elegant and sophisticated as his mother's Flame Flag martial spirit. Seeing Chu Chengzu awaken the gray little flag martial spirit, Sunan and Li Wan couldn't help but raise their eyebrows, showing an expression of surprise. Chapter 2, No way, even worse than Yu Zhao Gang? Both of them were Soul Masters and worked at the Nodding Soul Master Academy, making them intellectuals within the Soul Master community. Naturally, they could tell that Chu Chengzu's martial soul had undergone an unknown mutation. However, martial soul mutations can be both good and bad. Generally, for ordinary people without a strong martial soul inheritance, mutations tend to be benign, while soul masters from martial soul families often experience malignant mutations. It's like rolling dice. Ordinary people's base values are often between 1 and 2, while those from noble families usually start with 5 or 6. A martial soul mutation is like rolling the dice again, and the probability of the result improving is much higher for ordinary people than for those from prestigious families. Moreover, since his parents' martial souls weren't very strong, even if a malignant mutation occurred, how bad could it get? On the other hand, if the mutation is benign, it might just be the transformation of a sparrow into a phoenix. Xiao Chengzu, place your hand on the testing crystal ball. Sunan handed the blue crystal ball to Chu Chengzu. Chu Chengzu nodded slightly, retracting his gray little flag martial soul into his body. He then placed his hand on the soul power testing crystal ball. Immediately, the blue crystal ball emitted a pulling force, and Chu Chengzu felt the primal force within his body surge like a flooding river, rushing toward the blue crystal ball. What he had expected, the dazzling blue light did not appear. Instead, only a small part of the fist-sized crystal ball lit up, barely 1/20th of it. It's over. Seeing this, Chu Chengzu's heart sank, and his face turned pale. This soul power testing crystal ball was the most basic type, not meant for official soul masters, but for children who had just awakened their martial souls. If the entire crystal ball lit up, it meant innate full soul power, half of it lighting up meant innate level 5 soul power. But for him, only 1/20th lit up? Innate half-level soul power? He was just like Yu Zhao Gang, a complete waste? No, Chu Chengzu thought, he was even worse than Yu Zhao Gang. At least Yu Zhao Gang had a titled Douluo father and a future lover who could become a god at level 100, but he had nothing. In his previous life, poor academic performance didn't mean there was no hope, it just meant it was hard to become someone important through studying. Other paths still offered chances for success. But in the world of Douluo, without a strong martial soul inheritance and with low innate soul power, it basically meant no hope. If he were born into a powerful family with a titled Luo father or grandfather, there might still be hope. After all, it wasn't impossible to defy fate. Many immortal herbs from Grandpa Jugubo's herb garden were still waiting for him to pick them. Unfortunately, he was from an ordinary family, and his biggest support was his grandfather Sunan, the principal of the Nodding Primary Soul Master Academy, with soul power only at the early stages of the Four-Ring Soul sect. With this kind of background, there was no way he could rely on power. As for influence, a mere Four-Ring Soul sect couldn't even compare to a titled Luo, who was revered by millions. And with such poor cultivation talent, he didn't even have the qualifications to cling to someone's coattails. Just as Chu Chengzu was filled with despair, feeling like he was embarrassing all time travelers, suddenly, a golden light screen with text appeared in his vision. Detected host's martial soul awakening, binding 1%, apostrophe? A cheat system. Looking at the progress bar displayed in the golden light screen, Chu Chengzu couldn't help but widen his eyes. Was this the legendary golden finger? It might be late, but it would never miss. Xiao Chengzu? Seeing that Chu Chengzu's face seemed to be filled with despair, and his eyes dull, staring at the cheat system, Li Wan couldn't help but feel worried. This child had a tragic background, and now he had suffered a blow. She hoped he wouldn't fall into a deep depression. Grandma. Hearing his grandmother's call, Chu Chengzu snapped out of his trance and moved his gaze away from the golden light screen. Sunan patted Chu Chengzu's small shoulder and comforted him. Xiao Chengzu, don't be sad. Even though your innate soul power is low, I guarantee you will become a soul master in the future. This wasn't just Sunan talking nonsense. It was true that Chu Chengzu's innate soul power was very low, probably only half a level, but as long as he had innate soul power, he could still become a soul master. For example, his friend Yu Zhaogang, due to the malignant mutation of his martial soul, had innate soul power similar to Chu Chengzu's, but he still became a level 29 great soul master. He even wrote the book The Top 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls, which became famous across the continent. Of course, those with innate soul power below level 1 could only become soul masters if they came from wealthy families. After all, if you're just an ordinary commoner, busy with making a living, when would you have time to meditate and cultivate? With such poor talent and lacking time for cultivation, it would be a miracle to become a formal soul master. Don't be fooled by the Huan Hall's subsidies for low-level soul masters. Just because you become a first-ring soul master doesn't mean you won't have to worry about life anymore. But the subsidies provided by the Huan Hall for low-level soul masters have an age limit. If someone is too old, even if they become a formal soul master, they won't be eligible for the subsidy. For example, a first-ring soul master in their 50s or 60s, what use would they be? The low-level soul master subsidy isn't a pension. It's not meant to support low-level soul masters in their old age. The two great empires and various kingdoms provide money, and the Huan Hall distributes it, all for the purpose of nurturing the soul master community, so that low-level soul masters don't have to worry about making a living and can focus on cultivation. Fortunately, even though Sunan's strength wasn't remarkable on the entire continent, he was a prominent figure in Notting City. With his position as the principal of the Notting Primary Soul Master Academy and his honorary title as a baron in the Tandu Empire, as well as his four-ring soul sect strength, he didn't have a lot of money, but he had enough. Zhao Gang's talent is poor, and Xiao Chengzu's talent is also poor. Why not let Zhao Gang take Xiao Chengzu as his disciple? They might resonate with each other because of their similar experiences. Thinking of his friend Yu Zhaogang, Sunan couldn't help but think to himself. At this moment, Chu Chengzu had no idea what his grandfather was thinking. Otherwise, he would have strongly protested. Even if the cheat system arrived and his future seemed promising, he still wouldn't want to become Yu Zhaogang's disciple. After all, if a group of waste gathers together, it only becomes a nest of useless people. Moreover, Yu Zhaogang wasn't a good person. He plagiarized academic works, was shameless, and was not a good teacher. Grandpa, Grandma, don't worry. I will definitely become a soul master in the future. Facing the concerned gazes of the elderly couple, Chu Chengzu's face was full of determination. He didn't boast about becoming a titled Luo or anything, to avoid making his grandparents think he was mentally disturbed from the blow. Good, Xiao Chengzu, keep it up. Seeing that his grandson hadn't fallen into despair, Sunan nodded in satisfaction. Even if his talent was poor, it was still better than the countless ordinary people without innate soul power. With his grandfather by his side, Chu Chengzu might not become someone extraordinary, but he would definitely live a prosperous life. In this way, their grandfather-grandson relationship wouldn't be in vain, and they would honor the bond between the two deceased disciples. Chapter 3, Summoning Flag Martial Soul. In his bedroom, Chu Chengzu stared intently at the progress bar on the golden screen. The system hadn't fully activated yet, but he had already figured out a few things. With just a thought, the golden screen would appear in his view, and even if he closed his eyes, he could still see it. He could also close it entirely with a single thought. Moreover, since neither his grandfather nor grandmother had shown any sign of noticing the screen, Chu Chengzu assumed that only he could see the golden screen. Others likely couldn't. This conclusion was further confirmed when he noticed there was no golden screen reflected in the mirror in front of him. 98%, 99%, 100%, after a long wait, the progress bar finally reached 100%. Instantly, the progress bar disappeared, replaced by an attribute panel. Attribute panel, host, Chu Chengzu, soul power, level 1 soul master, martial soul, skills, physical exercise, gray, eye training, gray, running, gray, meditation, gray. At the same time, Chu Chengzu noticed two small golden square boxes below the attribute panel. I'm a level 1 soul master? Chu Chengzu was a little stunned. His talent as a waste material had suddenly increased by half a level with the activation of the system. Half a level might not seem like much, but for him, it was a direct doubling. However, after staring at the soul power section for 3 seconds, Chu Chengzu realized that the system hadn't actually improved his innate soul power. Instead, the soul power level didn't show decimal points and was rounded up to at least 1. Aside from the skills section, the attribute panel was very simple. After some exploration, Chu Chengzu figured out how to properly use his system. The attribute panel only displayed his attributes, while the two small golden square boxes below were the system's functions. By using his thoughts, he could drag his martial soul and skills into these golden boxes. After a certain period of passive upgrading, he could surpass his current limits. Additionally, when he obtained soul rings and soul bones in the future, they could also be placed in these boxes for passive upgrades. In the attribute panel, martial soul quality was divided into ordinary, advanced, top tier, and divine tier. Soul rings and soul bones were divided into white 10-year, yellow 100-year, purple 1000-year, black 10,000-year, red 100,000-year, and golden million-year. Skill levels were similar to soul ring colors, but with differences. They were divided into gray, white, yellow, purple, black, red, and gold, with an additional level above the gold that Chu Chengzu hadn't yet discovered. Of course, these didn't concern him for now, since all his skills were at the lowest gray level, and his martial soul, which was still an unknown, was of ordinary quality. The reason his martial soul displayed as a question mark was that his gray flag martial soul was a mutated martial soul that had never appeared before on the continent, so its name couldn't be shown. However, Chu Chengzu noticed another advantage of the attribute panel. For unknown martial souls that didn't have any obvious tendencies in appearance, it was impossible to tell their abilities without soul rings. But when Chu Chengzu focused on his martial soul section for 3 seconds, he learned the ability of his mutated gray flag martial soul. Up until today, martial souls on the continent were classified into control, power attack, speed attack, defense, support, and healing types. But from today onwards, there would be a new category, summoning. Yes, because his martial soul didn't fit into any of the 6 major categories, Chu Chengzu had created a new martial soul category, summoning. As the name suggested, his gray flag martial soul would, in the future, allow him to summon a soul beast once he added soul rings to it. For example, when he reached level 10 as a soul master and added a 400-year-old Modula Snake soul ring, he could summon a 400-year-old Modula Snake soul beast to fight. Theoretically, if he added a 100,000-year soul ring, he could summon a 100,000-year soul beast. Of course, this was only a theory. The gray flag, being an ordinary mutated martial soul, was likely on par with the so-called useless martial soul blue silvergrass, and may even be worse. It naturally had significant flaws. Perhaps due to his poor talent, the gray flag martial soul was imperfectly mutated, with a flaw similar to the 7th treasure glazed tile martial soul. However, while the 7th treasure glazed tile can add up to 7 soul rings, his mutated gray flag can only add 2 soul rings. This meant that, unless something unexpected happened, he could only become a level 29 Great Soul Master in the future. According to the optimal soul ring configuration for soul masters, at level 29, he could summon 2 soul beasts, one around 400 years old and the other around 700 years old. At the same level, few people could match the soul beasts of the same level. Moreover, most soul masters had subpar martial souls and poor soul ring configurations. A 700-year-old soul beast could easily defeat a low-level 3-ring soul master with white and yellow soul rings. Level 29 Great Soul Masters should be able to defeat a low-ranking 3-ring soul master, right? Ugh, ugh, ugh. I'm destined to become a god. Chu Chengzu muttered under his breath. With the system in hand, the world was his. How could he set his sights on something as small as a 3-ring soul master? With a thought, the martial souls section, which had previously displayed a question mark, changed. Martial Soul, Summoning Flag. It was just a name and didn't affect the use of the martial soul. Since his cultural level wasn't very high, Chu Chengzu had chosen a rather understated name. Names like Chaos True Spirit Flag, 9 Heavens 10 Earths Flag, Heaven and Earth Zhuanhuang Flag, or Cosmic Chaos Flag were too flashy. A common quality martial soul certainly wasn't worthy of such grand titles. Although his mutated martial soul had significant flaws, with the system in hand, Chu Chengzu wasn't worried. A flawed martial soul? He could improve it by passively upgrading its quality. Even if it was a useless martial soul, it could be upgraded to a divine tier martial soul with a built-in talent domain. If his summoned beasts were too weak in the early stages, he could simply upgrade the soul rings later. Even if the first soul ring was just a low-level 10-year soul ring, there would be a day when he could summon a million-year soul beast. Without further hesitation, Chu Chengzu placed his summoning flag martial soul into the passive upgrade section. As for the second upgrade slot, after thinking for a moment, Chu Chengzu placed meditation from his skills section into the second slot. In the Douluo continent, there were no special soul power cultivation methods, and the only way to improve soul power was through meditation, consuming rare materials, and adding soul rings and soul bones. Meditation was something every soul master would learn after awakening their martial soul, just like breathing naturally. The only difference was how proficient one became at it. Although it hadn't been tested yet, Chu Chengzu believed that improving his meditation skill would likely speed up his soul power cultivation. As a super waste with innate half-level soul power, Chu Chengzu was eager to level up his soul power as quickly as possible. Chapter 4, How to Drive Tang Hao Away. Focusing on the summoning flag soul weapon and the meditation skill, which were both in auto-hang mode, after a few seconds, Chu Chengzu, who had been extremely happy moments ago, couldn't help but darken his face. Trash. With a grim expression, Chu Chengzu cursed inwardly. This auto-hang system wasn't as good as he had hoped. His summoning flag soul weapon required a full 100 days to upgrade from ordinary to advanced quality. And the meditation skill also turned out to be different from what he had expected. Before, Chu Chengzu thought that if he just hung the meditation skill, his soul power would skyrocket, and he would immediately be on the path to greatness. After all, meditation requires mental energy, and lower-level soul masters can't maintain continuous soul power cultivation. But with auto-hang, he thought it would be a huge boost in efficiency. Unfortunately, the ideal was beautiful, but the reality was harsh, and it gave him a heavy blow. It took a month for the gray-level meditation skill to upgrade to white level, and it couldn't even be upgraded while lying down. The only thing that would improve was the skill level. With my ordinary quality soul weapon and half-level innate soul power, I should be able to raise my soul power by 1 level in a year with hard work, right? Chu Chengzu thought uncertainly. Of course, with the current state, it would take a year to raise 1 level in the soul master phase. He believed that improving the meditation skill would speed up his soul power cultivation, and upgrading the soul weapon's quality would likely improve his poor innate talent. Actually, Chu Chengzu believed that the mutation of his soul weapon wasn't inherently good or bad. The reason mutations were considered bad was often because the soul master's talent was too weak to support a powerful soul weapon. Take his mother's blaze flag soul weapon, for example. It could only make fire and nothing else. If the quality were the same, it would be inferior to the summoning flag soul weapon, which could summon soul beasts. Similarly, Yu Zhaogang's 3-cannon soul weapon was also considered weak, but if its essence wasn't strong, how could it work with Flander and Liu Erlong to trigger the 3-way soul fusion skill, Golden Sacred Dragon? Tang Yue was also like this. If her mutated soul weapon were truly bad, how could she, a one-ring soul master, possess a domain? Most titled Liuo didn't even have a domain, so it was clear that the problem wasn't with mutated soul weapons, but with the soul master themselves. As a fellow super waste, Chu Chengzu made it clear that he wasn't looking down on Tang Yue. Now that the system was in place, Chu Chengzu started to look forward to a brighter future. With the starting point of Nodding City and the timeline being similar to the original plot, he would inevitably have to deal with Tang-san and the mischievous rabbit, Xiao Wu. Although the rabbit had violent tendencies and was a terrifying 10,000-year-old transformed soul beast, it wasn't that dangerous. Before Xiao Wu's soul beast transformation identity was exposed, there would be no life-threatening danger, whether they became friends or just passing acquaintances. But Tang-san was different. If he became friends with him, he would eventually have to worry about clashing with the Spirit Hall. He had no grudges with the Spirit Hall, and he didn't want to go against such a huge organization. Of course, this had nothing to do with the fact that the Kion Renksu was beautiful and cool. Going against Tang-san? Although he had the system, Chu Chengzu considered himself more of a late bloomer and definitely couldn't beat Tang-san in the early stages. Moreover, Tang-san often talked about ways to die and would occasionally try to take someone's life. Who knew when his hidden weapons might kill him? Being friends wasn't suitable, and going against him was impossible. So what about being a bystander? It seemed like a good idea, but in reality, it wasn't suitable either. With the system in hand, his future strength would far exceed his surface-level waste talent. What if Tang-san or his father, Tang Hao, started eyeing him? If they really took an interest in him, Chu Chengzu couldn't guarantee that he could remain silent. And keeping secrets wasn't practical on the Douluo continent. With hypnosis-type mental skills, as long as it wasn't blocked, he would probably end up revealing everything, even the color of his underwear. How about driving these two father-son pair away? Nothing seemed to work, and Chu Chengzu began to consider the idea of driving Tang Hao and his son away. So the question was, how could he get rid of them? After thinking for a long time, Chu Chengzu came up with an idea. His grandfather was the dean of the Notting City Primary Soul Master Academy, so Chu Chengzu remembered clearly that the academy's start date was in early April every year, and the academic year was one semester. His birthday was in early February of the Douluo calendar, 1 year older than Tang-san. In early April next year, 3 months after Tang-san awakened his soul weapon, he would be going to the academy. So, after January of next year, he could anonymously send a letter to the spirit hall, leaking Tang Hao's whereabouts, and that would drive the father and son away. Although the former pope of the spirit hall, Qian Xunji, wasn't killed by Tang Hao, since the real killer was PB Dong, this crime would be pinned on Tang Hao. Chu Chengzu believed that once the spirit hall learned of Tang Hao's whereabouts, they would definitely send people to deal with him. Whether the spirit hall's experts could defeat Tang Hao or not, one thing was for sure, Tang Hao and his son would definitely not stay in Notting City. No. I can't send a report to the spirit hall. I should send a message to Tang Hao instead. Suddenly, Chu Chengzu shook his head, changing his strategy. If the spirit hall sent experts after receiving the report, there was a high chance they would fight Tang Hao. The battle between titled Douluo would cause a huge commotion, and the aftermath would be terrifying. What if they scared off the mischievous rabbit, Xiao Wu? Of course, that wasn't the main issue. The main issue was if the spirit hall sent high-level experts, above level 95, and there was more than one, Tang Hao might not be able to handle them. In that case, he might run to Notting City, using the city as a battleground, and potentially take the entire city's civilians as hostages to escape. The Hashin sect had been reclusive for years and didn't need to worry about its reputation. Taking hostages wasn't a big deal. But the spirit hall's stance was to protect civilians, and if they stood by and did nothing, their reputation would be ruined. Although this scenario wasn't very likely, Chu Chengzu had to be cautious. There was no way around it. After all, he was in Notting City, and the aftermath of a titled Douluo battle was too dangerous. The safest approach was to wait until Tang-san awakened his soul weapon, then write an anonymous letter to Tang Hao, warning him that his identity had been exposed and that he should flee with his son. That way, there would be no unforeseen risks. Chapter 5, The Sea of Learning is Endless, Hard Work is the Boat. As for whether Tang Hao, upon receiving the anonymous letter, would flee with Tang-san overnight? In Chu Chengzu's opinion, as long as Tang Hao wasn't out of his mind, he would definitely believe it. A blue-silver grass with full innate soul power was abnormal no matter how you looked at it. When the Notting City Martial Soul Branch sent someone to investigate Tang-san's family background and reported the findings, it was entirely reasonable. At that time, when Tang Hao learned that his son had awakened twin martial souls and had full innate soul power, he would surely see hope for revenge in the future. He would definitely not act recklessly and would wisely flee with his son to be safe. This way, not only would Tang Hao and his son be driven away, but there would also be no unforeseen risks. The plan was practically perfect? Yes, that's what I'll do. Chu Chengzu nodded with satisfaction. Then, Chu Chengzu began his first meditation training. Time passed quickly, and 2 months flew by. One morning, Chu Chengzu, dressed neatly, followed his grandfather, Sun An, to the Notting Academy to enroll. As a 9-leek fish, a term for someone who's not good at studying, Chu Chengzu was actually quite resistant to going back to school, as it reminded him of the saying, "The sea of learning is endless, hard work is the boat." Although this boat wasn't quite the same, it was still a boat. However, he had to go to Notting Academy, and since everyone there was either a soul master or a soul master in training, everything was focused on soul power. Even if he became a poor student, the teachers wouldn't care too much, so the academic pressure would be relatively light. Another reason was that children who didn't go to school were considered heretics by their cultured parents. Even if Chu Chengzu didn't want to go, his parents, Sunan and Li Wan, who were both the dean and teachers, would force him to attend. 2 months had passed since his martial soul awakening, and 2 months had passed since he started auto-hanging his training. As for the results, sorry, his soul power level was still at a beginner level. Chu Chengzu, I'm guilty, I've embarrassed the transmigrators. Similarly, his martial soul, which required 100 days to upgrade, hadn't shown any changes either. However, the meditation skill in the second auto hang slot had undergone some changes. Skill, meditation, white. A month ago, the gray level meditation skill had been upgraded to white level. Although white level was still weak, Chu Chengzu could feel that his soul power cultivation speed had improved by more than 20% compared to before. But because his foundation was too weak, even though a 20% improvement was significant, it was still very limited. After the meditation skill upgraded, Chu Chengzu didn't switch to any other skills for auto-hanging. For now, his body, mental strength, and soul power were the most important aspects. Upgrading exercises like physical fitness and eye care to refining body and mind skills? Those could be put on hold for now. As for the yellow level meditation skill, the auto-hang duration had increased by more than 3 times compared to before and now required a full 100 days, meaning it would take another 2 months to upgrade. Notting City was a small, remote town, and the academy was located in the western part of the city. Sunan, being the dean of the Notting Academy, was part of the upper class, within Notting City, living in a top-tier school district house just under 300 meters from the academy gate. It didn't take long before they arrived at the Notting Academy. What came into view was a large archway, 20 meters wide and over 10 meters high, made of sturdy rocks. Below it were 2 iron gates, dark and made of high-quality iron. Through the gates, one could see a winding path leading into the academy, with tall trees lining the sides. In the center of the arch were 4 large characters, Notting Academy. Notting Academy certainly had some prestige. Although Chu Chengzu had never been to Shrek Academy, he could confidently say that the so-called Advanced Soul Master Academy of Shrek, compared to Notting's primary Soul Master Academy, was absolutely inferior in terms of the teaching environment. While Notting Academy wasn't as good as the formal high-level Soul Master Academies on the continent, or even the intermediate-level ones, and certainly not as good as the primary Soul Master Academies in large cities, it was still an official Soul Master Academy in the Heaven Empire. Every year, the City Lord's Mansion allocated a significant amount of funds for education, far beyond the impoverished Shrek Academy of this era. Greetings, Dean. Before they got too close, a young gatekeeper enthusiastically greeted them. This scene made Chu Chengzu recall the moment when Tang-san first came to Notting Academy in the original story. Don't underestimate the gatekeeper. In Notting City, Notting Academy was considered a high-end establishment. Even the gatekeeper had a decent salary and benefits. The gatekeeper in front of him was likely the same one who would look down on St. Soul Village's elder Jack and Tang-san a year later. Both were humans. Well, Tang-san was more of a semi-plant person. But their identities were vastly different, and their attitudes were worlds apart. It could only be said that having power and influence was great. Otherwise, someone like him, a super waste with only innate half-level soul power, would likely be humiliated by the gatekeeper even if he managed to enroll in Notting Academy. Sunan nodded slightly, not bothering with the gatekeeper, and led Chu Chengzu directly into the academy. The gatekeeper was just a gatekeeper, and a simple nod was enough as a gesture of politeness. It wasn't worth wasting the dean's precious time. Notting Academy wasn't large and was divided into several areas, the main teaching building, the playground, and the dormitory building on the east side of the playground. After entering the academy, Sunan led Chu Chengzu to the Academic Affairs office. The office was located on the first floor of the main teaching building and was responsible for receiving new students. The head of the office was a teacher who appeared to be in his 60s, with 2 younger teachers in their 30s assisting him. Dean. As soon as the 3 saw Sunan, they immediately stood up and saluted. Old Su, this is my grandson, Chu Chengzu. Please help him with the enrollment procedures. Sunan pointed to Chu Chengzu behind him and spoke to the head of the Academic Affairs office. The head of the office, surnamed Su, and Sunan weren't relatives, just a coincidence. Dean, is this the child of Cheng Hao and King Yan? After sizing up Chu Chengzu, the head of the office spoke to Sunan. The 2 people mentioned, Cheng Hao and King Yan, were Chu Chengzu's parents. Since they were once genius teachers at the academy and also disciples of Dean Sunan, the head of the office naturally remembered them. Sunan nodded without saying much. Little Chengzu, tell Grandpa Su what your martial soul is and what your innate soul power level is? The head of the office, with a kind smile, opened the student registration book and asked Chu Chengzu. Chu Chengzu stayed silent. After all, if he told the truth, wouldn't he embarrass his grandfather, the dean? Alright, old Su, just put down summoning flag martial soul and innate level 1 soul power. Perhaps noticing his grandson's embarrassment and also considering his own face, Sunan spoke up. Chapter 6, Better to be a big fish in a small pond. Having a half-level innate soul power wasn't impressive, but being at innate level 1 looked much better. After all, the Knotting Academy was just a junior soul master academy in a small city, and most of the work-study students there were also at innate level 1, making them relatively weak. Innate level 1? Director Su raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit skeptical. It wasn't that he thought innate level 1 soul power was too high, but rather that it seemed too low. Since the information came directly from the dean, it appeared that the actual talent might not align with what was being stated. With this assumption in mind, Dean Su believed that Chu Chengzu's talent wasn't bad at all and might even be above level 5. After all, why would the dean hide his true level if it weren't to protect him from potential harm due to his superior talent? As for being below innate level 1? The probability was just too small. Such poor talent couldn't possibly make someone a soul master. It would be better to just lie around at home waiting to die. Dean Su glanced meaningfully at the grandfather and grandson but didn't say anything further. He began processing Chu Chengzu's enrollment. As for the tuition fee for Chu Chengzu? Wasn't it just 1 gold soul coin for tuition? The lack of tuition payment wasn't intentional on Sunan's part. As a big shot, he didn't think about such small matters. Little Chengzu, you're a level 1 student, so you'll stay in dormitory 1. After completing the registration, Dean Su said to Chu Chengzu, handing him 2 sets of uniforms. Even though it was just a junior soul master academy, Knotting Academy still had strict requirements for its students. Even if a student lived right next to the academy, they still had to stay in the academy dorms for unified management. Chu Chengzu, being the grandson of the dean, was no exception. Of course, staying in the academy didn't mean he couldn't leave, he just had to sleep there at night. Dean Su, can I stay in the work-study dorm? Chu Chengzu asked. As the saying goes, when heaven entrusts a great responsibility to a person, it must first torment their mind, labor their muscles and bones, starve their body, and make them endure hardship. There's also a poem, the sharp sword is forged through grinding, and the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. Although Dormitory 1's conditions were certainly better than the work-study Dormitory 7, Chu Chengzu wasn't someone who cared about material things. He swore this wasn't because he hoped a rabbit-eared girl would show up in Dormitory 7 next year. Dorm 7? Su Dean looked at Chu Chengzu in surprise. Changing dorms wasn't difficult, but the dean's opinion mattered. Su Dean looked at Sunan for confirmation. After a moment of thought, Sunan nodded. In Sunan's view, his grandson's soul power had mutated, leading to poor talent. It was better not to compare him with the nobles or second-generation soul masters who had slightly better talent, to avoid damaging his self-confidence. After all, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Although Chu Chengzu's innate half-level soul power meant he had little hope of being the head of a chicken, it was still better than being at the bottom, right? Alright. Little Chengzu, I'll arrange for you to stay in Dormitory 7. Since the dean had given a nod, Su Dean naturally had no objections. Also, there was no need to report extra costs for teaching equipment depreciation, since work-study students attended for free. As for the work-study students' jobs, since he was the dean's grandson, Chu Chengzu didn't need to work to support himself, and no one would dare ask him to. After the enrollment process was completed, Chu Chengzu followed Sunan to Dormitory 7. Though they arrived empty-handed, they weren't without belongings. Chu Chengzu's bedding and other items were stored in Sunan's storage soul tool. For soul masters of lower levels, storage soul tools were considered rare and expensive items. Generally, a storage soul tool with 1 cubic meter of internal space could cost over 10,000 gold soul coins, and the larger the space, the more expensive it became. It was only because Sunan was the big shot in Knotting City and the dean of the academy that he could afford such a tool. Even Sunan's wife, Liwan, didn't own one, and as a small fry, Chu Chengzu certainly didn't have such high-end items. There was only one dormitory building, and it was easy to find. The academy's students and teachers all lived there. The academy wasn't large, with only about 300 people, so one dormitory building was enough. In the dormitory, Dormitory 7 was a special case, with poorer conditions. After all, work-study students attended for free, so their living conditions couldn't compare to those of other students. Dormitories 1 to 6 were reserved for the 6 different grades, while Dormitory 7 housed students from all grades who were work-study students. As they approached the open door of Dormitory 7, Chu Chengzu could hear the noise from inside. The room was spacious, about 300 square meters, with 50 beds, but only 12 had bedding. At the moment, 6 or 7 kids were making noise inside. Sunan didn't pay attention to the noise and asked Chu Chengzu, "Little Chengzu, which bed do you want?" "That one." Chu Chengzu pointed to a bed in the corner by the window. The 300 square meter room was large, and there was more than one window, so the good spots by the window hadn't been taken. Their conversation caught the attention of the work-study students in the room. "Ah. Dean." A work-study student, about 10 years old, was the first to react and hurriedly greeted Sunan. Hee. Hello, everyone, no need to mind me. Sunan didn't put on airs as the dean and was very approachable with the kids. Grandpa, give me the things. I can do it myself. Chu Chengzu said to Sunan. Alright. Little Chengzu, remember to get along well with your classmates. After taking out the supplies, Sunan patted Chu Chengzu's head and reminded him. After that, Sunan didn't linger in Dormitory 7. It was the first day of school at Notting Academy, and as the dean, he had other matters to attend to. After Sunan left, the work-study students in Dormitory 7 exchanged looks, and then a burly work-study student walked over to Chu Chengzu. Hello, I'm Li Erniu, Black Bull Martial Soul, Level 9 Soul Master, 6th year student. As the leader of Dormitory 7, Li Erniu introduced himself to Chu Chengzu. Chu Chengzu, Martial Soul, Summoning Flag, just awakened recently. Since someone had greeted him, Chu Chengzu naturally didn't want to be rude. Of course, he deliberately avoided talking about his soul power level. After all, who would want to announce their soul power was less than level 1? It would be so embarrassing. Chapter 7, A King's Aura Shakes, and the younger brothers came to submit. Boss, is the principal really your grandfather? Li Erniu asked curiously. If he remembered correctly, the principal seemed to have the surname Su. I'm not really the boss. The principal is my parents' teacher. I call him Grandpa. Chu Chengzu waved his hand and said. As a soul master with less than level 1 soul power, Chu Chengzu was still self-aware. He clearly wasn't qualified to be called a boss. No, boss, from now on, you're the boss of our 7th dorm. Li Erniu said firmly. Work-study students were often bullied in the academy, and as the boss of the 7th dorm, Li Erniu was merely the tallest among the short ones. His position wasn't as grand as it sounded. Although Chu Chengzu was young, with unknown strength, and probably not as strong as him, he had the principal as his grandfather. These small fries couldn't help but rush to cling to his leg. As for why he, with a principal for a grandfather, came to the work-study dorm? Perhaps he was here to experience life? That's right, boss, from now on, you're the boss of our 7th dorm. The former boss Li pushed Chu Chengzu to be the new boss, and the other work-study students quickly echoed. Having a grandfather who was the principal made them think that they wouldn't be easily bullied anymore. The aura of a king shakes, and the younger brothers came to submit. Seeing the work-study students pushing him to be the boss, Chu Chengzu couldn't help but think to himself. Cough. Alright, I still won't take the boss position. But if anyone bullies you guys, I can help mediate, though I can't guarantee the outcome. Clearing his throat, Chu Chengzu ultimately declined. He knew a bit about the origins of the work-study boss role from the original story. It's important to know your limits. The boss position wasn't easy to take. As a small fry, Chu Chengzu didn't think he had the strength to be the boss. Otherwise, what if he couldn't intimidate others by mentioning his grandfather and ended up being taught a lesson? That would be embarrassing. Seeing Chu Chengzu strongly decline, the others were disappointed. But after hearing his promise to help mediate disputes, their disappointment was quickly swept away. Work-study students, now we have someone backing us. After some introductions, Chu Chengzu got to know the other work-study students in the 7th dorm. Among them was a minor character, Wang Sheng, the future boss of the 7th dorm next year. After laying out his bedding and arranging his personal items, it was already around lunchtime. Let's go, it's my first day at school. I'll treat you guys to a meal. Chu Chengzu called out to the work-study students in the dorm. It's already mealtime. But Chu boss, let me treat you instead. Li Erniu said, looking out at the sun hanging high in the sky. Chu Chengzu refused the boss title, but they still clung to it, since as long as they called him boss long enough, it would stick, even if he wasn't the boss. However, seeing Li Erniu's patched-up clothes, Chu Chengzu shook his head. Although he didn't have an income source for now, his grandparents didn't mind covering his living expenses. Treating everyone to a meal was no big deal. Besides, they were all living under the same roof, so it was necessary to get along well. Soon, the group of about 10 people left the 7th dorm and headed to the cafeteria. The Notting Academy cafeteria wasn't small, capable of accommodating over 300 people, including students and teachers. The cafeteria was divided into 2 floors, with the first floor having a large hall with 300 seats. As for the second floor, that was reserved for the wealthier families. At this time, a long line had already formed at the window on the first floor. Seeing Li Erniu heading to the long line, Chu Chengzu grabbed him and said, "Let's go to the second floor." Li Erniu looked at him in confusion. "What's going on?" "Let's go to the second floor." Chu Chengzu pointed to the stairs leading to the second floor. This was his first time treating someone to a meal. The cheap cafeteria food wasn't great, But why not go for the second floor's small kitchen? This. Li Erniu hesitated. The second floor was for the rich, and the food wasn't cheap. He had been at the academy for 5 years, and this was his 6th year, but he had never eaten there. Let's go. Chu Chengzu didn't say much, and led the way up the stairs. The others exchanged glances, then followed him. Having a rich leg treat them to a meal on the second floor? There was no reason to refuse. After all, Chu Boss's grandfather was the principal, so they were sure he wasn't short of money. There weren't many people eating on the second floor, as the wealthy were always in the minority. When Chu Chengzu brought over a group of work-study students, all wearing patched-up clothes, to the second floor, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone there. Yo, isn't this Li Erniu and his group of poor guys? Why are they up here? Is the sun rising in the west today? A discordant voice rang out. Following the sound, Chu Chengzu saw a boy surrounded by a group of followers, looking average but with an air of superiority. Who was he? Chu Chengzu asked Li Erniu. His name is Xiao Chenshin, a 6th-year student. He became a formal soul master last year, and I heard he's the nephew of the city lord. Li Erniu whispered. Clearly, Li Erniu, from an ordinary family, was somewhat intimidated by this second-generation student. Xiao Chenshin? Chu Chengzu raised an eyebrow. If he remembered correctly, this guy should have a younger brother named Xiao Cheniu, right? He remembered Xiao Cheniu because he was the son of the city lord of Notting, but his first soul ring was a white 10-year soul ring, and he had been shouting for Xiao Wu to be his pet rabbit. It was hard to understand where that brat got his courage from. The cafeteria's second floor isn't yours to run. Can't we eat here? Chu Chengzu stepped forward and retorted to Xiao Chenshin. Who are you? State your name. Xiao Chenshin frowned and asked. Chu Chengzu, a new first-year student, staying in the 7th dorm. You're just a work-study student and you dare to. Before Xiao Chenshin could finish, Chu Chengzu interrupted. My grandfather is Sunan. Before Xiao Chenshin could say anything else, Chu Chengzu casually mentioned his grandfather's name. Sunan? What's he even worth? Wait, you're saying your grandfather is the principal? Just as he was about to dismiss Sunan, Xiao Chenshin suddenly realized that the principal of Notting Academy was indeed Sunan. Chu Chengzu didn't say anything else, only nodding with a smile. As a child, when facing evil forces, it was best to pull out your family background. After all, he couldn't possibly go up and duel with someone much older, could he? Chapter 8, Itui, what a load of trash. Seeing Chu Chengzu nodding, Xiao Chenshin felt a sense of discomfort in his heart. In terms of official status in the Heaven Empire, Principal Sunan was indeed not as high-ranking as his uncle, the City Lord. After all, his uncle, the City Lord, was a hereditary baron in the Heaven Empire, and the entire Notting City was the Zhao family's territory, enjoying tax and military power. In contrast, Principal Sunan was only an honorary baron, unable to pass down his title. Originally, with Principal Sunan's strength, he could have been granted a Viscount title upon joining the Heaven Empire. However, his situation was different. He only served as the principal of Notting Academy and didn't have to unconditionally obey the Empire's orders during wartime, which was why he only held the title of Baron. However, in terms of strength, Principal Sunan, with his 4-ring Soul King rank, was above his uncle, the 3-ring Soul Master City Lord. Moreover, Sunan had been the principal of Notting Academy for over 20 years. Although Notting City was a small place, many Soul Masters had graduated from the academy over the years. Even if they were not directly related, when these Soul Masters hunted Soul Beasts for their first Soul Ring during graduation, Principal Sunan and the teachers helped out. The accumulated goodwill over the years was not insignificant. If Chu Chengzu were truly the grandson of Principal Sunan, Xiao Chenshin, the City Lord's nephew, would indeed not dare to provoke him. No, the principal and teacher Li don't have any children, so how could he have a grandson? Besides, you don't even share the same surname as the principal. Kid, are you trying to pull a fast one on me? Xiao Chenshin said with a displeased look. As Xiao Chenshin questioned him, a few academy teachers came up the stairs. Leading the group was Principal Sunan, along with Li Wan, the homeroom teacher of the 6th year class. Xiao Chengzu, what's going on here? Li Wan asked with a smile, addressing her good grandson. Of course, she could already guess what was happening. It was most likely some conflict between the academy's noble children and the work-study students. However, since her good grandson didn't seem to have caused any trouble, she didn't point it out. Grandma, it's nothing. We were just about to have lunch. Chu Chengzu said, glancing at Xiao Chenshin, who was pretending not to notice and focused on eating. Chu Chengzu had no intention of complaining. It was enough to rely on his grandparents to intimidate others. Unless that didn't work, there was no need to complain. Besides, complaining didn't seem very useful. Unless someone was truly being bullied, it was just some verbal sparring. As the academy's principal and teachers, his grandparents couldn't just pick up Zhao Chengchen and give him a beating. Zhao Chengzu, remember to get along with your classmates. If your living expenses aren't enough, you can always ask your grandparents for more. Li Wan kindly patted Chu Chengzu's head and reminded him. Got it. The second-floor cafeteria wasn't too expensive. A hearty meal for over 10 people cost just 1 silver soul coin and about 30 copper coins. In the Douluo continent, the exchange rate between gold, silver, and copper soul coins was straightforward. 1 gold soul coin equaled 100 silver soul coins, which equaled 10,000 copper coins. After all, work-study students only earned 10 copper coins a day for cleaning. Notting Academy couldn't be so rich that they paid work-study students enough to support a family for months with just 10 days of cleaning. After lunch, Chu Chengzu returned to the 7th dorm, had a pleasant nap, and then headed to the library in the teaching building to study soul beast knowledge on his own. With his memories from his past life and the basic education his grandmother had provided, even though the writing system in the Douluo continent was different from his past life, Chu Chengzu could still read the books. Although soul beast knowledge wasn't particularly useful in the later stages, it could help broaden his horizons and plan out which types and species of soul beasts to hunt for each of his future soul rings. Haha, I'm a sour fish, sour and vegetable, and unnecessary. I'm a yellow braised chicken, yellow and stuffy, and spicy chicken. Humming a little tune, Chu Chengzu walked toward the library with his short legs. In the library, in front of the bookshelves, Chu Chengzu was looking for books that recorded common soul beasts in the continent. The first few books seemed normal, but what was the swindling Douluo fell in love with me nonsense? He frowned and didn't pay much attention to it. He just glanced at it and moved on without intending to read it. What could a local Douluo native write? It was probably a low-quality fan-fiction novel, most likely written by some trashy female author. Soon, Chu Chengzu found a book titled Soul Beast Compendium. This is the one. From the title, it was clear that the book contained information about various soul beasts. He immediately stood on tiptoe to pull the book from the shelf. However, perhaps due to his height, when he pulled out the Soul Beast Compendium, another book fell from the shelf. Is this the top 10 core competencies of martial souls by Yu Zhaogang? Picking up the book, Chu Chengzu saw the large title and author's name on the cover. What kind of trash is this? He spat disdainfully, intending to return the book to the shelf. This book was one of the most famous in the Douluo continent. Chu Chengzu had read it before, but Yu Zhaogang's writings were either nonsensical or full of common, useless conclusions. It was completely pointless. Kid, you haven't even read it yet. What gives you the right to criticize this book? Suddenly, a displeased voice came from behind. Turning around, Chu Chengzu saw a slightly thin middle-aged man with a scruffy look and a head of short hair that resembled a prisoner's. The man looked displeased as he glared at him. Yu Zhaogang? At the first sight of the disheveled middle-aged man, Chu Chengzu instantly recognized who it was. He had never met Yu Zhaogang before, but the image matched the one from his previous life's anime, and in Notting Academy, there was only one person who looked this disheveled Yu Zhaogang. I've read this book before. Glancing at Yu Zhaogang, Chu Chengzu said indifferently, then placed the book back on the shelf. Then what gives you the right to criticize it? Although Yu Zhaogang didn't know what trash meant, he could tell that the kid in front of him was looking down on his proud work. Hey, you're really something. I don't like this book, and that's my freedom. Are you going to force me to like it? Humphrey, even if you don't like it, you can't criticize it. Yu Zhaogang snorted coldly, feeling a little angry inside. Indeed, people had the freedom not to like his work, and he didn't force anyone to like it. But why should a little brat like this trash his hard work? If this little brat didn't have a good reason, Yu Zhaogang wasn't going to let him off the hook today. The spirit hull was powerful, and Yu Zhaogang couldn't resist Qiong Xunji back then. But today, he wasn't going to let the little kid get away with insulting his work. Chapter 9, Master Lose? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This book is wrong, why can't I say it? Chu Chengzu rebutted without hesitation. Wrong? Where is it wrong? Upon hearing someone say his work was wrong, Yu Zhaogang temporarily suppressed his anger. He wanted to see how his work was wrong. Huh? Teacher, are you trying to debate with me? That's right. If you only know how to spout nonsense, you must apologize to me. Yu Zhaogang said seriously, his expression stern. Why should I apologize to you? Besides, if I win this debate, what good will you give me? Why apologize? Just because I can make the academy expel you. Yu Zhaogang lifted his head proudly. With his connection to the academy's principal, wasn't it easy to expel this little brat? My grandfather is the principal. Who would dare expel me? Did they get his approval? Hearing this, Chu Chengzu immediately perked up. Come on, my grandfather the principal would never expel me. Are you kidding me? Yu Zhaogang's face showed a hint of surprise. This kid was really showing off. He was indeed friends with Sun An, but it wasn't like their relationship was close enough for Sun An to expel his own grandson. Ahem. Well, if you can point out what's wrong in this book, and do so with reason, I, Master Yu, will take you as my disciple. You know, my title as master is even recognized by the Spirit Hall. Yu Zhaogang cleared his throat and emphasized his title as master to shift the topic, lest he lose face. Upon hearing this, Chu Chengzu widened his eyes. The title of master recognized by the Spirit Hall? Okay, so Bibi Dong is the Pope of the Spirit Hall and can represent the Spirit Hall. If you're her first love, saying the Spirit Hall recognizes your title as master isn't entirely a lie. However, the official recognition of the Spirit Hall doesn't mean much. Most of the higher-ups in the Spirit Hall likely have issues with this. Disciple or whatever, forget it. I see you're wearing a storage soul tool belt, right? If I win the debate, you'll give it to me. If I lose, I'll sincerely apologize to you and this book. Chu Chengzu pointed to the black belt around Yu Zhaogang's waist. The belt was completely black, with dark stripes, and embedded with 24 milk-white jade stones the size of fingernails. The jade stones had a warm luster, indicating they were rare and precious. If he wasn't mistaken, this belt was the same one Yu Zhaogang gave Tang-san in the original story, the 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night. Storage soul tools were rare, and the internal space of the 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night was quite large. Each of the embedded jade stones had a cubic meter of storage space. In terms of market value, 24 cubic meters of storage space would cost at least 24,000 gold soul coins. Humphrey. You little brat, you're dreaming. This storage soul tool has a large internal space, so you'll need to think of something else. Although Yu Zhaogang didn't believe this kid could point out any mistakes in his book, he wouldn't agree to the bet if the stakes weren't balanced. Then what if I just want one of the jade stones? Is the storage soul tool still useful if I take one out? If so, I only need one jade stone. Chu Chengzu lowered his demand. If he wasn't mistaken, the 24 jade stones on the 24 Bridges on a Moonlit Night were space-type jade stones. These stones naturally had internal storage space. In the Douluo continent, where soul guide technology had been lost, many storage soul tools were made this way. Although the belt itself had a soul guide array engraved on it, its main function was to expand the internal space. Removing one jade stone should still leave it usable, although the internal storage space would shrink. This. Yu Zhaogang hesitated. What if he broke the storage soul tool by removing one jade stone? Seeing Yu Zhaogang hesitate, Chu Chengzu continued, Teacher, you must be the Yu Zhaogang who wrote this top 10 core competencies of martial souls. Right? If I can convince you, wouldn't that mean my argument is correct, and you could make a groundbreaking discovery? Giving me one jade stone wouldn't be a loss for you. Yu Zhaogang was also thinking, no matter the outcome, he wouldn't lose. But how could he, a master recognized by the Spirit Hall, lose? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Alright, I agree. Let me see what kind of argument this little brat has. Yu Zhaogang crossed his arms confidently. Seeing that Yu Zhaogang had taken the bait, Chu Chengzu nodded in satisfaction. The storage soul tool was almost in his hands. Master Yu, doesn't your book state that the first soul ring for a soul master should have a maximum age of 423 years? Chu Chengzu asked Yu Zhaogang. The Top 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls was a book that not only listed 10 short theories but also contained many of Yu Zhaogang's own insights. Yes. According to my research, the first soul ring for a soul master will definitely not exceed 423 years. Yu Zhaogang nodded confidently. This wasn't just some random claim, it was based on years of research and many references to various materials. Great. Then let me ask you, Master Yu, is it true that a soul master with a powerful beast martial soul can bear a first soul ring of 423 years? Chu Chengzu asked, because Yu Zhaogang had written maximum after the number 423 in his book, not implying that every soul master's first soul ring was limited to 423 years. Many transmigrators had claimed that all soul masters had the same 423-year limit, but that was wrong. Although Yu Zhaogang wasn't particularly moral, he wasn't stupid enough to make such an obvious mistake. Yes. A powerful beast martial soul can bear a higher level soul ring because their physical constitution is stronger, right? Yes. Under the same conditions, older children tend to have stronger physical constitutions than younger ones, right? That's true. Now, let's consider this. A beast martial soul master with innate full soul power adds a 423-year first soul ring at the age of 6. Meanwhile, another beast martial soul master, with the same martial soul and similar physique, but slightly worse talent, reaches level 10 at age 7 and then adds their first soul ring. Since the second child is a year older, their physical constitution should be better. In theory, couldn't they bear a soul ring older than 423 years? Chu Chengzu smiled. At this moment, Yu Zhaogang, who had been confident of winning, now wore an expression of shock. He stared at Chu Chengzu in disbelief. After carefully thinking it through, Yu Zhaogang realized that the little brat was actually right. Chapter 10, Polite Refusal. A myriad of emotions flashed across Yu Zhaogang's face as he struggled internally. He knew that he had lost the debate. Although he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't come up with any rebuttal. As for cheating? Please, did this master have no face at all? He had already been labeled a failure once, and if he added the label of scoundrel, he wouldn't be able to hold his head up in the academy anymore. After taking a deep breath, Yu Zhaogang reluctantly removed one of the jade stones embedded in his storage belt, wiped off his soul power, and handed it to Chu Chengzu. Kid, you win this time. The bad news was that he had lost. The good news was that he could still use his storage belt, only it was now missing one of the 24 jade stones. As for the other point, as he had thought, despite losing, he had gained an insightful theory. It wasn't a total loss. But still, he felt a sense of discomfort in his heart. Why did it feel so bad? Chu Chengzu, on the other hand, glanced at Yu Zhaogang with disdain. Winning was winning, no need to say you win this time like a stubborn old man. It was just classic dead duck behavior. But since Yu Zhaogang had handed over the storage soul tool, Chu Chengzu decided not to argue further. After all, who wanted to provoke someone like Yu Zhaogang, especially when the man could easily retaliate with a heaven-shattering cannon? That would surely be disastrous for him. Thinking of this, Chu Chengzu shuddered. Biological attacks might not be very powerful, but they had enough deterrence. Any normal soul master wouldn't dare to provoke Yu Zhaogang. Kid, I see potential in you. Why not become my disciple? Yu Zhaogang said, his tone turning somewhat gentler. Chu Chengzu was young but had unique insights, and Yu Zhaogang had once again considered taking him as an apprentice. I've heard that you're good at knowledge but not at teaching it. I'll pass. Chu Chengzu politely refused. The implication was clear, you're just a cultivation failure, and you're not even good at teaching. Not good at teaching knowledge? That was a polite way of saying he was just eating and drinking at the academy without contributing. With that, Chu Chengzu took the jade stone he had won and placed it in his pocket. He also picked up the Soul Beast Illustrated he had borrowed from the library and walked toward the librarian at the library entrance. Don't get angry, don't get angry. Why bother with this little brat? Yu Zhaogang muttered under his breath as he watched Chu Chengzu walk away. But despite his words, his face contorted with frustration. At this moment, he wished he could pick up the brat and beat him up. However, he knew that if he did that, he would probably be expelled by Sunan, and he would never be able to stay at the academy again. Returning to Dormitory 7, Chu Chengzu placed the Soul Beast Illustrated on the side and eagerly took out the jade stone he had won. Soul tools required a master to use, and storage soul tools were no exception. Luckily, Yu Zhaogang had already removed the master recognition, or else it would have been a lot harder for Chu Chengzu to erase the residual soul power, considering his current level of soul power was barely above level 1. Injecting a small amount of soul power into the jade stone, Chu Chengzu quickly completed the master recognition process. At once, he felt a small, not particularly large, but still usable storage space inside the jade stone. Only about 1 foot square? Looking at the significantly reduced storage space inside the jade stone, Chu Chengzu frowned. The complete 24 Bridges Bright Moon Night had a cubic meter of storage space in each jade stone. However, after losing the soul tool array, the internal space of the jade stone had drastically shrunk to only 1 foot in length, width, and height. Well, it's better than nothing. Although the space had shrunk significantly, Chu Chengzu didn't have the right to complain. If he wanted something bigger, he had to first make sure he had something, right? After thinking about it, Chu Chengzu cleaned the jade stone, tied it with a fine string, and made a small pouch to hang around his neck. From now on, he, Chu Chengzu, was also a part of the Storage Soul Tool group. 2 days later, the academy officially began its first day of classes. In the morning, in a first-year classroom, a middle-aged teacher, overweight and in her menopause years, was spitting as she lectured at the front of the class. It was unclear whether the students sitting in the front row were paying attention, as they were likely getting showered with her saliva. Well, hopefully, they would study hard and improve. However, none of this concerned Chu Chengzu, who was sitting in the back row of the classroom, absorbed in reading the Soul Beast Illustrated. The academy's schedule was light, with only 2 classes in the morning, 1 cultural class and 1 martial spirit class. The cultural class was just basic literacy, which Chu Chengzu had already mastered, so he focused on reading the Soul Beast Illustrated. Sky Blue Tree, a plant-type healing soul beast. Flipping a page, Chu Chengzu's attention was immediately caught by the information about the soul beast. Compared to combat-oriented soul beasts, Chu Chengzu thought that healing-type soul beasts would be more suitable for his first summoning spirit. After all, over the next 6 years, he would stay in Nuoding City, and his personal safety wouldn't be much of a concern. Additionally, he planned to develop body-enhancing skills to improve his physical fitness. However, if he overdid the body-enhancing skills, it might lead to injuries, just like excessive physical training. Having a healing-type summoning spirit would help solve this problem, preventing him from injuring himself before his divine skill was fully developed. Moreover, in the Soul Master community, healing, support, and food-type Soul Masters were generally more popular among their teammates compared to attack-type, defense-type, and control-type Soul Masters. Unfortunately, while food-type Soul Masters existed in the Soul Master community, there were no specialized food-type Soul Beasts in the Soul Beast Forest. Otherwise, a food-type Soul Beast that could create food to increase soul power would have been the best choice for his first summoning spirit. Of course, there was also a potential issue with food-type summoning spirits. For example, if the summoning spirit was a hen, could it lay eggs? But one thing was for sure, the eggs would definitely not hatch. After carefully reviewing the information on the Sky Blue Tree Soul Beast, Chu Chengzu didn't hesitate and decided to make it one of his targets for his first soul ring. Since there were many plant-type healing soul beasts in the Soul Beast Forest, he could select one that was best suited to his body's condition, ensuring the year of the soul ring matched his needs. Chapter 11, Elemental Summoning Flag. Time flies, and 10 months have passed in the blink of an eye. During the holiday, Chu Chengzu, carrying his packed bedding and humming a little tune, walked toward his home with short steps, swaying from side to side. In the Douluo continent, although there are divisions of years, months, and days, there is no concept of the Spring Festival. Nating Academy only has one semester a year, and during the entire semester, there are no holidays. However, the semester lasts for 10 months, and after each semester ends, students who have not graduated get a 2-month break, in February and March. The new semester starts in early April. After 1 year of soul awakening, Chu Chengzu had grown taller, and his arms now showed beautifully defined muscles. He had finally shaken off the title of soul power under level 1 inch and had become a proud big version of a weakling. Attribute Panel. Host, Chu Chengzu Soul Power, Level 3 Soul Master Martial Soul, Elemental Summoning Flag Skills, Meditation, Yellow, Body Refining, Yellow, Eye Training, White. On the Attribute Panel, the addition of Elemental to the Summoning Flag Martial Soul, along with the Yellow level Meditation and Body Refining skills and the White level Eye Training skill, reflected the results of Chu Chengzu's efforts over the past year since awakening his martial soul. Of course, the results of his year-long grind were not limited to these. After just over a month of entering school, his ordinary summoning flag martial soul had been upgraded to a high-quality one. After the martial soul's transformation, the most obvious change was that his cultivation talent had greatly improved, and his soul power growth speed had doubled compared to before. In fact, if measured precisely, the soul power cultivation efficiency had increased by more than double. After all, for soul masters with the same soul power level, those with high-quality martial souls naturally have much more soul power in their bodies than those with low-quality martial souls. A longer blue bar means more accumulation is required for upgrading. In addition, the upgraded martial soul had a higher soul power level cap. Originally, the ordinary summoning flag could only attach 2 soul rings, and Chu Chengzu's ultimate limit would have been a 29th level Great Soul Master. But after the upgrade, his martial soul could accommodate up to 6 soul rings, raising his soul power level cap from the 29th level Great Soul Master to the 69th level Soul Emperor. The reason why the upgraded martial soul was named Elemental Summoning Flag was that once he had a summoning spirit, he could convert his own attribute-less soul power into the attribute of the summoned spirit. For example, if he had a fire attribute summoning spirit, he could convert his soul power into fire attribute soul power, temporarily acting as a fire attribute soul master. This feature may seem insignificant, but when combined with the strong attack skills that would come from future upgrades, Chu Chengzu, as a summoner, could also possess formidable combat abilities, potentially rivaling his summoned spirits in strength. Of course, high-quality martial souls are not particularly powerful. Aside from the level cap, the Elemental Summoning Flag martial soul still has significant limitations. Apart from the fact that the summoned spirits still lack intelligence, their bloodlines are also limited to below the top tier. For example, if Chu Chengzu summoned a pure-blooded True Dragon Soul Beast, due to the martial soul's limitations, the True Dragon summoning spirit would only be able to exert the strength of a high-tier soul beast at best. This severely limits the potential of his summoned spirits. After all, the strength of soul beasts cannot be measured by their age alone. The Soul Master world is full of geniuses who can challenge opponents beyond their rank, and the same applies to the Soul Beast world. For example, certain soul beasts with powerful bloodlines can challenge a soul king with the strength of a 3-ring soul sovereign at the age of 100 years, or even challenge a soul Douluo at the age of 1,000 years. Yes, we're talking about the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear. But if the mighty Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear became Chu Chengzu's summoning spirit, its bloodline would be suppressed below the top tier, significantly reducing its ability to challenge opponents beyond its rank. Fortunately, the limitations of the martial soul won't last forever. As he continues to grind in the upgrade process, this restriction will eventually disappear. However, upgrading from a high-quality martial soul to a top-tier martial soul is far more difficult. Even though his elemental summoning flag martial soul has been in the upgrade process for nearly 9 months, it is still only a little over a quarter of the way to becoming a top-tier martial soul. With 1,000 days of grinding, if it weren't for the substantial benefits of the martial soul's quality transformation, Chu Chengzu would be reluctant to spend precious time on this process. In these 10 months, he has managed to increase his soul power from below level 1 to level 3, a jump of more than 2 levels. His cultivation speed is much faster than before, largely thanks to the transformation of his martial soul's quality. Of course, the upgraded meditation skill is also a crucial factor. With the meditation skill upgraded to yellow level, his cultivation speed increased by more than 20% compared to when it was at the white level. Thanks to the improvements in both his martial soul and meditation skill, Chu Chengzu's soul power cultivation speed has greatly accelerated. As for the yellow level body refining skill on his attribute panel, it was upgraded from the gray level physical exercise skill after 130 days of grinding. 30 days to upgrade from gray to white, and 100 days to upgrade from white to yellow. Once the physical exercise skill reached yellow level, Chu Chengzu noticed significant improvements in his physical fitness, and before the holiday, he even had a friendly arm wrestling match with the work-study students in the 7th dormitory. It was a proper arm wrestling contest, not a fight. Surprisingly, although he was only a 7-year-old child, except for Li Erniu, who was 12 and had a beast martial soul, all the other work-study students in the 7th dormitory lost to him. Based on his original assumption, he thought that the eye care skill would upgrade to a skill for training mental power. However, due to insufficient grinding time, the skill remained at white level, and its progress bar was only 3/4 full. White level eye training skill does not yet have the effect of improving mental power. But it is not without use. The gray level eye training skill, when practiced a few times each day, can at least prevent vision decline, though the effect is not very strong. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many students wearing glasses in the previous world. At the white level, eye training not only effectively prevents vision decline but also provides a slight improvement in vision. Over the past 2 months, Chu Chengzu practiced the white level eye care skill several times a day and noticed a slight improvement in his vision. While it wasn't as sharp as an eagle's, he could see distant objects more clearly. Chapter 12, The Prestige of the Hashan Douluo. The next morning, Chu Chengzu went to the southern market of Notting City to scout the area. It was already February of the year 2631 in the Douluo calendar, and according to the original story, Tang-san had awakened his martial soul and would be coming to Notting Academy to enroll in 2 months. It was time to put his plan to drive away Tang Hao and his son into action. However, before officially executing this plan, he needed someone to deliver an anonymous letter to Tang Hao. He couldn't deliver the letter himself, could he? He had to find someone else to do it, and he couldn't let the person know his true identity. After all, if Tang Hao received the letter and later inquired, the messenger might reveal who sent it. What if Tang Hao came looking for him? Moreover, he couldn't just ask anyone to deliver the letter. What if they didn't follow the plan properly? Fortunately, these were just minor issues that wouldn't trouble Chu Chengzu, who considered himself quite clever. Douluo continent wasn't like the modern world with a developed logistics industry. Even though Notting City was a small town, it still needed a steady supply of food, fruits, and vegetables. The food consumed by Notting City every day came from surrounding villages, and Shanghan village, where Tang Hao lived in seclusion, was one of the suppliers. The southern market of the city was bound to have vegetable vendors from Shanghan village, or at least some vendors who traded with the villagers. Chu Chengzu had to find out which vendors were from Shanghan village, and then through a third party, he could send the letter with some travel money. 2 days later, at dawn, Chu Chengzu left his home, dressed in a black robe and wearing a monkey mask, heading to the southern market. Although his black robe and mask made him look suspicious, it wasn't illegal, and there was no risk of being reported by some nosy person to the city guards. Before entering the market, Chu Chengzu saw a small beggar holding a broken bowl, begging for alms. A beggar working early. Begging was a profession that existed in the modern world, and in a setting like Douluo continent, it was naturally present, though not as common. Notting City had its share of beggars. "Hey, kid, come here." Chu Chengzu called out hoarsely. The beggar looked confused and pointed at himself. "Yes, you, Come here. Chu Chengzu nodded and, with a quick motion, pulled out 2 gold soul coins from his space stone and tossed them into the air. Seeing the 2 gold soul coins, the beggar's eyes lit up, and he hurried over. Soul Master, what do you need me to do? The beggar asked eagerly, staring at the gold soul coins in Chu Chengzu's hand. Good. I need you to deliver a letter to someone in the market. If you do it well, I'll reward you with a gold soul coin. Seeing the beggar's eager look, Chu Chengzu was satisfied and gave his instructions. Delivering a letter was hardly worth a gold soul coin, but he was playing the part of a wealthy master. A copper coin wasn't enough, and a silver soul coin didn't suit his status, so a gold soul coin was just right. After all, money was just an external thing, there was no need to be stingy. Chu Chengzu thought, this is half of my small fortune. The beggar, still processing the request, was puzzled. Deliver a letter? It was only a few steps away, why would he need someone else to do it? But hearing the tone of the soul master, he quickly agreed. Deal. The beggar immediately responded. The beggar, eager to get the gold soul coin, nodded as he repeated Chu Chengzu's instructions. Good. I'll follow you from a distance. Don't make any mistakes. Chu Chengzu handed over the letter and gave the beggar a gold soul coin. This coin wasn't his reward, but rather the travel money for the person the beggar was supposed to deliver the letter to. In the market, a vegetable vendor from Shanghan village, Wang Dai, was unloading fresh vegetables from his cart in the early morning. Suddenly, he noticed the beggar running toward him from the corner of his eye. Go away, go away. I'm poor, I don't have money to give you. Wang Dai wiped the sweat from his forehead and tried to shoo the beggar away. Are you Wang Dai from Shanghan village? The beggar asked. Yes, I am. What's the matter? Wang Dai was taken aback, surprised that the beggar knew him. A lord asked me to deliver a letter to the blacksmith Tang Hao in Shanghan village. This gold soul coin is your payment. The beggar handed over the letter and the gold soul coin, though he couldn't help but feel some regret at parting with the coin. If the lord wasn't watching from afar, he would have kept the gold soul coin for himself. Deliver a letter to Tang Hao? Wang Dai, who knew Tang Hao as the village's only blacksmith and a notorious drunk, was surprised. A lord in the city sending a letter to Tang Hao? And giving such a generous payment? Yes. The lord also said that you're not allowed to open the letter. If you do, you'll regret it. But once you deliver it, you can ask Tang Hao for another payment. He'll definitely give it to you. The beggar added, making sure Wang Dai understood the terms. Chu Chengzu had instructed the beggar to mention the second payment to reduce the chance of Wang Dai being a troublemaker. As for whether Tang Hao would pay or not, that wasn't Chu Chengzu's concern. His objective had already been achieved. All right. I'll deliver the letter. Wang Dai nodded, taking the letter and the gold soul coin. Delivering the letter was just a simple task, and with the added payment, he couldn't refuse. Moreover, if a lord was involved, he couldn't afford to turn down a request. But would Tang Hao be able to pay the second fee? Wang Dai thought to himself, well, if he can't, I'll just ask him to make me a hoe or something. Wang Dai and the rest of Shanghan village didn't realize the true value of the farming tools Tang Hao made. Even a simple hoe, forged by the renowned Duuluo, would be worth a lot, even if it was just an ordinary hoe. The fame alone would make it worth at least 1,000 or more gold soul coins. After all, you couldn't let the name of the Duuluo lose face. Chapter 13, Tang-san, sigh, the rice jar is empty again. Everything went according to plan, and after the event, Chu Chengzu kept his word, rewarding the little beggar with a gold soul coin for his services. After leaving the vegetable market, Chu Chengzu found a secluded alley, took off his black robe and mask, and made his way home. Sigh, I'm still too kind-hearted. On his way, Chu Chengzu shook his head and sighed. If someone else had been more ruthless, they would have eliminated all traces of the transaction to ensure no one would spill any information. After all, the only people who can keep a secret are the dead. But alas, his heart wasn't that cold, and his hands weren't that dark. Well, the letter was delivered through a third party, and I didn't reveal my true identity. Even if Tang Hao investigates, he won't be able to trace it back to me. Reflecting on the entire plan, Chu Chengzu reassured his conscience. As for whether Tang Hao would follow the script after receiving the anonymous letter, he didn't concern himself with it. He had done what he needed to do, and there was nothing more he could do. If Tang Hao and his son refused to leave, there was always a way out. If they don't leave, I will. There's always a solution. On the west side of the Holy Soul village, at the edge of the village, stood 3 dilapidated mud brick houses. Above the main house hung a wooden sign with a hammer symbol painted on it, about 1 meter in diameter. This rundown house was where Tang-san lived. It was hard to believe that the famous Duuluo, Tang Hao, lived in such a humble place. Around noon, Tang-san, his stomach growling, opened the rice jar lid. Inside, there was only a small spoonful of rice left. He sighed. Sigh, the rice jar is empty again. As if things couldn't get worse, he was also preparing to cook thin porridge since there wasn't enough rice to make a proper meal. No vegetables? Well, it's already a blessing to have a bowl of porridge. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Coming. Tang-san shouted, quickly heading to open the door. Huh? Uncle Day? When he opened the old wooden door, Tang-san saw the familiar face of Wang Day, a villager from the Holy Soul village. Zhao-san, where's your father? Wang Day asked. After selling vegetables at the city's south market, Wang Day had rushed back to the village to deliver a letter from a nobleman. My dad is still sleeping. Uncle Day, please come inside. Tang-san replied, inviting him in. He was happy to see a visitor, as it meant business for his father's blacksmith shop, and it seemed like they wouldn't have to worry about food for a while. After a moment, the curtain of the inner room lifted, and Tang Hao, still disheveled and smelling of alcohol, stumbled out. Is there something? He asked groggily. Tang Hao, I have a letter for you. A nobleman in the city asked me to deliver it. Wang Day said, handing over the letter. Tang Hao frowned as he took the letter. He had been living in seclusion for 6 years, and no one from outside the village had contacted him. Who would be sending him a letter? But Tang Hao didn't think much of it and opened the envelope. By the way, Tang Hao, the person who asked me to deliver the letter also mentioned that you should give me a fee after reading it. Wang Day reminded him about the second payment. Although he had already earned a gold soul coin, who would refuse more money? Tang-san, standing by, grew anxious. Not only was the business he had hoped for in danger, but now his father might have to pay out more money. Tang Hao, however, showed no sign of hesitation. Though his family was poor, it didn't mean he couldn't find money. He just didn't care much about it. If he needed to, he could always hunt a soul beast in the forest and make a fortune. Tang Hao read the letter, and his expression changed. The letter was short and to the point. The innate full soul power of the blue silver grass has attracted the attention of the spirit hall. Your identity has been exposed. Leave quickly. Tang Hao's face darkened as he realized the gravity of the situation. The blue silver grass, which had awakened full soul power, was a rare occurrence, and the fact that the spirit hall was involved meant that his family's secret had been discovered. He had been living in seclusion in Holy Soul Village, but it was not a secret. If anyone looked into it, they could easily find his name. With his son's special talent and the involvement of the Spirit Hall, it was no surprise that his identity had been revealed. Tang Hao felt a deep sense of gratitude toward the person who had sent the letter. If not for this warning, the consequences could have been dire. Did you read this letter? Tang Hao suddenly glared at Wang Day. No. I didn't open it. Wang Day quickly denied, trembling under Tang Hao's intense gaze. Tang Hao studied him for a moment and then relaxed. He could tell that Wang Day was telling the truth, and the seal on the letter hadn't been broken. Wang Day had to be the first to see the contents. Alright, I don't have money right now, but you can take whatever you need from my blacksmith shop. Wang Day was taken aback. What? Take whatever I want? Does this mean Tang Hao is going out of business? Wang Day was confused, but Tang-san, standing nearby, was on edge. If his father gave away any of their blacksmith tools, they would be left with nothing. But before Tang-san could say anything, Tang Hao suddenly grabbed him, and with a flick of his wrist, the two of them flew into the air and disappeared. Holy crap, Tang Hao can fly? Wang Day stood there, stunned, watching the sky. He didn't know what level of Soul Master could fly, but he was sure that Tang Hao was a powerful Soul Master, probably even stronger than the rumored Soul Sage in the village. Chapter 14, Tang-san, shocked, my father is actually a titled Luo? At the end of February. As night fell, the entire city of Notting was covered in darkness. Inside the bedroom, after completing his nightly meditation and cultivation, Chu Chengzi eagerly opened his attribute panel, waiting for his white level eye training skill to level up. Not long after, the eye training skill completed its automatic upgrade, transforming into a yellow level skill. Staring at the skill bar for a few seconds, Chu Chengzi understood the effect of the newly upgraded yellow level eye training. As he had anticipated, the yellow level eye training now had the ability to enhance mental power. For low-level soul masters, mental power might not seem important at first. It only truly becomes significant when one gains a 10,000-year soul ring. However, this is not entirely true. Meditation and cultivation consume mental energy, and low-level soul masters can't meditate for long periods or all day, unlike higher-level soul masters. The reason for this phenomenon is that low-level soul masters have far weaker mental power compared to higher-level ones. Now that he had a method to enhance his mental power, he could extend his meditation sessions each day, thus accelerating his soul power cultivation. After thinking for a moment, Chu Chengzi changed the name of the upgraded eye training. Skill, Spirit Refining, Yellow, Tang-san, I'm practicing the purple extreme magic eyes, what about you? Chu Chengzu, eye training. Tang-san? Are you joking? You have a way to seek death. The name eye training sounded a bit childish, so it was better to change it. Afterward, Chu Chengzu removed the spirit refining skill from the active slot and replaced it with meditation, which was more effective for speeding up soul power progression. After 4 years, I should be a one-ring soul master, right? Chu Chengzu estimated his cultivation speed. However, his estimate was based on the current cultivation efficiency. The yellow level meditation skill would need 300 days to upgrade to purple level. By February of the following year, his elemental summoning flag martial soul would evolve into a top-tier martial soul, further accelerating his soul power cultivation speed. He would likely reach a 10th level soul master in just 2 years. As Chu Chengzu looked forward to a bright future, far away in the city of heaven, 2 figures walked through the streets under the night sky. Recently, Tang-san had been living his happiest days ever. Tang-san, shocked, my father is actually a titled Luo. After explaining to his son the reason for their move and his own strength, Tang Hao naturally didn't ignore the matter. Although they had been staying in different places to avoid detection, their living conditions had improved. They were staying in hotels, always with enough to eat, and plenty of meat. After some time, Tang-san, who had been malnourished and thin, had visibly gained weight and become more robust. For Tang-san, being full and well-fed had been his greatest dream for the past 6 years. The only regret was that he hadn't been able to learn anything about his mother from his father. Whenever he asked about the golden-patterned blue-silver grass his father cherished, Tang Hao would fall silent, as if he hadn't heard. However, the longing in his eyes made Tang-san realize that his father wasn't ignoring him but simply didn't want to talk about it. A few days ago, Tang-san had discovered that his father had disappeared for a while during the night, and the golden-patterned blue-silver grass was also gone. Tang Hao's treasured blue-silver grass was missing, but Tang-san didn't ask further because he knew that even if he did, he wouldn't get an answer. Just yesterday, Tang Hao had told him they were going to visit his aunt, and Tang-san was thrilled. It turned out that he had family members still alive besides his father. Soon, the father and son arrived at a tall building. Under the dim light of a street lamp, Tang-san looked up and saw a 5-story building. The building had an ancient architectural style, and the plaque above the door read Yujuan. Dad, does Aunt live here? Tang-san asked as he looked at the building. Yes. Tang Hao replied with a simple yes. Then, Tang Hao's lips moved slightly, and he stood quietly, waiting. Seeing that his father wasn't speaking, Tang-san didn't ask more questions and stood with him, waiting. On the top floor of Yujuan, in an elegantly decorated living room, a young woman dressed in luxurious clothes was reading a book under the light of a soul-guided lamp. Suddenly, a deep voice filled with years of hardship entered her ears. When the full moon is incomplete, an old friend comes. Yua, I have arrived. Brother Hao? Am I hearing things? The young woman, Tang Yua, looked surprised. Yua, it's me. The deep voice spoke again. Someone, come. Tang Yua quickly suppressed her excitement and called out to the servants downstairs. Madam. A servant's voice responded from downstairs. A guest has arrived, open the door to welcome them. Yes, madam. The servant, though confused as to why a guest was arriving so late, didn't ask further and immediately began to make arrangements. Creak. The door to Yujuan slowly opened, and the bright light from the soul-guided lamps illuminated the dark street. Tang-san saw over 10 beautiful women walk out from the door, standing on either side. Then, a young woman in a silver palace gown, looking extraordinarily elegant and noble, walked out. Is this my aunt? Looking at the noble woman, Tang-san felt a sense of uncertainty. He himself was rather plain-looking, and his father was even more so. So how could his aunt be so beautiful? Although his father had a rough appearance and looked untidy, the domineering aura around him was unmistakable. Tang Yua immediately recognized that the person before her was her second brother, Tang Hao. She hurried to Tang Hao, ignoring the young Tang-san beside her, and tightly grabbed his shoulders, her eyes filled with tears. Brother Hao, you really came, how did you? Seeing his sister's joy and disbelief, Tang Hao sighed softly. It's me, Yua, I'm here. Trembling with emotion, Tang Yua no longer cared about her position as the head of Yujuan. She threw herself into Tang Hao's arms, crying loudly. After so many years, she had finally reunited with her second brother, whom she thought was lost or dead. Chapter 15, The wind howls, the river is cold, and the hero goes never to return? After a long while, Tang Yua's crying finally subsided. She glanced at the little Tang-san beside her, then turned to Tang Hao and asked, Second brother, is this your child with her? Tang Hao silently nodded. Little San, greet your aunt. Seeing that his aunt finally noticed him, Tang-san quickly greeted her. Little San? Tang Yua was momentarily stunned. What kind of name was this that her second brother came up with? However, that didn't matter much. As long as this child was her nephew, that was enough. Wait. Is this really her eldest nephew? Despite her second brother's current disheveled appearance, he had once been handsome, a man of great presence, and the mother of this child was supposed to be a beauty as well. So why was her eldest nephew so ordinary? If Tang Hao weren't present, Tang Yue would hardly believe that this plain-looking child was her own nephew. Little San, you've suffered. She gently patted Tang San's head, and her eyes turned red once again. Seeing his aunt's concern, Tang San couldn't help but feel his eyes moisten as he recalled the years of hunger and hardship. Fortunately, those hard times were over, and there was no need to dwell on the past. Tang Yue didn't say much but silently vowed to treat her eldest nephew well from now on. She then took Tang San's hand and led the two of them into Yuxuan. As they reached the staircase, just about to go upstairs, Tang Yue turned to the maids and said, "Forget everything you just saw. Understand?" "Yes, madam." The maids responded in unison. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away at the edge of the starred forest, a farewell was taking place. "Make sure you stay safe in the forest, okay? I'll miss you." At the forest's edge, a little girl with rabbit ears tied in a scorpion tail braid was giving instructions to two massive beasts in front of her. One was a giant gorilla over 10 meters tall, resembling a small mountain, while the other was a giant snake with a bull's head, its body as thick as a large water barrel, and over 100 meters long. This wasn't just any ordinary story between a little rabbit-eared girl and two massive beasts, but rather, it was about Xiao Wu and her two little brothers Da-Ming, the 100,000-year-old sky blue bull python, and Ming, the 100,000-year-old titan giant ape. "Xiao Wu, take care of yourself." A deep voice came from Da-Ming, the giant python, filled with reluctance. Roar Ming, who was all muscle and couldn't speak, let out a low growl. "Don't worry. Xiao Wu will take care of herself. I'm leaving now." Xiao Wu's childish face was full of determination as she waved her hand, resolutely leaving the forest. She looked like the classic "The wind howls, the river is cold, and the hero goes never to return" scene. After a long while, when Xiao Wu's figure disappeared completely, Da-Ming finally flicked his tail and nodded at his younger brother, Ming. "Let's go back." Roar Ming growled again, and the two brothers returned to the core area of the forest. Xiao Wu had chosen to venture into the dangerous human world, and although Da-Ming and Ming were reluctant and worried, they understood that ever since Xiao Wu began her transformation, separation was inevitable. Originally, her journey into the human world wasn't as dangerous as it was now. With their mother, Yi, who had already transformed and regained much of her power, Xiao Wu could have stayed in a remote place and avoided human titled Luo. Even if her soul beast identity was discovered, Yi could have protected her. Unfortunately, a few days ago, a woman with two titled Luo and formidable strength entered the forest and discovered Yi and the newly transformed Xiao Wu. At that time, Da-Ming and Ming weren't around, and Yi couldn't stand up to the woman. She had to fight desperately. Thankfully, Yi's sacrifice allowed Xiao Wu to find a way out. When the brothers arrived at the battlefield and sensed Xiao Wu's aura, all they found was Yi's lifeless body in a pool of blood. After burying their mother by the life lake at the heart of the forest, Xiao Wu fell into a deep depression for 3 days. But eventually, she made the resolute decision to venture into the human world, regardless of the dangers. The brothers couldn't stop her, nor could they accompany her, for if they did, they would have become a feast for the Soul Master world. They knew that Xiao Wu's decision to enter the human world was no longer just for growth, now, she also harbored a desire for revenge. "Great Beast God, may you protect Xiao Wu." Da-Ming raised his large bull head and looked up at the moon, silently praying. As for who the Beast God was, it didn't matter. Another month passed, and it was soon the opening day of Notting Academy. Around noon, with his bedding in hand, Chu Chengzu walked toward Notting Academy with a look of anticipation on his face. He had hoped that his plan had succeeded, and that Tang Hao and Tang San had already been driven away. On his way to the academy, Chu Chengzu thought to himself. At this moment, he had no idea that Tang Hao and Tang San were already deeply grateful to him. Tang Hao was thankful that Chu Chengzu had sent him a message, preventing the spirit hull from coming after him. Similarly, Tang San was grateful to the one who had sent the message to his father, as otherwise, he would have been worrying about whether there would be enough food the next day. Unfortunately, Chu Chengzu didn't know that Tang Hao and Tang San were thankful to him, and Tang Hao and Tang San had no idea that the one who had sent the message was a 7-year-old boy they had never met. Chu Lao Da. Chu Lao Da. Chu Lao Da. At Notting Academy, as soon as Chu Chengzu entered Dormitory 7, the work-study students who had already arrived greeted him warmly. Ever since Chu Chengzu, known as "I have a grandpa who's the dean," came to Dormitory 7, the bullying incidents that used to happen to the work-study students had greatly decreased, though not completely eliminated. As a result, Chu Chengzu had earned the respect of the work-study students. Had the work-study students been wealthier, they would have gladly paid him protection fees. Were they being bullied? They would go to Chu Laodie. Whenever Chu Chengzu mentioned his grandpa's a mediator, the other party immediately caved in. Of course, there were always exceptions, like Zhao Chenyu, who had the I have a city lord father card. Chapter 16, the little dance girl who wants to be the big sister. This guy, relying on the fact that I have a city lord dad, doesn't fear that I have an academy director grandpa, thought Chu Chengzu. At that time, Chu Chengzu had already leveled up his body training skills and thought that he had entered the divine art phase, so he became a little arrogant. After school, he arranged a duel with Zhao Chenyu in the small woods behind the academy. Unfortunately, Zhao Chenyu, being older, defeated him in the chicken fight. A match between two novices. However, after Zhao Chenyu left proudly, Chu Chengzu began to tear his clothes and smear dirt on his face. About 10 minutes later, Chu Chengzu, now in tattered clothes and covered in dirt, looked pitiful as he dragged his grandpa to find Zhao Chenyu. Grandpa, it's him. Zhao Chenyu? As the academy's director, Sunan naturally wouldn't hit a student, even if his grandson was bullied. However, when Sunan grabbed Zhao Chenyu and took the pitiful Chu Chengzu to the city lord's mansion, Zhao Chenyu was mentally collapsing. After a friendly visit. When they left the city lord's mansion, Chu Chengzu heard the sound of bamboo sticks frying meat and the heart-wrenching cries of a half-grown boy. The feeling was like drinking a can of ice-cold Sprite on a scorching summer day. King Sheng, are there any new work-study students coming this year? After putting down the bedding, Chu Chengzu turned to ask Huang Sheng, who was now a level 6 student. If he remembered correctly, 2 work-study students would enroll this year. One was Tang-san, and the other was Xiao Wu, both of whom Chu Chengzu was paying close attention to. Not yet. Huang Sheng shook his head. Chu Chengzu raised an eyebrow. It was already almost noon, and since there was no sign of Tang-san, it seemed that the future Tang God King had really been driven away by him. As for the bunny-eared girl Xiao Wu, if she comes, fine, if not, it's whatever. Chu Chengzu didn't think he could charm the mischievous rabbit the way many transmigrators did, using just a blanket. Tang-san could do it, but that didn't mean he could. Because Tang-san had a certain aura of a transformed soul beast, which soul masters couldn't detect, but Xiao Wu, being a transformed soul beast herself, would definitely sense it. If it weren't for this, even though Xiao Wu was lively, they wouldn't have been so close to the point of sharing the same blanket. After all, according to the timeline, Xiao Wu's mother had just died, and Xiao Wu, having just entered the human world, must have a huge wariness toward humans. While Chu Chengzu was busy laying down bedding, a crisp voice came from outside. Is this the 7th dorm? The crowd turned to look at the door, their eyes instantly widening. There stood a little girl in a pink outfit, with a rabbit-shaped bag around her waist, holding a bundle and a new school uniform, looking somewhat shy. Her delicate face was pinkish, like a ripe peach, making one want to bite into it. Although her clothes were simple, they were very neat. Her black hair was tied into a scorpion braid hanging down to her waist, and her big, watery eyes were filled with curiosity. The work-study students in the 7th dorm were all boys, and when they saw such a pretty little girl, they were all stunned. However, as a transmigrator with rich experience, Chu Chengzu didn't show any lecherous expression. It wasn't that the little girl wasn't tempting, but she was just too young. Wonder what it feels like to rub one out? Looking at the bunny ears on top of Xiao Wu's head, Chu Chengzu couldn't help but think to himself. Chu Lauda, a girl has come, go for it. Wang Sheng nudged Chu Chengzu and whispered. Chu Lauda? Although Wang Sheng lowered his voice, Xiao Wu at the door still heard him. Her big, watery eyes curiously scanned Chu Chengzu, who didn't look much older than herself. That's right, Chu Lauda, go for it. At this point, the other work-study students also whispered. The old big brother wasn't called that for nothing. They all remembered Chu Chengzu's kindness, and now this little girl was so pretty, they didn't think they could handle her, so they naturally wanted to rely on Chu Chengzu, who had the I have a director grandpa title. My name is Chu Chengzu, may I ask who you are? Chu Chengzu didn't think much of it and approached Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes and smiled sweetly. Hello, my name is Xiao Wu, as in the character for dance. By the way, I heard them call you Chu Lauda, so that means you're the boss of the 7th dorm? Xiao Wu looked at Chu Chengzu with a curious expression. Upon hearing this, Chu Chengzu immediately had a bad feeling. Others might not know the nature of this mischievous rabbit, but he certainly did. It seemed that this mischievous rabbit was preparing to take over his title as Chu Lauda and become the new big sister. No, I'm not the boss of the 7th dorm, they're just making a fuss. Chu Chengzu quickly denied, seeing the direction Xiao Wu's thoughts were heading. Chapter 17, lost in the repeated calls of Sister Xiao Wu. Not yet. Then it will be soon, right? In that case, I, Sister Xiao Wu, declare that I will compete for the position of the boss of the 7th dorm. By the way, does that mean if I become the boss, you all have to listen to me? After putting down the school uniform, Xiao Wu puffed out her still undeveloped chest and said with great enthusiasm. But her tone quickly shifted, revealing her true nature. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances. This little girl looked quite cute, but her personality seemed so wild. The past leaders of the 7th dorm had all risen to power by being the strongest in the dorm. Even Boss Chu Chengzu, wasn't weak. Last year, although Chu Chengzu lost in a fight with the current level 5 student, Zhao Chenyu, it proved his strength. And Chu Chengzu also had a director grandpa, and whenever other students bullied them, Boss Chu always protected them, so they fully respected him as their boss. But this new girl, Xiao Wu, was different. She came in and immediately started shouting about becoming the boss. Without giving her some tough love, who knew if she would end up riding over them, the big men? With a flash of soul power and a roar like a tiger, Wang Sheng summoned his martial soul and said to Xiao Wu, "My name is Wang Sheng, my martial soul is the battle tiger, and I'm a level 9 soul master. Little girl, if you want to be the boss, beat me first." Hee hee, then Sister Xiao Wu won't hold back. Xiao Wu's face showed a strange smile. Silly human cub. Silly human boy, you probably don't know how powerful Sister Xiao Wu is. Immediately, Xiao Wu's body glowed with soul power as her soft bone rabbit martial soul was summoned, and a ring of bright yellow, 100-year-old soul rings appeared around her. His 100-year soul ring? As soon as Xiao Wu's soul ring appeared, there was a collective gasp from the 7th dorm. This was a 100-year soul ring, the first soul ring that all commoner soul masters dreamed of. Wait a minute. Soul ring? Wow, this little girl. No, Sister Xiao Wu is already a formal soul master. Hey Wang Sheng, right? Don't just stand there, don't say Sister Xiao Wu didn't give you a chance. You go first. Xiao Wu placed one hand on her hip and extended her other hand, beckoning Wang Sheng. Ahem, well, Sister Xiao Wu, my stomach's a bit uncomfortable, so let's forget it. Seeing Xiao Wu's imposing aura, Wang Sheng immediately had second thoughts. He thought, I'm just a level 9 soul master, a little weakling. How could I possibly be a match for Sister Xiao Wu, whose soul power is over level 10 and who also has a 100-year first soul ring? Rather than being beaten up by Sister Xiao Wu and then feeling sorry for myself, it's better to just surrender now. Is that so? Xiao Wu raised an eyebrow, somewhat disbelieving. Yes, that's right. Wang Sheng nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Good. Is there anyone else who disagrees with me, Sister Xiao Wu, becoming the boss? Xiao Wu nodded in satisfaction, her gaze sweeping over the work-study students. Seeing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Chu Chengzu. The new girl, Sister Xiao Wu, was a formal soul master and even had a 100-year first soul ring. With such strong abilities, they certainly wouldn't dare say a word against her becoming the boss. However, the work-study students hadn't been corrupted by society yet, and they weren't the type to be opportunistic. Chu Chengzu had helped them so much last year, so they couldn't forget that. As long as Chu Chengzu led the way and said no, they would definitely follow. After all, no matter how big the boss of the 7th dorm was, could they be bigger than my director grandpa? Clearly, the work-study students weren't without reason for their disdain, even in terms of eyesight, they were far off. Xiao Wu looked like she was only 6 or 7 years old, yet she already had a 100-year soul ring. If it weren't for Xiao Wu's special background, an academy director of a basic soul master school couldn't compare in terms of background. Chu Chengzu rolled his eyes. What are you all looking at me for? At this moment, Chu Chengzu couldn't help but curse the work-study students for being idiots. It was just that the little rabbit was lively by nature, but she wasn't a bad person, and she wasn't narrow-minded either. Otherwise, with the current situation, wouldn't he be getting small shoes to wear in the future? This was like how, in ancient times, when a new wolf king took over, they would expel the old wolf king from the pack. Sister Xiao Wu. Sister Xiao Wu. Sister Xiao Wu. Immediately, the 7th dorm was filled with shouts. Not bad, not bad, from now on, Sister Xiao Wu will take care of you all. Soon, with the repeated calls of Sister Xiao Wu, the newly appointed boss of the 7th dorm, Xiao Wu, became lost in herself. Huh? Chu Chengzu, why aren't you calling? Suddenly, Xiao Wu noticed an outlier. If someone forgets to give a red envelope at a wedding, the host might not remember them, but if someone doesn't give a red envelope, they will definitely be remembered. Everyone else had respectfully called her Sister Xiao Wu. But Chu Chengzu didn't. Was he refusing to acknowledge her as the new boss? You're not even as old as me. Not calling, huh? Chu Chengzu shook his head. Not calling, not calling. Some relationships are like family positions. Once they're set, There's no turning back. With the external help of his system, Chu Chengzu considered himself a late-blooming character and believed that one day, he would surpass Xiao Wu. If he called her sister Xiao Wu now, then unless he completely cut ties with her in the future, he would never be able to change it. At once, Xiao Wu's face darkened. You little brat, I'm not even as old as you? If we're talking about age, you probably don't know that I could easily be your grandmother's grandmother's grandmother. Fine, if you don't want to call, then let's spar. If you can beat me, you don't have to call me. With that, Xiao Wu raised her little fist. Chu Chengzu? If I could beat you, would I really let you act so smug? How about this? I'll treat you to lunch today? After a moment of thought, Chu Chengzu decided to use the money tactic. He knew Xiao Wu was poor and didn't have a single copper coin in her pocket, which was her soft spot. As for Xiao Wu, who didn't have a single copper coin, managed to enroll in Nodding Academy. Work-study students didn't need to pay tuition, and with Xiao Wu's strength and talent, even without a work-study slot, Nodding Academy wouldn't miss out on such a genius. Treat me to lunch? Isn't food in the academy free? Xiao Wu was stunned and asked, somewhat fearfully. Good heavens, food in the forest didn't cost anything, but in the human world, no matter what, you had to pay with soul coins. Free? What are you thinking? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Well, breakfast and dinner aren't free either. Chu Chengzu rolled his eyes at Xiao Wu. It was true that work-study students could enroll for free, but meals were definitely not free. But it was precisely because meals weren't free that work-study students could do simple jobs around the academy to earn money for their living expenses. Chapter 18, the past that Xiao Wu would rather not remember at this moment. Xiao Wu, who didn't even have a single copper coin in her pocket, was in deep inner turmoil. Having grown used to being called Sister Xiao Wu, she wanted to make Chu Chengzu call her that, but her stomach was also demanding attention, making her wish for him to treat her to a meal. Xiao Wu, this is such a dilemma for Sister Xiao Wu. After some hesitation, Xiao Wu made up her mind and said, one meal isn't enough. Alright, Sister Xiao Wu has become the extra meal practitioner. How about dinner as well? I'll treat you tonight. Chu Chengzu said with a face full of bravado. Deal. Xiao Wu immediately agreed without hesitation. The vast world, but the stomach is the most important. In the end, Xiao Wu succumbed to her own hunger. When she was still a rabbit, her food consisted of the abundant blue-silver grass in the forest, and occasionally some carrots to improve her diet. But now that she had become a human cub, her taste buds had changed, and the blue-silver grass found everywhere in the forest was no longer edible. Although she would have to pay for 2 meals, Chu Chengzu didn't mind at all. Compared to calling Xiao Wu Sister Xiao Wu, even if it were the entire semester's worth of meals, it wouldn't matter. Besides, today was the first day of school, and with a bit of pocket money, Chu Chengzu had already planned to treat everyone to a meal. After settling Xiao Wu, Chu Chengzu continued laying out his bedding. Hey, where did you guys get your bedding from? Suddenly, Xiao Wu asked a rather silly question. Where else would bedding come from? You bring it from home. The other students couldn't help but laugh. But judging by Xiao Wu's expression, it seemed like she hadn't brought any bedding from home. Was she really that careless? Seeing the surprised expressions of the other students, Xiao Wu quickly realized she had made a mistake and blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed. However, true to her nature, Xiao Wu quickly shrugged it off, acting as though nothing had happened, and started eyeing the bedding of the other students. If she didn't have any, it was fine. Her little brothers had some. And what was theirs was hers. As for hers, that was still hers. Looking around, Xiao Wu noticed that most of the bedding in the dorm was worn and torn, likely due to the students' poor families. The only exception was Chu Chengzu's bedding. With no money to buy new bedding, Xiao Wu began plotting how to borrow Chu Chengzu's bedding. Seeing this, the other students, who had originally thought about offering their bedding to the new dorm leader, quickly changed their minds. After all, Xiao Wu was not only beautiful but also talented, and their shabby bedding didn't seem worthy of her. They realized that if anyone was going to offer bedding, it would have to be Chu Chengzu. After a while, when Chu Chengzu had finished laying out his bedding, he noticed Xiao Wu staring at him from behind. What do you want? Chu Chengzu felt a little uneasy under her gaze. Little Chu, Xiao Wu said, tapping him on the shoulder in a grand manner, I didn't bring any bedding. Do you think we could? You're not sleeping with me. Chu Chengzu immediately refused with a serious face. I'm not little Chu. And I won't call you Sister Xiao Wu. He would never do something inappropriate like that. Not in this world, and certainly not in any world. PFFT. What are you thinking, you little rascal? Xiao Wu huffed, her face turning red. I meant, can I borrow your bedding for a few days? I'll return it as soon as I have money to buy my own. Seeing the misunderstanding, Xiao Wu quickly added, feeling a little awkward. Chu Chengzu, however, quickly changed the subject to avoid further awkwardness. If I lend you my bedding, where will I sleep tonight? Don't they have bedding? Xiao Wu pointed to Wang Sheng and the others. You can sleep with them. Chu Chengsu? Why didn't she say sleep with me? Of course, he didn't say that out loud, as he didn't want to be labeled as a pervert. Alright, you can borrow my bedding for a few days, but... But what? Xiao Wu quickly asked. If I need you to be my sparring partner in the future, you can't refuse. Experience in battle was crucial. Chu Chengzu didn't want to end up like the character Qian Renxu from the original story, who had incredible strength but lacked practical combat experience, leading to her defeat by Tang-san, who was at a lower level. Given Xiao Wu's strength and talent, she would be a perfect sparring partner. Of course, he didn't plan on asking her to spar right now, or even in the near future. He intended to continue training his physical abilities first, at least until his body was on par with hers. As for the bedding, he could either go home to get another one or buy one on the street. No problem, this is a done deal. Xiao Wu said excitedly, slapping her chest. Sparring was just fighting, and Xiao Wu loved fighting. No, she was great at it. Plus, she could beat up Chu Chengzu for free. What a rare opportunity. Just hope you won't end up crying when Xiao Wu's sister beats you up. Xiao Wu gave him a meaningful look. Afterward, seeing that it was getting late, Chu Chengzu waved to the others. It's time for dinner. Let's go to the second floor of the cafeteria, I'm treating. Immediately, all the work-study students were beaming with joy. Coming from poor families, their meals at the academy were very modest, and they rarely got to enjoy anything delicious. As for the good stuff, that was out of the question. As long as they could fill their stomachs, that was already a luxury. Every time Chu Chengzu treated them to a meal, it was at the second floor of the cafeteria, where the special meals were considered a rare feast, and they always ended up eating more than usual. For Xiao Wu, who had no money at all, it was even more of a treat. Since coming to the human world, you can't imagine how Xiao Wu's sister, with no relatives or friends, managed to survive. Who among you has ever eaten blue silver grass? Well, Xiao Wu has. But that was in the past, and she'd rather not remember those days. With that, the group of 11, led by the generous Chu Chengzu, rushed toward the cafeteria. Chapter 19, How could you eat such cute bunnies? On the second floor of the cafeteria, Zhao Chenyu, the city lord's son, was celebrating with a group of his underlings. The reason for the celebration was twofold. First, he had advanced to a one-ring soul master, and second, his cousin, the former academy leader, Zhao Chenshin, had graduated, leaving Zhao Chenyu as the new academy leader. Suddenly, a commotion came from the stairs. Zhao Chenyu turned his head and saw Chu Chengzu, the don't-be-clever guy, bringing a group of work-study students to the second floor for a meal. Thinking back to the time when his city lord dad treated him to a meal of bamboo-board stir-fried meat, Zhao Chenyu still felt a twinge of pain in his backside, even though his injuries had long since healed. After the academy president, Sun An, took him to the city lord's mansion for a friendly visit with his city lord father, Zhao Chenyu had become wary of Chu Chengzu. It wasn't that he was afraid of Chu Chengzu's strength, but more that he was afraid that the shameless Chu Chengzu would cause trouble for him again. However, things were different now. Zhao Chenyu had become stronger. His strength as a one-ring soul master gave him plenty of confidence. Moreover, Zhao Chenyu could clearly feel that after he had advanced to a one-ring soul master, his city lord father had started to pay more attention to him. With that in mind, he figured that if Chu Chengzu tried to cause trouble again, his city lord father probably wouldn't treat him to any more bamboo-board stir-fried meat. Thinking this, Zhao Chenyu quickly stood up to pick a fight. Humphrey, Chu Chengzu, what's all this noise? Can't you let people eat in peace? I think there should be a sign at the cafeteria stairs. Boss, what kind of sign should we put up? One of his underlings asked, eager to help his boss pick on the work-study students. Great question. Of course, we should put up a sign saying work-study students and stray dogs are not allowed to enter. Zhao Chenyu gave his underling a satisfied look and then arrogantly said. Upon hearing this, Chu Chengzu, Xiao Wu, and the other work-study students immediately darkened their faces. Comparing them to stray dogs? That was something they simply couldn't tolerate. Zhao Chenyu, looks like you've forgotten the pain after the scar healed, huh? Do you want to feel the pain again? Chu Chengzu shot back darkly. Humphrey, shameless people should know their place. If you're so brave, don't go crying to your parents. Zhao Chenyu coldly sneered. Xiao Wu, this guy is so arrogant, don't you want to beat him up? Chu Chengzu didn't respond directly, but turned to Xiao Wu. Eh? You guys even have such a cute little girl in your work-study group this year? Little girl, mixing with work-study students won't lead to anything good. How about becoming my pet bunny? Zhao Chenyu deliberately provoked them, seizing any opportunity to anger Chu Chengzu. After all, Xiao Wu was not only cute but also had those adorable rabbit ears, which only made her more irresistible. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Wu, who had been planning to retort but still hoping to get something good out of Chu Chengzu, immediately couldn't hold back. A mere human brat wanted her, Xiao Wu, to be a pet bunny? Was he out of his mind? Will the teacher come over if we fight here? Xiao Wu glared at the arrogant Zhao Chenyu, her voice dripping with anger. I'll take care of it. Chu Chengzu patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder, signaling that he had it all under control. Zhao Chenyu, I'm giving you a chance. 1 hour from now, we'll meet in the small woods behind the academy. Each side will send one representative to fight. The loser will have to acknowledge the winner as the boss. Chu Chengzu issued a challenge. With Xiao Wu, their super strong fighter, on their side, there was no way they could lose. Plus, it would satisfy Xiao Wu's ego as the big sister. Indeed, Xiao Wu, who was already the big sister of the 7th dorm, wasn't content with just that she wanted to be the boss of the entire academy. She immediately gave Chu Chengzu a well-done look. Aren't you going to get your academy president involved? Zhao Chenyu asked, pretending to be puzzled. Whoever goes to their parents is a grandson. Chu Chengzu replied firmly. All right. Whoever goes to their parents is a grandson. Zhao Chenyu happily agreed, no longer trying to provoke him. He was just waiting for an hour later when Chu Chengzu would have to call him the boss. Confident in his victory, Zhao Chenyu and his group of work-study students were equally confident. With Xiao Wu, the big sister, on their side, defeating Zhao Chenyu would be a piece of cake. After setting the time and place for the duel, Chu Chengzu led Xiao Wu and the others to the order encounter. Xiao Wu, you're the star of this battle, so feel free to order whatever you want. Chu Chengzu said generously, pointing to the menu with various dishes. Xiao Wu eagerly nodded, her mouth watering at the sight of the delicious dishes. She quickly picked out several that looked tasty, then turned to Chu Chengzu. Order more, we have a lot of people, it won't be enough. Chu Chengzu shook his head. The few dishes she had chosen wouldn't be enough for all 11 of them. What should I order then? Xiao Wu was caught in a dilemma, feeling that this sudden happiness was overwhelming. Xiao Wu, why don't you order some spicy rabbit heads? They're so delicious, spicy and fragrant. Wang Sheng suggested. Spicy rabbit heads were one of the signature dishes on the 2nd floor of the cafeteria. They had eaten them a few times with Chu Chengzu, and Wang Sheng couldn't forget the taste. Oh no! Chu Chengzu thought, knowing that Xiao Wu was going to lose her temper. Wang Sheng and the others didn't know Xiao Wu's true identity or her aversion to eating rabbits, but Chu Chengzu certainly did. What? Spicy rabbit heads? Bunnies are so cute, how can you eat them? From now on, you're not allowed to eat bunny heads. Xiao Wu immediately became furious. For Xiao Wu, hearing about spicy rabbit heads was as upsetting as someone telling Chu Chengzu that human meat tasted delicious. Though this wasn't the same species of rabbit, they were still bunnies. Wang Sheng and the others were a bit confused. Why did Xiao Wu react so strongly to spicy rabbit heads? It was just her martial spirit, a rabbit, wasn't it? Why couldn't they eat rabbit? Besides, if she didn't eat it, that was fine, but why couldn't they eat it? However, since Xiao Wu was their big sister, and her fists were powerful, they didn't dare argue. We promise we won't eat bunny heads anymore. They all quickly assured her. Humphrey, this time I'll forgive you. But if you dare eat bunny heads again, don't blame me for being rude. Xiao Wu warned, her anger subsiding as she saw their sincerity. After this little episode, Xiao Wu wasted no time in making sure to extract some compensation from the others. Since Wang Sheng and the others had eaten bunny heads, Chu Chengzu had eaten them too. As the bunny herself, Xiao Wu had to make sure to get some blood from Chu Chengzu for those innocent bunnies. Chapter 20, Go, Xiao Wu-chan, it's decided, you're the one. 1 hour later, in the small woods behind the academy, the two groups stood facing each other. On one side were the work-study students led by Xiao Wu and Chu Chengzu, and on the other side were the second-generation nobles of Notting City, led by Zhao Chenyu. Zhao Chenyu, Martial Soul, Wolf, Level 11 Battle Soul Master. Who's coming from your side? As the work-study students gathered, and Chu Chengzu arrived, Zhao Chenyu's body began to glow with a green light. His muscles expanded, his eyes gradually turned pale green, and his arms transformed into sharp claws. A white soul ring appeared around him. White soul ring? Zhao Chenyu, are you sure you're the biological child of your city lord father? Chu Chengzu almost spit out his lunch when he saw the white first soul ring blooming on Zhao Chenyu. In the original story, this kid had a white first soul ring. Chu Chengzu had thought that with his little butterfly martial soul, Zhao Chenyu might be able to change his fate, but to his surprise, he was still following the same path as in the original. The white first soul ring was the standard for commoners who became soul masters. If their talent was decent, They might reach the level of a 10th level Soul Master before graduating from the Junior Soul Master Academy. Then, they could participate in a special soul hunting event organized by the Academy to obtain a 100-year soul ring. Although the Academy wouldn't specifically cater to any one student, and it wasn't guaranteed that a suitable soul beast would be found, most students who reached level 10 before graduation could still get a 100-year soul ring. The reason many soul masters on a continent only had white 10-year soul rings was usually due to a lack of talent. They didn't reach one-ring soul master status before graduating from the Junior Academy, and couldn't qualify for a higher-level academy. They also lacked a teacher to guide them in hunting soul beasts. Although Notting City was a small, remote town, Zhao Chenyu was still a second-generation noble, and he had a city lord father. Chu Chengzu couldn't understand why his first soul ring was just a white 10-year ring. Could it be that the city lord's mansion in Notting City didn't have the strength to hunt a 100-year soul beast? That seemed impossible. With only a soul power of 29 and even a weakling like Yu Zhaogang daring to take Tang-san to the soul beast forest to hunt 100-year soul beasts, it made no sense that Zhao Chenyu's father, a soul emperor, didn't have the ability to help him obtain a 100-year soul ring. Chu Chengzu couldn't help but suspect that Zhao Chenyu was either adopted by his city lord father, or that his mother had died early, and his father had remarried. Ridiculous. My father's martial soul is also a wolf. Zhao Chenyu immediately retorted. Then did your city lord father marry a stepmother for you? Otherwise, why would you only have a white soul ring? Damn it. Zhao Chenyu's face darkened with anger, his teeth grinding. Although the truth wasn't exactly as Chu Chengzu had said, it was close enough. It wasn't that his city lord father had married a stepmother for him, but rather that his mother had been his father's concubine. His cultivation talent was ordinary, and he wasn't highly regarded in the Zhao family. Adding to the suppression from his legitimate brothers, Zhao Chenyu's city lord father never allowed him to obtain a 100-year soul ring, fearing that Zhao Chenyu might grow too powerful and disrupt the interests of the legitimate heirs. Humphrey, stop talking nonsense, who's coming from your side? With a cold snort, Zhao Chenyu shifted the topic. The more he talked, the more awkward it became, so he decided it was better to just start the fight. Go, Xiao Wu-chan, it's decided, you're the one. Chu Chengzu pointed at Zhao Chenyu, who was already prepared for battle, and patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder. Xiao Wu. She couldn't shake the feeling that Chu Chengzu was implying something. As the saying goes, if you accept a favor, you owe a debt. And this was exactly how Xiao Wu felt right now. After enjoying a meal paid for by Chu Chengzu, and borrowing a blanket from him for the night, coupled with her dislike for Zhao Chenyu calling her a pet rabbit, Xiao Wu had no reason to refuse. What are you guys up to? Seeing that the one stepping up was the newly arrived bunny-eared little girl from the work-study group, Zhao Chenyu furrowed his brow. Wasn't the strongest person in the work-study group supposed to be Chu Chengzu? Last semester, he had fought with Chu Chengzu. Although he didn't know Chu Chengzu's exact soul power level, he knew that, in terms of physical fitness, Chu Chengzu, who was several years younger than him, wasn't much weaker. Of course, that was back then. Now that he was a one-ring soul master, even if his first soul ring was just a white 10-year ring, his physical strength had clearly improved. Moreover, the most important thing for a soul master was their soul skills. A weakling like Chu Chengzu, who wasn't even a full-fledged soul master, should be easy for him to defeat with a single move, right? What's going on? Humphrey, you don't know yet, do you? Xiao Wu-chan is the strongest in the academy. Xiao Wu proudly raised her head and said with a smug smile. With that, her soul power began to shine, and her soft bone rabbit martial soul manifested. A bright yellow soul ring appeared around her. She had heard from Wang Sheng and the others that Zhao Chenyu was the new leader of the academy. But this so-called leader was just an 11th level soul master with a white soul ring. Naturally, Xiao Wu, with her 100-year soul ring, was the strongest student among the 6 grades of the academy. SHH, a 100-year soul ring? Zhao Chenyu gasped in shock. This bunny-eared little girl was actually a one-ring soul master. And she had a 100-year soul ring that even he, the son of the city lord, born to a concubine, couldn't obtain? But that wasn't the most shocking part. A 6 or 7-year-old child could already be a full-fledged soul master. How high must her innate soul power be? Good grief, could she be the daughter of a soul master family, here to experience life in a small town like Notting City? Misunderstanding, little girl, I mean, Xiao Wu-chan, it's a misunderstanding. After the initial shock, seeing that Xiao Wu was ready to fight, Zhao Chenyu quickly changed his tone and shouted in panic, trying to clear up the misunderstanding. He was indeed arrogant, but that didn't mean he was stupid. He knew exactly who he could provoke and who he couldn't. The world of soul masters was deep and treacherous. Some people could navigate it, but he, as a mere concubine's son from a small city, Was definitely not one of them. Misunderstanding my foot. Take this. Xiao Wu wasn't going to let him off with just a misunderstanding. After all, he had earlier called her a pet rabbit. And she had to teach him a lesson for that. Without further warning, Xiao Wu shot forward like an arrow from a bow, reaching Zhao Chenyu in the blink of an eye. Before he could react, her right leg was already bent and her foot shot out, aiming directly at Zhao Chenyu's chin. Boom. Zhao Chenyu's vision blurred, and a sharp pain shot through his chin. His head snapped back, and his body was lifted off the ground. After landing a solid kick, Xiao Wu didn't stop. She jumped into the air, her right leg hooking around Zhao Chenyu's neck, then slammed him down to the ground. With a loud boom, the ground trembled slightly as Zhao Chenyu, his head spinning with stars, crashed heavily into the grass. Chapter 21, Talking about money hurts feelings. Talking about feelings hurts money. At this moment, Xiao Wu demonstrated to everyone what it truly meant to one-hit kill. With just a simple kick, a hook, and a throw without even using any soul skills, Xiao Wu swiftly knocked Zhao Chenyu out. While it was true that Zhao Chenyu had been distracted, speculating about Xiao Wu's identity and background, and had not prepared for battle, the most important factor was Xiao Wu's own strength, which far surpassed her peers. Her battle skills were also not something a one-ring soul master could match. Boss, are you okay? Despite being the son of the city lord, Zhao Chenyu still had loyal subordinates in the academy, who hurried over with concerned expressions. As for whether he was okay or not, Zhao Chenyu, who was dazed from the fall, couldn't answer. Xiao Wu-chan. Xiao Wu-chan. Xiao Wu-chan. Seeing Xiao Wu decisively take down the academy's boss, Zhao Chenyu, the work-study students cheered excitedly and called out for Xiao Wu. Unlike Chu Chengzu, who had to call for his parent to intervene, Xiao Wu had defeated the current academy boss with her own strength. With her leading the work-study students, who would dare to be rude to them in the future? Haha, keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Amidst the cheers of the work-study students, Xiao Wu placed her hands on her hips, almost laughing herself silly. Even her bunny ears stood up straight. Though she said to keep it low-key, the scene in front of her made it clear that Xiao Wu was far from a low-key person. Zhao Chenyu, who was almost concussed from the fall, could certainly attest to this. Hey, what's the deal, Zhao boss? Hurry up. After satisfying her vanity, Xiao Wu called out to Zhao Chenyu, who was still lying on the ground. Immediately, Zhao Chenyu snapped to attention, springing up like a fish flipping over. Xiao Wu had held back, and since Soul Master's physical constitution was far superior to ordinary people, though Zhao Chenyu had been knocked dazed, he wasn't seriously hurt. Zhao Chenyu respectfully said, Xiao Wu-chan, I admit defeat. From now on, you're the boss of our Notting Academy. Xiao Wu-chan was powerful and her background was extraordinary. I, Zhao Chenyu, will be your loyal follower from now on. Come over here and pay your respects to Xiao Wu-chan. With that, Zhao Chenyu gestured for his subordinates to come forward. As the newly crowned boss of the academy, Xiao Wu looked on with satisfaction as the senior students bowed and paid their respects. She also threw a glance at Chu Chengzu, silently implying that after dealing with Zhao Chenyu, all the students in the academy would now call her Xiao Wu-chan. And now she just needed Chu Chengzu, the outsider, to join in. Xiao Wu, that year, I stood with my hands on my hips, unaware of what true rivals were. You can forget about it. Chu Chengzu, having understood Xiao Wu's intent, quickly spoke up to dispel any thoughts she might have of pushing her advantage further. Humphrey. Xiao Wu snorted lightly, her plan thwarted. But since they had agreed beforehand, Xiao Wu decided to let it slide and spared the little brat. Before long, the semester had passed, and it was time for the academy's vacation. Although the official break was tomorrow, students whose homes were nearby could return home after finishing the morning's 2 classes. In the dormitory, as Chu Chengzu packed up his bedding and put his other personal items into his spatial stone, he noticed Xiao Wu, who was usually lively and cheerful, sitting on the bed with a downcast expression, kicking her little feet. Xiao Wu, the academy's on vacation. Aren't you packing to go home? Chu Chengzu asked knowingly. Home? Xiao Wu's eyes showed a hint of loneliness as she slowly shook her head. I'm not going back. I'll stay at the academy. Is there no one at home? Xiao Wu nodded. Ahem. Well then, may I have the honor of inviting a Xiao Wu-chan to visit my home? Chu Chengzu cleared his throat and made the invitation. Really? Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. Never mind then. Chu Chengzu rolled his eyes. Go, who said I'm not going? But she immediately added, just so you know, I'm not going to your house because I have nowhere else to go. It's because you invited me. Xiao Wu stared at him, then hurriedly tried to argue her case. Yes, I invited you, not because you have nowhere else to go. Chu Chengzu said with a smile. It didn't surprise Chu Chengzu that Xiao Wu accepted his invitation. After a semester of getting along, Even though they weren't in the same class, their relationship was still very good. There was no helping it. The silly little bunny didn't realize that, with her one-ring Soul Master level, she only needed to register her information at the Spirit Hall, and she would receive a monthly stipend of a gold soul coin for low-level Soul Masters. As for Xiao Wu, who was always spending money recklessly on food and fun things during shopping, the meager salary of a work-study student was far from enough to cover her expenses. Luckily, she had a friend in the dorm who wasn't lacking in money, so the concept of borrowing money had taken root in Xiao Wu's mind. By the end of the semester, Xiao Wu owed Chu Chengzu a whopping 6 gold soul coins. They say that talking about money hurts feelings, and talking about feelings hurts money. But if you don't care about money, naturally, your fondness for the other person will grow rapidly. I think you're asking for a beating. Xiao Wu was a little embarrassed and angry, raising her fist. Quickly pack up your bedding, or we'll miss lunch. Not long after, 2 small figures, each carrying a large bundle, walked out of Nodding Academy. On the way home, Chu Chengzu opened his attribute panel. Attribute panel, host, Chu Chengzu, soul power, level 6 soul master, martial soul, elemental spirit flag, skills, meditation, purple, body refining, yellow, spirit refining, yellow. Chu Chengzu considered himself a late bloomer, and that wasn't just a baseless claim. Another year had passed, and compared to the first year of martial soul awakening, his strength had greatly improved. In the first year of martial soul awakening, he had gone from half a level of innate soul power to barely reaching level 3 soul master, a 2.5 level increase in soul power. By the second year, he had progressed from a newly initiated level 3 soul master to level 6 soul master, and his soul power accumulation for this level was already halfway done, with a 3.5 level increase. It was important to note that as soul power levels increased, the amount of accumulation required also grew. Even within the same major level, the difficulty of improvement was still substantial. The higher the soul power level, the harder it was to improve, but the rate of improvement had increased, which showed that he was indeed a late bloomer. This was mainly because, in the first year of martial soul awakening, his martial soul was of average quality, and his meditation skill wasn't even at the yellow level. In the second year of martial soul awakening, he had been able to enjoy the benefits of a high-quality martial soul and yellow-level meditation skills. Chapter 22, The Little Ornament on the Big Brother's Leg. After 300 days of AFK leveling, the meditation skill had reached the purple rank by the end of the semester. The efficiency of meditation had increased by 20% compared to the yellow rank, although the full benefits had not yet been realized due to the recent upgrade. Of course, the yellow rank of the spirit refining skill was also an indispensable factor. With stronger mental power, the time for daily meditation increased, which naturally improved the results of training. As for soul power, Chu Chengzu was quite satisfied. After all, he was once a soul power waste with only half a level at birth, and now he had raised his soul power by 3.5 levels in 1 year. This was already better than many talented soul masters on the continent. However, there were still some things he wasn't completely satisfied with, like the body refining and spirit refining skills. Perhaps due to their low rank, yellow, the benefits from these skills had noticeably decreased compared to when he first started. After reaching a certain threshold, the effects began to diminish, which was normal for skills at the yellow rank. Chu Chengzu was walking home from the academy, and after a short while, he arrived at his doorstep. By the way, Chu Chengzu, do you think the dean and teacher Li will not welcome me? Before entering the gate, Xiao Wu stopped and asked with some doubt. Xiao Wu, I think I've told you many times already, I'm a year older than you. You should call me Brother Zhu. PFFT. Xiao Wu is already giving you face by not calling you Xiao Chengzu? Xiao Wu scoffed. Then return me my money. Chu Chengzu said with a straight face. Immediately, Xiao Wu's expression dropped, having been hit where it hurt. Humphrey. She snorted lightly, ignoring Chu Chengzu, and walked into the yard. Money. Why should I return it? I borrowed it with my own ability, why do I need to give it back? You little brat, what can you do about it? As for whether the dean and teacher Li would welcome her, she had already brushed it off. After all, she was Xiao Wu, the beloved big sister at the academy. How could she not be welcomed? Chu Chengzu shook his head helplessly as he watched Xiao Wu enter the house. The revolution has not yet succeeded, comrades still need to work harder. I'm home. As soon as Chu Chengzu entered the living room, he heard movement from the kitchen. Little Chengzu is back? Wait a moment, lunch will be ready soon. Came the voice of his grandmother, Li Wan. Since her precious grandson was on vacation, Li Wan had come home early to cook lunch. After all, it had been a long time since Chu Chengzu had tasted her cooking. Grandma, we have a guest. You might want to set another pair of chopsticks. A guest? Li Wan looked puzzled and peeked out of the kitchen. When she saw a shy little girl standing in the living room, her face immediately broke into a wide smile. "So, you're Xiao Wu? Come, sit down, sit down." Li Wan quickly came out to greet her. As the homeroom teacher of the 6th grade at the academy, she naturally recognized Xiao Wu, the big sister at the academy. Although Xiao Wu could be a bit mischievous, to the teachers, she was a model student. After all, in the Douluo continent, being a poor student or mischievous didn't matter as long as you had good talent and could become a powerful soul master in the future. "Hello, Teacher Li." Xiao Wu greeted sweetly. Good, good, good. Xiao Wu, don't be polite. Make yourself at home," Li Wan said with a smile. Suddenly, Li Wan noticed the luggage behind Xiao Wu and looked surprised. It seemed like this wasn't just about having lunch. "Grandma, Xiao Wu's situation is similar to mine. Since the academy is on break, I invited her to stay with us until the new semester starts." Upon hearing this, Li Wan immediately understood. Another poor child. "No problem, I'll have someone tidy up the room. Xiao Wu, just stay here and relax." "Thank you, Teacher Li." No need, no need. If you don't mind, you can call me Grandma, just like Chengzu," Li Wan said, her face beaming. "Grandma, good." Xiao Wu hesitated for a moment but agreed. Good, good, good. I've always wanted a granddaughter, but I never had the chance. I didn't expect the heavens to send me one now." When Xiao Wu called her grandma, Li Wan was delighted. Xiao Wu had only been in the human world for nearly a year, and Xiao Wu understood that calling an older woman grandma wasn't just for one's biological grandmother. It could also be used for elderly female relatives or friends. As for calling her mom, Xiao Wu still had some resistance, as her own mother had passed away not long ago. But calling someone grandma felt much easier to accept. At this moment, Xiao Wu didn't realize that Li Wan, too, was happy because, in her eyes, Chu Chengzi had already become a small ornament on Xiao Wu's leg in the future. "Xiao Wu, come on, call me brother and let me hear it." Chu Chengzi smiled at Xiao Wu. "Brother? You're my little brother, right? Want me to call you brother? Wait until you can beat me first," Xiao Wu said, rolling her eyes. She was not going to call him brother. After all, he was just a little brat. As for being her little brother, that was a different matter. Chu Chengzu, so, this is what it means to be a family member? Chapter 23, Gaining Ground. Having been forced into the little brother role in the family, the originally enjoyable and hearty lunch turned into a dull affair for Chu Chengzu. While Xiao Wu ate happily, Chu Chengzu's thoughts were already far from the table. "No, I need to speed up my growth. Otherwise, this little rabbit will soon be riding on my head." Glancing at Xiao Wu, who was joyfully devouring her food, Chu Chengzu couldn't help but think to himself. In the afternoon, Xiao Wu lazily sprawled out on a lounge chair, soaking up the sun, while Chu Chengzu began training his body refining skill. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A river is formed by small streams. Chu Chengzu fully agreed with this idea. When the opponent is slacking off, it's the perfect time to train quietly. One day, when the wind rises, soaring to great heights, this foolish little rabbit will be at his mercy. Suddenly, Xiao Wu, with a curious expression, asked, "Hey, little Chu, what are you doing over there? Practicing punches and kicking your legs? I always saw you doing that at the academy." Yeah, you're right," Chu Chengzu replied, not stopping his movements, and just agreeing with whatever she said. "Wait until my strength surpasses yours, then you'll see." Something's off. This doesn't feel right. Touching her chin, Xiao Wu fell into deep thought. She felt that Chu Chengzu's reaction was strange. Normally, he would snap back at her with his sharp tongue whenever she teased him. Yet, now, when she teased him, he didn't respond at all. There had to be something fishy going on. And she even called him Little Chu. Yet he didn't react? Thus, the little Sherlock Holmes Xiao Wu was on the case. After observing carefully, Xiao Wu noticed that Chu Chengzu's punches and kicks followed a certain pattern. She also realized that while he was performing these movements, his soul power was circulating in a rhythmic manner. Clearly, these movements must provide some benefits, otherwise, why would Chu Chengzu go through the trouble of doing them? Unable to contain her curiosity, Xiao Wu finally asked, "Are you practicing a soul skill?" "Why?" Chu Chengzu glanced at her. "Teach me." No matter what the effect of the soul skill was, she would learn it first. If it wasn't that great, she could stop practicing it, but if it was powerful, she definitely didn't want to miss out. "Call me brother. And I'll teach you," Chu Chengzu said with a serious face, refusing. He understood the principle that teach the disciple, starve the master. If he taught Xiao Wu the body refining skill, wouldn't his chances of turning things around be even further away? Of course, if their relationship remained stable, he could teach her later on. Xiao Wu had no significant backing, so Chu Chengzu wasn't worried about her spreading his self-developed skills across the continent. Really not going to teach me? Xiao Wu asked with a playful smile. Not going to teach you? Fine, I'll go tell Grandma that you won't teach me. With that, Xiao Wu pretended to storm off to complain to Li Yuan. This was where having a grandma came in handy. Oh, you won't teach me? I have ways to make you do it. Hey, Xiao Wu, you can't be so shameless. Chu Chengzu frowned, feeling somewhat heartbroken. At that moment, he couldn't help but wonder if inviting Xiao Wu over as a guest was akin to inviting a little ancestor into his home. I'm a rabbit, after all. Xiao Wu shamelessly laughed. Xiao Wu didn't care about being shameless. What did that have to do with her? Of course, she didn't think Chu Chengzu would understand the deeper meaning behind her words. As long as he thought she was just arguing, it was fine. Do you really want to learn? Xiao Wu nodded eagerly. This is a self-created soul skill that enhances physical fitness. Are you sure you want to learn it? Yes. Xiao Wu nodded even more quickly. As a transformed 100,000-year-old soul beast, she understood the importance of physical fitness better than many ordinary soul masters. Moreover, as a transformed soul beast, the significance of physical fitness was even more crucial for her. Soul masters obtain their soul rings by hunting soul beasts, while Xiao Wu's soul rings were self-generated. Whether she could advance and the quality of her soul rings depended on whether her physical fitness was strong enough to bear the strain. Xiao Wu never expected that the seemingly insignificant Chu Chengzu would have such a powerful self-created soul skill. My mouth's a bit dry. It's inconvenient to teach now. Chu Chengzu said, making a small request. Okay, wait here. Immediately, Xiao Wu hurried off to fetch water for him. Here. Soon, Xiao Wu returned with a glass of plain water. Not bad. Chu Chengzu took the cup and took a sip, feeling quite refreshed. It wasn't that the water was particularly tasty, but the fact that the one running the errand was the bad-tempered Xiao Wu, the big sister. Huh? My shoulder feels a bit sore. Not quite right. After finishing the water, Chu Chengzu pretended to rub his shoulder. Chu Chengzu, I advise you not to push your luck. Xiao Wu warned, her expression turning unfriendly. Cough, Xiao Wu, you misunderstood. My shoulder really is a bit sore. As someone who had lived a second life, Chu Chengzu figured that his acting might not fool the experienced old foxes, but he thought it would be fine to fool this foolish little rabbit. Anyway, the truth didn't really matter. As long as she still wanted to learn, his shoulder soreness was real. You're not going to say your legs are sore too, are you? No. Good, because if your legs hurt, it won't just be soreness, it'll be pain. Xiao Wu raised her fist, warning Chu Chengzu. Chu Chengzu, sigh. Chu Chengzu had originally planned to teach Xiao Wu both the body refining and mental refining skills, as well as the purple level meditation skill. But with Xiao Wu's attitude, he decided to hold back and not teach her the meditation skill. The body refining skill would at most help Xiao Wu get a higher level soul ring, and the mental refining skill had limited current effects, mainly just extending her meditation time. But the purple level meditation skill was different. Compared to the initial gray level meditation, the purple level skill had increased soul power cultivation efficiency by 70%. Xiao Wu's natural talent far surpassed his, and if she mastered the purple meditation skill, when would he ever catch up to her? Chu Chengzu swore that this wasn't about wanting to catch up with Xiao Wu's soul power level quickly. He just didn't want this little rabbit to grow too fast and get too full of herself. He was doing it for her own good. Definitely not hiding anything on purpose. Yes, that's it. Chapter 24, Brother, dinner's ready. Unfortunately, Chu Chengzu ultimately softened his heart. Since he had decided to train the cute little rabbit-eared girl, how could he possibly hide anything from her? Teach the disciple, starve the master? Not happening. This wasn't some secret technique that would put his livelihood at risk. After all, the disciple wouldn't be competing for his meal. However, as the teaching began, Chu Chengzu realized that calling Xiao Wu stupid was really an understatement. What he considered to be simple skills, Xiao Wu had still not mastered after an entire week of effort. Was it his teaching that was lacking? No, it was just that this little rabbit was too dumb. He had also taught these 3 skills to his grandparents, who, despite their mediocre talent, were making progress, albeit slowly. Every little bit helped. As for the origins of these techniques, no need to explain, as long as they could be practiced, the origins didn't matter. 3 days later, under his careful guidance, Xiao Wu finally mastered the purple level meditation skill, following the body and spirit strengthening techniques. Wow, is it really this effective? When Xiao Wu started practicing, she immediately noticed the remarkable difference in the meditation technique Chu Chengzu had taught her. Her meditation efficiency had increased by over 70% compared to before. By the way, With such a powerful meditation technique, why haven't you become a soul master yet? Suddenly, Xiao Wu thought of something and looked at Chu Chengzu with suspicion. After all, Chu Chengzu had awakened his martial soul 2 years ago, and with such a powerful meditation method, how could he not have reached level 10 by now? Immediately, Chu Chengzu's face darkened. Xiao Wu's words felt like a sharp knife stabbing deep into his chest, hitting a very sore spot. You little brat, what do you know? With his innate half-level soul power, Chu Chengzu had already reached over level 6 in 2 years. That was already quite impressive. Take Feng Xiaoshan, for example, who was born with full soul power. He was 24 years old and only reached level 44 soul master. Without considering his initial 10-level advantage, his 4 soul rings contributed about 5 levels, meaning in 18 years, he only gained 29 levels, less than 1.6 levels per year. Although the later stages of cultivation were certainly more difficult, and Feng Xiaoshan was an exception with his self-created soul techniques, Chu Chengzu's cultivation speed was already exceptional. What? You've only gained 6 levels of soul power and still haven't become a soul master? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. 2 years to gain 6 levels, averaging 3 levels per year at this rate, Chu Chengzu's innate soul power must be quite high. But the problem was, if he had gained 6 levels and still wasn't a soul master, his innate soul power must be below level 4? Is that so? Truly a little brat. Upon hearing this, Chu Chengzu's face fell. Yeah, being a genius who only gained 3 levels per year and still hadn't reached level 10, who would believe that? Geez, little Chu, it's okay if your talent is poor. Don't be sad, from now on, Xiao Wu will take care of you. Xiao Wu patted Chu Chengzu's shoulder with a bright smile, trying to comfort him. Humphrey, I don't need you to take care of me. Just watch, by this time next year, I'll almost be a full-fledged soul master. PFFT. As soon as Chu Chengzu said that, Xiao Wu couldn't help but burst into laughter. By this time next year? Gaining 3 levels per year means little Chu is only around level 6 or 7? Wow, I didn't expect little Chu to be this much of a slacker. Could it be that he has less than 1 level innate soul power, like those bottom-tier students at the academy? Immediately, Xiao Wu began to carefully observe Chu Chengzu. What are you staring at? If you keep looking, I won't teach you any more good stuff. Flustered, Chu Chengzu threatened. Okay, Xiao Wu won't look anymore, I won't look anymore. Although she said she wouldn't look, Xiao Wu's smile showed that she almost rolled on the floor laughing. Humphrey. Chu Chengzu snorted and stopped paying attention to Xiao Wu, focusing on his own training. The rest of the day, Chu Chengzu ignored Xiao Wu completely. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu had learned from Sunan and Li Wan that Chu Chengzu's martial soul had undergone a malignant mutation, which caused his innate soul power to be only half a level. For a moment, Xiao Wu's emotions became very complicated. As a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast, her cultivation talent was on par with that of someone with full innate soul power. Moreover, because she was recovering her powers, she had no bottleneck below titled Luo. In a way, her cultivation talent was even better than those with full innate soul power. Chu Chengzu, on the other hand, had only half a level of innate soul power. If he were anyone else, he would have given up long ago. Even if he hadn't, with his innate soul power being so low, an improvement of 1 level per year would have been considered impressive. But Chu Chengzu was different. Through his own effort, he had created an incredible cultivation method, allowing him to increase his soul power by 6 levels in 2 years. A perfect example of a waste material turning into a genius through hard work. This made Xiao Wu realize that she shouldn't, and didn't have the right to mock him. Although her mockery was playful and not meant to belittle him, Xiao Wu still felt a bit embarrassed. Chu Chengzu, that's right, all I've relied on is my own effort. Yep, effort and some hacks. In the evening, Chu Chengzu was practicing his body-strengthening techniques in the yard. Brother, dinner's ready. Suddenly, a sweet and soft voice reached his ears. The soft voice made Chu Chengzu jump in shock. Turning around, he saw Xiao Wu standing at the door of the living room, smiling at him. What did you just call me? Is my ear broken? Chu Chengzu asked, not quite believing that it was Xiao Wu who had called him that. Humphrey. You can eat or not, I don't care. After calling him brother for the first time in her life, Xiao Wu immediately changed her attitude when Chu Chengzu didn't react. Say it again, I want to hear it. To his surprise, when Xiao Wu called him brother, it made his bones almost turn to jelly. Then you can stay hungry. Xiao Wu rolled her eyes at him and turned to leave without looking back. Chapter 25, True Spirit Flag Martial Soul. 1 year later. 2 figures, one big and one small, walked through the soul hunting forest located 400 miles northeast of Notting City. After 3 years since his martial soul awakening, the now 9-year-old Chu Chengzu had finally raised his innate half-level soul power to the 10th level, becoming a soul master. Chu Chengzu, 3 years, 3 years, and 3 more years. I can finally become a soul master. Attribute panel host, Chu Chengzu soul power, 10th level soul master martial soul, true spirit flag skills, meditation, purple, body refining, yellow, spirit refining, yellow. Another year passed, and the martial soul that had been in the second of 2 slots in the automatic leveling panel had finally upgraded to top tier quality. As a perfect martial soul with no flaws, the original limitation of the elemental spirit summoning flag, which could only accommodate 6 soul rings, had disappeared. Now, as long as Chu Chengzu could break through the bottleneck, he could continue to cultivate all the way to the 9-ring titled Luo realm. Moreover, after the martial soul evolved, the spirit summoning bloodline, which had previously been suppressed to top tier quality, was now enhanced to below the god level. Most importantly, after the transformation, the summoned spirit would now possess intelligence. As a primate, Chu Chengzu knew how important intelligence was. If the summoned spirit did not have intelligence, it would be a significant weakness. In such a case, if he were controlled by a spiritual type soul master, and his summoned spirit lacked intelligence, it would become a mindless beast, and without his guidance, it would be easily defeated by the enemy. However, with intelligence, the summoned spirit would not only avoid such a fate but could also be trained to fight like a coordinated soul master team, even defeating enemies stronger than itself. This was why Chu Chengzu named his evolved martial soul True Spirit Flag. Of course, this wasn't the most important part. The most significant benefit was that after the martial soul evolved into the True Spirit Flag, his soul power cultivation speed had also increased. If the ordinary elemental spirit summoning flag had a soul power cultivation speed of 1, the advanced elemental spirit summoning flag had a speed of 2, and now, the top-tier True Spirit Flag had a cultivation speed of 3. While the increase wasn't a full doubling of the original speed, Chu Chengzu was still satisfied. With his top-tier martial soul and the current purple level meditation skill, his soul power cultivation speed was not far behind that of someone with innate full-level soul power. The benefits of automatic leveling were significant, and Chu Chengzu had originally planned to continue leveling his martial soul. However, when he saw that upgrading his True Spirit Flag martial soul to a god-level martial soul would require 10 times the time, nearly 10,000 days, or more than 27 years, he immediately gave up on the idea. After all, 10,000 days was a long time, and he couldn't afford to wait that long. Nevertheless, he believed that the efficiency of automatic leveling would increase over time, so upgrading to a god-level martial soul could be put off for later. For now, the only one in the younger generation of soul masters who could surpass him in terms of martial soul rank was Kion Renxu. Having previously been dissatisfied with the decreasing effectiveness of his yellow-level body refining skill, Chu Chengzu decisively removed his martial soul from the first automatic leveling slot and placed body refining in it instead. Chengzu, have you decided to choose the sky blue tree for your first soul ring? Sunan asked as he looked at Chu Chengzu in the forest. Yes, but it's not set in stone. A 600 to 700-year-old healing-type soul beast would also work. Chu Chengzu nodded first, then shook his head. His martial soul was unlike many others in the world. It had no inherent bias, and any soul beast's soul ring could be added to it. However, considering his own cultivation needs, Chu Chengzu had chosen to focus on a healing-type soul beast for his first summoned spirit. In the world of soul masters, if there were to be a ranking of healing-type martial souls, the 9-star begonia would undoubtedly rank at the top. Among soul beasts, the Emerald Swan was considered the top healing-type soul beast, although such rare and powerful soul beasts were extremely hard to find. However, the soul hunting forest he was in was part of the artificial soul hunting forest of the Tandu Empire, which didn't have the same variety of soul beasts as the starred forest. Thus, the chances of finding such top-tier soul beasts were virtually non-existent. Instead, the sky blue tree, a more commonly found plant-type healing soul beast, could be found in many of the continent's soul hunting forests. Although the sky blue tree wasn't well known among soul beasts and had a relatively weak bloodline, and no soul master had ever seen a 10,000-year-old one, for Chu Chengzu, the bloodline level of the target soul beast wasn't the key factor. Both martial souls and soul beasts could undergo transformations as their cultivators advanced. Even if a martial soul started as an ordinary quality 1, as long as the soul master reached level 90 or above, their martial soul's quality would never be lower than top tier. Soul beasts followed a similar pattern. Any 100,000-year-old soul beast would possess a top-tier bloodline. For example, the blue silver grass, a famous weak martial soul, could transform into the blue silver emperor after evolving, becoming a top-tier martial soul or soul beast. Since Chu Chengzu had the ability to accelerate the automatic leveling of soul rings, even if the sky blue tree's bloodline wasn't impressive initially, as long as he leveled it up to 10,000 years, its bloodline would be upgraded to high tier. If it reached 100,000 years, it would become a top-tier soul beast, and if it reached 1 million years, it would likely evolve into a divine beast. Of course, once the Sky Blue Tree's bloodline was enhanced, it would no longer be called the Sky Blue Tree. Just like how a flood dragon would become a true dragon after evolving. 600 to 700 years? Sunan raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, but he didn't object. He was well aware of the mysterious body refining technique his grandson had developed. Although the effects were negligible for him, a Soul King, it was undoubtedly a legendary divine technique for a child who hadn't yet become an official Soul Master. A 600 to 700-year-old Soul Ring was far from excessive for someone like Chu Chengzu, whose physical strength far exceeded that of his peers and most Soul Masters of the same rank. Chapter 26, Soul Hunting Forest. Suddenly, Sunan stopped. Be careful, a soul beast is coming. He turned to remind Chu Chengzu, who was following behind, and then focused his attention on the bushes ahead. Although he was a Soul Master at the fourth ring, the Soul Hunting Forest was no ordinary place. If one were careless, it was entirely possible to fall into danger. Moreover, he wasn't alone today, he had a child with him. Soon, a rustling sound reached Chu Chengzu's ears, and he could vaguely smell a hint of blood in the air, mixed with a faint sweet and tea-like fragrance. Poison-type soul beast? Sunan raised an eyebrow, and his soul power flared as he summoned his crimson-red spear martial soul, with 4 soul rings yellow, and purple glowing around him. Chu Chengzu could clearly see that his grandfather's first soul ring, although a 100-year soul ring, had a very faint color, likely only around 100 or 200 years old. The second soul ring was much darker, likely over 500 years old. The third soul ring should have been a purple, 1000-year soul ring, but unfortunately, due to his grandfather's lack of a powerful background, it had to be a substitute, a 100-year soul ring with a deep yellow color tinged with purple. Chu Chengzu knew this was a soul ring over 900 years old but had not reached 1000 years. As for the fourth soul ring, it was a pale purple, estimated to be around 1 or 2000 years old, not quite the best match for a soul master. Not long after, the rustling stopped. Chu Chengzu peeked ahead and saw a dark green triangular snake head rising from the bushes, with ruby red eyes staring directly at them. Is that a Modula snake? Chu Chengzu immediately recognized the intruder. During his 3 years at Notting Academy, he hadn't been idle. Besides his training, he had read a lot of books about soul beasts. While he might not recognize mutated or rare soul beasts, he certainly knew common ones like the Modula snake, which could be found in the soul hunting forest. Get lost. Sunan pointed his crimson spear at the Modula snake, releasing his powerful aura and shouting at the creature. Soul beasts were considered renewable resources, but their growth cycles were long. Since the Modula snake hadn't caused any harm to the grandfather and grandson, Sunan had no intention of killing it. He just wanted to drive it away. Of course, the Modula snake, being of low intelligence, couldn't understand his words. However, lack of intelligence didn't mean it was mindless. When faced with a powerful bipedal soul beast, most soul beasts, unless they were extremely bloodthirsty, would typically flee to avoid danger. As expected, when Sunan released his overwhelming aura, the Modula snake trembled, quickly retracting its head and slithering away. Huh? That Modula snake is nearly 4 meters long. Could it be the mother's bind snake from the legend? Chu Chengzu thought to himself, remembering the famous technique from Tang-san in Douluo. Chengzu, were you scared by that Modula snake? After scaring the snake away, Sunan turned and teased Chu Chengzu, who seemed a little dazed. Chu Chengzu? What, scared? Well, maybe just a little. A nearly 4-meter-long venomous snake, with its scales writhing as it moved, who wouldn't be scared? After the brief encounter, the grandfather and grandson continued searching for their target in the soul hunting forest. 2 hours later. Hey, Grandpa, is that the sky blue tree over there? Chu Chengzu pointed to a sturdy tree about 7 meters tall, with a crown of about 30 square meters, its branches covered in dense dark green leaves. Indeed, it was a small tree. In the soul hunting forest, where towering trees over 50 meters high were common, a 7-meter tree was considered a small sapling. Yes, but judging by its aura, its age is probably under 600 years. Sunan nodded. Judging the age of a soul beast by its size wasn't always accurate. Just like humans have different body types, the same species of soul beasts can vary in size depending on their environment, the nutrients they absorb, and the food they consume. Even soul beasts of the same age can show significant size differences. To accurately determine the age of a soul beast, one would need to sense the fluctuations in its soul power. Of course, if one's sensing ability was insufficient, size could still be a useful indicator, as it generally wouldn't have too much error. After a moment of thought, Chu Chengzu said, let's list it as a backup target. If we find something better in the next couple of days, we can skip this sky blue tree. But if we don't find anything suitable, I can use it for my first soul ring. Alright. Sunan nodded. Perhaps fate was smiling upon them, or perhaps it was heaven's mercy on Chu Chengzu, the super trash who had managed to reach the 10th level of soul power in just 3 years. The next morning, they encountered a more suitable target. A sky blue tree over 8 meters tall, with a crown nearly 50 square meters wide. Chengzu, this sky blue tree's age is around 650 years. This should be just right. Sunan said. Yes, this one will do. Chu Chengzu nodded. Then, the grandfather and grandson began collecting dry wood nearby. Why? To kill the sky blue tree. On the Douluo continent, there were many restrictions on how soul masters could absorb soul rings. One of the key rules was that the soul beast must be killed by the soul master, or at least, the soul beast's death must occur without any interference from other living beings' soul power. Otherwise, the soul ring would be contaminated and unusable. For animal-type soul beasts, skilled hunters could subdue or severely injure the beast, leaving the final blow to the soul master who needed the soul ring to advance. However, plant-type soul beasts were very different. Most soul masters couldn't tell if a plant soul beast was severely injured and on the brink of death. The next strike might kill it, or it might still have the strength to fight back. And unless the plant soul beast had a core like a tree heart, there was no clear weak point. For example, with the 8-meter-tall sky blue tree in front of them, Chu Chengzu knew that finishing it off wasn't going to be easy. Fortunately, plant-type soul beasts generally had a significant weakness: they were immobile or very slow-moving. By collecting some dry wood, pouring oil on it, and lighting it with a spark, Chu Chengzu could sit back and wait for the soul ring to appear. No need for axes or saws. This mobility issue was one of the main reasons why plant-type soul masters with white first soul rings were much rarer than those from other types of soul beasts. Chapter 27, Flames engulfed the tree before long. With the efforts of the grandfather and grandson, a large pile of firewood had accumulated beneath the sky blue tree's trunk. Next, Sunan took several wooden barrels from his storage soul tool and tossed them toward the pile of firewood. Sky blue tree? Throwing would pose no direct threat, and neither did tossing barrels filled with flammable oil. The sky blue tree, with its instinct and lack of intelligence, failed to detect any danger and remained motionless, like a mountain. Boom boom boom, the barrels cracked open upon hitting the ground, spilling the oil everywhere, and a pungent odor filled the air. Of course, the sky blue tree didn't have a nose, so it couldn't sense the deadly threat posed by the black liquid. Seeing everything proceed according to plan without any issues, Chu Chengzu took out a fire stick, lit the oil-soaked wooden stick in his hand, and threw it at the unsuspecting sky blue tree, which was blissfully unaware of its impending demise. Boom. The oil was of excellent quality, and as soon as the fire stick landed, it quickly ignited a roaring fire. Bang bang bang. As the fire spread, the sky blue tree could no longer remain still. Several thick roots broke through the ground and instinctively began to strike at the firewood pile. Unfortunately, the tree didn't have the intelligence to realize that the more it struck its roots, the higher the flames grew. The reason for this was simple: the barrels of oil that had only leaked before were now shattered by the tree's roots, causing the oil to splatter and further intensifying the fire. Starting a fire in a forest. I wonder how many years the government will imprison us for this. Looking at the result of their handiwork, Chu Chengzu couldn't help but think to himself. Of course, the Tandu Empire didn't prohibit soul masters from setting fires in forests, otherwise, fire-type soul masters would be the first to object, and fire-type soul beasts wouldn't follow the laws of the Tandu Empire either. Moreover, starting a fire to burn down the entire soul-hunting forest was far more difficult than one might imagine. Although the forest was full of vegetation, dry wood and dead grass were surprisingly scarce. Furthermore, most plants had some degree of soul power, so unless a titled Douluo with the fire element were involved, even if someone intentionally set a fire, it would be nearly impossible to burn the entire soul-hunting forest down. Under the intense heat of the flames, the unlucky sky blue tree was completely still within 10 minutes. In fact, the tree lasted as long as it did thanks to its status as a soul beast. Without soul power protection and frequent use of soul techniques to heal itself, Chu Chengzu estimated that it would have been burned to death in less than 3 minutes. Soon, a deep yellow soul ring emerged from the blazing fire. Seeing the soul ring appear, Chu Chengzu's face lit up with joy, but then he immediately showed a bitter expression. The fire was still burning. How was he supposed to absorb the soul ring? Absorbing a soul ring while bathing in flames? That would be suicide. Wait a bit, the fire should die down soon. Sunan said, noticing Chu Chengzu's predicament. Chu Chengzu, a little frustrated, nodded in agreement. There was no stream or river nearby to put out the fire, so they could only wait for the flames to die down on their own. The oil they had poured was not much, and the firewood burned quickly. After about a minute, the fire began to subside. However, Chu Chengzu didn't rush to approach and absorb the soul ring. The heat from the flames was still too intense, and to avoid injury, it was better to wait a little longer. After all, soul rings might have a time limit, but they wouldn't dissipate that quickly. Another half an hour passed, and Chu Chengzu felt it was time. With a faint blue light glowing around him, he summoned his true spirit flag martial soul and prepared to approach and absorb the soul ring. Huh? Chengzu, your martial soul seems to have changed? Su Nan said with surprise, noticing the small flag in Chu Chengzu's hand. In his memory, Chengzu's martial soul had always been a gray flag that looked like a low-quality item. How did it suddenly look so different? Really? Grandpa, you must be mistaken. My martial soul has always been like this. Chu Chengzu replied, feigning confusion. Some of the enhancements he had gained through his special abilities, like meditation, body refining, and spirit refining, he could share with his family. These achievements could be explained through self-created soul techniques. But he couldn't explain the upgrade of his martial soul, and he certainly couldn't share it, so Chu Chengzu decided to play it off. After all, his grandfather had only seen his martial soul once, during the awakening. After 3 years, even if there were slight differences, it would be easy to fool him. Remember wrong? Looks like Grandpa is really getting old, even forgetting Chengzu's martial soul. Su Nan said, stroking his chin, shaking his head. Hearing this, Chu Chengzu felt a little embarrassed. Shaking his head, he pushed aside the guilt he felt and stepped forward to absorb the soul ring. With the faint blue glow of soul power guiding it, the 100-year-old sky blue tree soul ring slowly flew toward Chu Chengzu. As the soul ring approached, Chu Chengzu felt a powerful pressure descending on him, as though the gravitational pull of the Douluo star had suddenly increased several times. Soon, the soul ring reached above his head. Before he had any chance to react, it suddenly contracted and transformed into a solid yellow ring, about the size of a bracelet, and directly landed on his right hand, where his true spirit flag martial soul was. Suddenly, Chu Chengzu felt an overwhelming surge of energy flooding into his body, as though it was about to burst him apart. Without hesitation, he immediately activated his meditation skill, fully focusing on refining the soul power that was rushing into his body from the sky blue tree's soul ring. The purple-level meditation skill was extraordinary. Not only did it allow Chu Chengzu to absorb soul power at a much faster rate, but it also greatly improved his ability to recover and refine the energy, far surpassing the regular meditation methods that most soul masters across the continent used. As the meditation skill took effect, the turbulent and violent energy from the soul ring began to calm down. Chu Chengzu felt the pressure ease significantly, allowing him to focus on the refining process. Time passed slowly. After more than 10 minutes, seeing Chu Chengzu seated cross-legged, calmly absorbing the soul ring without showing any signs of being overwhelmed, Su Nan finally relaxed. Although he had anticipated that Chu Chengzu could absorb a soul ring of around 700 years, Su Nan couldn't help but feel nervous as the moment approached. After all, he knew that there were no precedents on the continent for a soul master at level 10 absorbing a soul ring of such an age. Whether it was truly possible or not, he couldn't be at ease until he saw it with his own eyes. But now, after more than a quarter of an hour, if there were any danger, it should have manifested by now. Since there were no signs of him being overwhelmed, and the situation seemed to be stabilizing, it meant that his grandson was indeed on the verge of making history, setting a new precedent for the entire continent. Chapter 28, First Soul Skill, Summon, Sky Blue Tree. As the sun began to set, Chu Chengzu opened his eyes and realized it was already late afternoon. He glanced at his attribute panel host, Chu Chengzu Soul Power, Level 13 Soul Master Martial Soul, True Spirit Flag Soul Ring, Yellow, 652 years, First Soul Skill, Summon, Sky Blue Tree Skills, Meditation, Purple, Body Refining, Yellow, Spirit Refining, Yellow, 652 years, and Level 13 Soul Power. Chu Chengzu raised an eyebrow as he looked at the panel. Normally, a first soul ring of around 400 years would push a soul master to level 12. In the original story, Tang-san reached level 13 after absorbing his first soul ring because he had spent 3 months cultivating before doing so. During that time, he had been working on his soul power. However, with Chu Chengzu's starting point at level 10, absorbing a 652-year soul ring and advancing to level 13 seemed perfectly normal. Moreover, because the Sky Blue Tree's summon ability was tied to the wood attribute, Chu Chengzu could now convert his non-attribute soul power into wood attribute soul power at will. Unfortunately, this ability didn't seem to have much immediate use. Realizing that now wasn't the time to explore his cheat abilities, Chu Chengzu closed the attribute panel after a brief glance. Has it really been half the day already? He looked up at the setting sun and was momentarily surprised. He hadn't noticed how quickly time had passed while refining the soul ring. Suddenly, Chu Chengzu felt a slight constriction around his body. Looking down, he realized his clothes had become somewhat tight. This wasn't because his clothes had shrunk, but because his physical body had grown taller after absorbing the soul ring and advancing his soul power. Naturally, his clothes no longer fit as well. This growth was a result of the soul power's influence on the body, which was why many talented young soul masters, despite being young in age, looked much older due to the physical changes triggered by their soul power. "How do you feel, little Chengzu?" Sunan's voice broke the silence. "Feeling great." Chu Chengzu grinned, looking at the deep yellow soul ring that now adorned his body. "Try releasing your soul skill," Sunan encouraged. Chu Chengzu nodded slightly, and a faint blue glow of soul power surrounded him. His true spirit flag martial soul rapidly expanded to human size. "Huh? There's a new sky blue tree pattern?" Chu Chengzu noticed for the first time that a dark green tree-like design had appeared on his previously dull true spirit flag. It was the symbol of the sky blue tree summon. It was normal for his martial soul to change after absorbing the soul ring, so Chu Chengzu wasn't particularly surprised. The addition of the summoning symbol made the flag appear much more refined than before. With a flick of his wrist, the flag swirled, and the deep yellow soul ring flared as soul power surged. Suddenly, a figure identical to the sky blue tree materialized beside him. "Wow, little Chengzu, does the summoned sky blue tree look any different from the original?" Sunan asked curiously, eyeing the ethereal tree. "Not really," Chu Chengzu replied. He then made the sky blue tree release a greenish light towards Sunan. Although the true spirit flag martial soul allowed the summoned tree to possess some basic intelligence, due to the low age of the soul ring, the sky blue tree was still in its instinctual state and required Chu Chengzu's direct control. "It's pretty good. The healing ability is about the level of a second ring healer," Sunan praised after feeling the healing power of the summoned tree. Chu Chengzu, however, wasn't as pleased. He noticed that using the healing skill drained a portion of his soul power. As expected, the law of energy conservation applied everywhere. When he first summoned the sky blue tree, he hadn't noticed any significant soul power consumption, and he had hoped that he could rely on it for future battles without worrying about running out of energy. But now, he realized that the soul power cost was quite significant. "There's a downside." Chu Chengzu frowned. "The soul power for the summon skill comes from me, so once my soul power is depleted, the summon tree will disappear." "Well, it's not a big deal for now," Sunan commented. "You've got a martial soul capable of summoning creatures equal to the soul beast sage, which is already very powerful." Chu Chengzu nodded. "Yeah, I suppose. Well, having a weakness wasn't ideal. As long as he didn't engage in evenly matched battles, his powerful martial soul should be enough to overpower most opponents. He could rely on his high-quality martial soul and focus on defeating enemies quickly. As for the quality of his soul power, he decided not to worry about that for now. Once he reached a higher level and figured out how to cultivate multiple soul cores like in later stages, he could address the quality issue. Every martial soul has its flaws. But being able to summon creatures with the same age as the soul beast is already an extraordinary ability. Sunan said, not overly concerned about the soul power consumption. Chu Chengzu nodded again, acknowledging that there were always trade-offs in any system. As long as he used his martial soul wisely, he could make up for its shortcomings. As evening approached, Chu Chengzu stored the sky blue tree summon and, along with Sunan, began heading toward the entrance of the hunting soul forest. On the way back, Chu Chengzu reflected on the changes brought by his advancement and the newly unlocked features. Not much had changed. His AFK system still had 2 slots, and the efficiency remained unchanged. As for the new AFK feature related to soul rings, it allowed him to increase the age of his soul ring by 10 years per day of autoplay. However, it only increased the soul ring's age and the resulting physical benefits, not his soul power. The feature didn't increase his soul power directly. The AFK system only helped improve the soul ring's age, but it didn't address the consequences of increasing its age. Is it my soul power level that's too low, or is this the final version of the system? Chu Chengzu thought, feeling frustrated. If his soul power was insufficient to trigger further changes, that was fine, but if this was the final version of the system, the usefulness of his cheat would drop significantly. After all, it would take over 20 years to upgrade to a divine-grade martial soul, and by then, his advantage would be gone. Still, Chu Chengzu leaned toward the second possibility. Since his cheat could upgrade even divine-grade martial souls, it didn't make sense for it to be so weak. Chapter 29, on the importance of low profile. After returning to the small town outside the soul hunting forest, night had already fallen. The two did not continue their journey back overnight. They stayed in the town for the night and returned to Notting City the next morning by carriage. The distance of 400 miles wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. In the previous life, it would have taken just a few hours by car, But on the Douluo continent, with underdeveloped transportation, they spent the entire day and the morning traveling by carriage before returning to Notting City. "We're back." As soon as they entered the courtyard, Chu Chengzu shouted inside. "Zhao Chu, you've finally advanced to a Soul Master?" Soon, hearing the noise, Xiao Wu rushed out of the living room to greet them. The word "finally" was used very appropriately, but Chu Chengzu didn't like it. "I can't be bothered with you." He rolled his eyes at Xiao Wu and entered the living room without a word. It wasn't that he was being rude, but he was feeling a little down. Yes, he had become a one-ring Soul Master, but compared to Xiao Wu, he still felt inferior. Xiao Wu's cultivation talent was equivalent to innate full soul power, so her cultivation speed had always been fast. Plus, she had learned the purple level meditation method last year, which made her upgrading speed even faster. 2 years ago, when Xiao Wu first came to Notting Academy, she was only a 12th level Soul Master. By the time the semester ended, she was just a 15th level Soul Master. But now, Xiao Wu had already become a second-ring Great Soul Master not long ago. As for Xiao Wu's second soul ring, this little rabbit was also quite the liar, saying that her distant relative had come to Notting City and took her to get her second soul ring. But Chu Chengzu knew that Xiao Wu had secretly gone out to condense it herself. He just didn't expose her. Moreover, since Xiao Wu had also practiced the yellow level body refining skill, her second soul ring, although not reaching the purple 1000-year level, was still above 900 years, with a deep yellow hue tinged with a hint of purple. "Hey, Xiao Chu, no, brother, don't go. We're both Soul Masters, let's spar a bit." Seeing that Chu Chengzu wasn't paying attention to her, Xiao Wu quickly chased after him. Earlier, Chu Chengzu thought that his body refining was progressing well and planned to accumulate some practical combat experience by sparring with Xiao Wu. To make it fair, he even forbade Xiao Wu from using her soul skills. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Even without using soul skills, Xiao Wu could still easily defeat him. Although he had started practicing body refining earlier than her, Xiao Wu had the advantage of a higher soul power level. Her first soul ring, which was over 100 years old, also greatly enhanced her physical fitness. Moreover, Xiao Wu had rich combat experience and superb skills, making him an easy target for a one-sided beating. After experiencing one-sided beatings, Chu Chengzu immediately abandoned the idea of sparring. After all, if it was just a one-sided beating, what kind of combat experience could he accumulate? He'd probably just learn how to endure the pain. Chu Chengzu cancelled his sparring plan, but Xiao Wu wasn't having it. She still wanted to bully her brother openly. However, since he was technically her brother, Xiao Wu didn't dare to beat him up directly. She could only coax Chu Chengzu to spar with her every now and then. "Go away, you little mischievous rabbit. Go somewhere cool and stay there," Chu Chengzu said with a disgusted look on his face. "Spar? Who wants to spar with you? Huh? Who are you calling a mischievous rabbit?" Immediately, Xiao Wu became furious. As the head of the rabbit tribe, Xiao Wu naturally knew about her distant relatives. The Pee-Pee rabbit was known to be the most mischievous among the rabbit-type soul beasts on the continent, often playing pranks on weaker soul beasts in the forest. "I'm not a rabbit. If you're not a Pee-Pee rabbit, then who is?" "Chu Chengzu, I think you're asking for a beating." Enraged, Xiao Wu pounced on Chu Chengzu. Watching the two of them play around, Sun An, who had entered the living room, shook his head speechlessly. In the bedroom, Chu Chengzu opened his attribute panel, preparing to adjust his auto-training plan. Currently, one of his 2 auto-training slots was taken up by the recently added yellow-level body refining skill, and the other by the purple-level meditation skill, which had just crossed the 40% progress mark. Now that he had obtained his first soul ring, Chu Chengzu naturally planned to increase its age. It didn't need to be too high, just upgrading it to a purple 1000-year soul ring for now. The auto-training efficiency for soul rings was 10 years of age per day. With his 652-year first soul ring, after a little more than a month of auto-training, it would be upgraded to a 1000-year soul ring. But there was a problem. Could a one-ring soul master really have a purple 1000-year soul ring? Soul masters who had never seen such a thing would call it impossible, while those with some knowledge but limited funds would probably drool over the idea. According to the best soul ring match, a one-ring soul master could only have a soul ring of about 400 years. But here he was, with a purple 1000-year first soul ring. This was equivalent to refining a soul bone. Soul bones were valuable items. Even the most ordinary 100-year or 1000-year soul bones were worth millions of gold soul coins. This was like a walking million gold soul coins, and without any resistance to boot. If Chu Chengzu had a powerful grandfather who could rival the Pope of the Spirit Hall, a 1000-year first soul ring wouldn't be a big deal. Even if others were envious, they wouldn't dare make any moves. But unfortunately, his strongest backing was his grandfather, who was only a 4-ring soul king. He had no power or influence and was not qualified to possess a 1,000-year first soul ring. Of course, he did have two other backers, Xiao Wu's younger brothers, Diaming and Erming. These two were incredibly powerful, and even a titled Luo would not be a match for them. However, the problem was that they were 10,000-year soul beasts, and their support was not something Chu Chengzu could use. So, Chu Chengzu had two choices: either not use the auto-training for the soul ring and wait until he had the strength to protect himself, or come up with a self-created soul skill that could change the color of his soul ring. If he didn't have the auto-training feature, he wouldn't even think about it. After all, creating a self-created soul skill was a distant goal, and it might take him a lifetime to achieve. But with the auto-training, it seemed possible. Soul rings were dependent on the martial soul and were part of a soul master's power. If he could learn to control his power to a certain degree, or even perfectly, couldn't he change the color of his soul ring or use his soul skills without revealing the soul ring? Moreover, learning to control his own power was something every strong person had to master, and it wouldn't conflict with his future growth. Of course, if he couldn't create such a self-created soul skill, he would have to lay low for now. His first soul ring would remain at the 900-year mark for the time being. As long as the soul ring didn't have a purple hue or turn into a purple 1,000-year soul ring, there shouldn't be any major issues. Chapter 30, Control, Part 1. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Chengzu shifted his focus and removed the body refinement skill from his AFK slots, replacing it with his first soul ring. It turned out that he had some talent for creating his own soul skills. After tinkering for less than 2 hours, Chu Chengzu had successfully created a soul skill related to controlling power. Skill, Control, Gray. Although it was only the lowest level gray skill, similar to something mundane like running, washing dishes, or sweeping, it was still recognized by the attribute panel as a self-created soul skill, wasn't it? The gray level control skill had a simple effect: it could enhance control over one's own soul power. As for the specific effect? Well, it was almost negligible, just a slight improvement, really. But that was fine. As long as he was given a seed, it would eventually grow into a towering tree. Immediately, Chu Chengzu replaced the purple level meditation skill with the gray level control skill. However, meditation was one of his core skills. No matter how effective the control skill became in the future, he would at most upgrade it to the yellow level before replacing it with meditation again, so as not to waste too much AFK time. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Heaven City, at Yuxuan. Little third, how did the Sunset Forest trip go? Tang Yue smiled as she patted her nephew's head and asked. And, I've advanced to a rank 2 Great Soul Master. Tang-san raised his right hand, a light blue soul power gleaming, and his blue-silver grass martial soul appeared, surrounded by 2 yellow soul rings. Not bad, my little third is indeed a genius. Tang Yue smiled happily upon seeing the deep yellow soul ring on her nephew's martial soul. Her nephew had reached rank 2 Great Soul Master at only 8 years old, truly a talent with the potential to become a titled Luo. With his twin martial souls, he would surely become one of the strongest people on the continent in the future. Although the Spirit Hall was powerful, one day, there would be a chance for revenge. By the way, little third, now that you're a great soul master, Aunt can't teach you anything since I'm not a soul master. How about I arrange for you to attend the Soul Master Academy? Tang Yue asked Tang-san. And, my father said that our family's enemies are powerful and forbade me from revealing my martial souls outside. Tang-san was also eager to attend the Soul Master Academy, but when his father Tang Hao entrusted him to his aunt and left, he had given him strict instructions not to reveal his twin martial souls to avoid attracting the attention of their enemies. Who are these enemies? Although neither his father nor his aunt had directly mentioned it, Tang-san had already figured it out. He was no longer the son of a blacksmith from a mountain village as in the original story. He was now the son of the Hashan Luo, Tang Hao, and the young master of Yuxuan. He had already learned the origin of his clear sky hammer martial soul. Who could have forced the world's strongest sect to retreat and caused his titled Luo father to live in seclusion for years? The Spirit Hall, of course. In his previous life, as a member of the Tang sect, Tang-san was no stranger to patience. The Spirit Hall was powerful, but he would endure for now. Once he grew stronger, he would one day take down the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Tang Yue furrowed her brows, thought for a moment, and said, "All right, little third, I'll arrange for a teacher to come and teach you. A soul master shouldn't just focus on cultivation, knowledge is also essential." Tang-san didn't refuse his aunt's kindness and nodded. 4 months later. That evening, in the work-study student dormitory of Nodding Academy, Chu Chengzu eagerly opened his attribute panel, waiting for his control skill to level up. The gray level control skill he had created 100 days ago had already leveled up to white. The white level control skill didn't have the ability to change the color of his soul rings, but Chu Chengzu was still satisfied. The gray level control skill only worked on controlling the soul power inside his body, and its effect was minimal. The upgraded white level control skill not only affected his soul power but also allowed him to control his physical strength to some extent, with a much more practical effect compared to the gray level. It could be said that the control skill had evolved exactly as he had hoped. Now, after 100 days of AFK leveling, the control skill was about to undergo another transformation. The white level control skill was effective in controlling both soul power and physical strength. Chu Chengzu was naturally excited to see what the upgraded control skill would bring. Soon, the progress bar for the control skill filled up, and it leveled up to yellow. Immediately, a wave of insights regarding the yellow level control skill flooded into his mind. After a long while, once he had digested the insights provided by the attribute panel, Chu Chengzu immediately summoned his true spirit flag martial soul and his first soul ring, which was deep yellow in color. More than 3 months ago, he had already leveled his first soul ring to 899 years. This wasn't because his physical constitution could only handle a 899-year soul ring, but because continuing to level it would turn the color of the ring from deep yellow to yellow with a hint of purple. As a weak individual with no significant backing, he couldn't afford to risk it. Afterward, Chu Chengzu eagerly began testing the control skill. Instantly, Chu Chengzu's blood, which was much more vigorous than that of his peers, and the faint soul power emanating from his body both began to recede. At the same time, the deep yellow soul ring circulating around him began to fade in color. It worked. Seeing that the upgraded control skill could indeed change the color of his soul ring, Chu Chengzu couldn't help but quietly shout in joy. With the ability to change the color of his soul ring, he could now hide the unique features that appeared when he activated his soul ring. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about others discovering that he didn't actually have a soul bone inside him. As for why he, with just a first soul ring, could easily overpower soul masters of the 4th or 5th ring, or even higher levels. Chu Chengzu, PFFT. You're so weak, and you still have the audacity to ask me? The upgraded control skill met his expectations, but it wasn't at the top of his AFK leveling priority list. Now that it was effective enough, Chu Chengzu didn't plan to continue leveling it up. With a thought, Chu Chengzu adjusted his 2 AFK slots, replacing the body refinement and control skills with his first soul ring and the purple level meditation skill. At that moment, a curious voice sounded. It worked? What worked? Turning around, Chu Chengzu saw Xiao Wu, who had been sitting cross-legged on the bed meditating, looking at him with a curious expression. Nothing. Just going to sleep. Chu Chengzu didn't mind teaching Xiao Wu the control skill. In fact, she would have to learn it, whether she wanted to or not. After all, as he envisioned, the control skill should help Xiao Wu suppress the soul beast aura she emitted. Even if the current yellow level control skill wasn't enough, it would surely work once it was upgraded in the future. Chapter 31, Control, Part 2. It's getting late now, and Chu Chengzu didn't want to stay up all night. He decided to leave this matter for tomorrow. Pulling the mosquito net down, he was ready to sleep. Little Chu, tell me quickly. Xiao Wu, who was very curious, had no intention of letting Chu Chengzu off easily. She quickly got out of bed and hurried to his side. I already told you, it's nothing, just sleep. Chu Chengzu waved his hand with a look of disdain. Staying up late was not a good idea. He didn't want to grow stronger only to end up bald in the future. Nothing? Humphrey, I saw it. Your soul ring color faded. Xiao Wu put her hands on her hips, saying the first part loudly, but the latter part she whispered in a lower voice. Xiao Wu wasn't stupid, she just didn't like thinking too much. She had clearly seen Chu Chengzu's actions earlier and realized that he had probably created a new soul skill, one that could change the color of his soul ring. Such a skill wouldn't be useful for regular soul masters, but for the two of them, it would be extremely useful. After all, their soul rings, which exceeded the optimal combination, looked unusual. What did you just call me? Little Chu. Big brother. Xiao Wu quickly realized her mistake and sweetly called him big brother. Seeing this, Chu Chengzu nodded in satisfaction and said, Sis, it's really late today, I'll teach you tomorrow. Humphrey, if you don't teach me tomorrow, you're dead. The sweet smile on Xiao Wu's face instantly disappeared, and she raised her fist, threatening him fiercely. Chu Chengzu? Well, she's cute in her own silly way. Little Chu, we agreed last night that you'd teach me that self-created soul skill. The next morning, before Chu Chengzu could start his usual morning meditation, Xiao Wu was already pestering him to teach her the self-created soul skill that could change the color of the soul ring. Forgot again? Who are you calling Little Chu? Chu Chengzu didn't hold back and lightly tapped Xiao Wu on the head. Humphrey, Teacher Chu, hurry up and teach me. Xiao Wu pouted, but since she needed something from him, she couldn't afford to act tough. Teacher Chu? Fine, I'll be your teacher. Chu Chengzu clicked his tongue. He originally wanted Xiao Wu to call him Big Brother. But teacher was fine too. As long as it wasn't Little Chu. He could accept it. Listen up, this self-created soul skill of mine is called control. And it's not just about changing the color of the soul ring. After mastering it, you can precisely control your soul power and physical strength, and it can also help you suppress your aura. But this self-created skill is difficult to cultivate. Are you sure you want to learn it? Chu Chengzu said to Xiao Wu. The difficulty of cultivating the control skill was no joke. He could learn it instantly because of the upgrade from the AFK panel, but if he had to learn it the normal way, he would have mastered it eventually, but the time it would take was uncertain. Suppress my aura? Xiao Wu exclaimed. What was Xiao Wu most worried about? It wasn't her second soul ring, which was over 900 years old and yellow with a hint of purple. It was the fear of encountering soul masters with soul power above level 80, who could see through her identity as a transformed 10,000-year-old soul beast. But if she could suppress her aura, there wouldn't be a place in the continent where Xiao Wu couldn't go. Looks like Little Chu isn't really that bad after all. Not to mention, he's pretty good at creating self-made soul skills. That's right. The control skill was created specifically to control my own power. Soul rings are attached to the martial soul and represent the power of the martial soul, and the strength of the aura is also a reflection of one's power. If you can perfectly control your own power, you can change the color of your soul ring and suppress your aura. Chu Chengzu shamelessly took credit for his own external help. But saying it's self-created didn't seem wrong. After all, if he hadn't created the gray level control skill, where would the yellow level control skill have come from? Impressive. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's big, cute eyes were filled with admiration, and she gave Chu Chengzu a thumbs up. Good that you know it's impressive. Study hard, I believe in you. Hearing Xiao Wu's genuine praise, Chu Chengzu nodded in satisfaction and patted her shoulder as he encouraged her. Seeing Chu Chengzu acting like a big brother, Xiao Wu couldn't help but roll her eyes. One compliment, and he's floating. He really is Little Chu after all. Chapter 32, Cultivation Results. Time passed quickly, and 3.5 years went by in the blink of an eye. The Bara Kingdom was located in the southern part of the Tandu Empire, bordering the Fasno province. Although it was called a kingdom, its area was only 3/4 the size of the Fasno province, and it was a part of the Tandu Empire, one of the 4 major kingdoms within the empire. Because the Bara Kingdom was located in the south and bordered the Starluo Empire, it had the strongest military forces among the 4 major kingdoms of the Tandu Empire. It was considered the most important gateway to the Tandu Empire. Within the Bara Kingdom, there were 2 major cities. One was the capital, Barak City, which was the political and economic center of the entire kingdom. The other city was Soto City, located in the center of the fertile Lima Plain, known as the Granary of Barak. These 2 cities were heavily guarded, and they were of utmost importance to the kingdom. That evening, a carriage was speeding toward Soto City on the main road. Well, as they neared the city gates, the middle-aged driver tugged at the reins of the 10-year-old scale-horned horse. Soon, the carriage slowly stopped near the western gate of Soto City. 2 soul masters, we've arrived at Soto City. After stopping the carriage, the middle-aged driver called out to the carriage. Are we there? 2 young figures, a boy and a girl, stepped out of the carriage. Hearing this, the middle-aged driver pointed toward the distant Soto City gates. Following the direction of his finger, Chu Chengzu saw the bustling city gates, with a large sign above them reading Soto City. Uncle, here, this is the remaining fare. Chu Chengzu took out a gold soul coin from the space stone around his neck and handed it to the middle-aged driver. Thank you both for your business. I wish you both become titled Duos soon. The middle-aged driver happily accepted the gold soul coin, and on top of that, he sent them off with a flattering remark. He couldn't help but be happy. After all, when he left Notting City, he had already received 1 gold soul coin, and now in Soto City, he was getting another one. This was much more than what he usually earned from short trips. As for becoming titled Luos soon? Well, if they gave him 3 gold soul coins, even a god would be welcome. Waving his hand, Chu Chengzu and Xiao Wu joined the crowd and entered Soto City. Why did they come to Soto City? And why at this particular time? In Chu Chengzu's plan, Soto City, or more specifically, Shrek Academy, was always a destination he had to visit. Not for any other reason, but because he wanted to give his sisters a home, and he didn't want to miss out on meeting a certain cat girl and a certain little rich girl. However, according to the original plan, Chu Chengzu was supposed to wait another half a year, until Xiao Wu graduated from Notting Academy, which would coincide with Shrek Academy's enrollment period. But plans never go as expected. His cheat abilities were gradually manifesting, and his strength was growing far beyond his initial expectations, forcing him to come earlier than planned. Attributes Panel, Host, Chu Chengzu, Soul Power, Level 29 Great Soul Master, Martial Soul, True Spirit Flag, Soul Rings, purple, 1000, purple, 1108. First soul skill, Summon Spirit, Sky Blue Tree. Second soul skill, Summon Spirit, Light Lion. Skills, Meditation, black, Body Refining, black, Spirit Refining, black, Archery, purple, Agility, purple, Control, purple, Defense, purple, Forging, purple, Slots, 1. Meditation, black, 2. Archery, purple, 3. Agility, purple. Chu Chengzu's current strength is reflected in his 29th level Great Soul Master Soul Power, 2,000-year-old Soul Rings, and a series of black and purple skills in his skill panel. When he first advanced to Soul Master, he started at level 13, and with his martial soul upgraded to top-tier quality, combined with the purple level meditation skill, his soul power continued to grow rapidly. Within less than 2 years of becoming a Soul Master, his soul power reached level 20, nearing Great Soul Master status. Typically, a second soul ring would be around 700 years old, but Chu Chengzu's second soul ring was over 1,000 years old, thanks to his upgraded skills. This allowed him to reach a level of 23 as a Great Soul Master after obtaining the second soul ring. Moreover, after advancing to a second ring Great Soul Master, his chi also upgraded. The efficiency of the AFK feature improved significantly, allowing him to level up skills much faster. Now, almost 2 years later, with his meditation skill upgraded to black, and his enhanced mental power extending his meditation time, his soul power had reached level 29, and it wouldn't be long before he advanced to level 30, nearing the Soul Elder stage. However, obtaining a third soul ring was a different matter. His grandparents could still help him with a 1,000-year soul beast, but for a third soul ring, they were powerless. The soul beasts in the nearby soul hunting forest were not suitable for his needs. He wanted a soul beast with at least 5,000 years of age, which could only be found in places like the Starred Forest or the Sunset Forest outside of Heaven City, both dangerous areas. For someone like Chu Chengzu, without influence or power, obtaining a suitable soul ring would require joining a Soul Master Academy. Shrek Academy, although a bit rundown, still had enough strength to help him obtain a suitable third soul ring. Therefore, to obtain the ideal third soul ring, Chu Chengzu decided to go to Shrek Academy earlier than planned. Even though it wasn't the Academy's enrollment period, talented soul masters were always welcome, and he was confident that Flanders wouldn't refuse him. Moreover, this was a 2-for-1 deal. Not only was Chu Chengzu a genius, but Xiao Wu was an even more extraordinary prodigy. Over the years, while Chu Chengzu had reached level 29, Xiao Wu had reached level 38 as a Soul Elder by the age of 11, far surpassing her original trajectory in the story. This huge leap was largely due to Chu Chengzu's guidance in meditation and body refining. With the purple meditation skill's efficiency being 1.7 times that of regular meditation, and the black meditation skill's speed being double that of regular meditation, Xiao Wu's soul power had grown rapidly, allowing her to surpass the original plot. If you said Shrek Academy was really poor, why are we going there? I heard that the Heaven Royal Academy is the best Soul Master Academy in the Heaven Empire. Why don't we change course and go to Heaven City? It's the most prosperous city on the continent. Xiao Wu asked, puzzled. Chapter 33, Rose Hotel. Clearly, the academy wasn't the key issue. Heaven City was the most prosperous city on the continent, and that was what truly mattered. With her self-created soul skill, control, which allowed her to suppress her own aura, Xiao Wu was no longer afraid of encountering soul masters with a soul power level above 80. Upon hearing this, Chu Chengzu looked displeased. Xiao Wu, how many times have I told you? You need to call me brother. Not Zhao Chu. Hee hee. Xiao Wu grinned mischievously. I can call you brother. But only when your strength surpasses mine. Humphrey, do you think I can't beat you? I'm just letting you win. Chu Chengzu shot her an annoyed glance. Despite being 9 levels lower than Xiao Wu and lacking a third soul ring, Chu Chengzu was confident that if he used his real abilities, he could still win. In terms of level, he was naturally inferior to Xiao Wu, but a soul master's power wasn't just about soul power level. Both of them had black level body refining and spirit refining skills, but Chu Chengzu's were at a perfect level due to his AFK feature, while Xiao Wu had to learn on her own, so her skills were not as refined as his. Even though Xiao Wu had a higher soul power level by 9 levels and an extra third soul ring, in terms of physical fitness and mental strength, she wasn't much stronger than Chu Chengzu. Moreover, Chu Chengzu had purple level archery, agility, and defense skills, as well as 2 summoning spirits equivalent to 1,000-year soul beasts, making the outcome uncertain. However, Chu Chengzu never used his archery skills in practice matches because if he hit the target, it would be fatal, making it unsuitable for friendly sparring. Well, I don't care. Let's judge by soul power level. Xiao Wu declared. Xiao Wu had a rough idea of Chu Chengzu's real strength. He was tough, agile, and fast, and his archery was remarkable. She wasn't confident she could win against him. But honestly speaking, wasn't she still a girl? She wouldn't let go of the privilege that came with it. She didn't need to know more, she just needed to know that Chu Chengzu had innate half-level soul power, while she had full innate soul power, making her much more talented in cultivation. What Xiao Wu didn't know was that Chu Chengzu's cultivation talent was no longer just innate half-level soul power. At the time of awakening, Chu Chengzu had indeed had innate half-level soul power, but with the improvement of his martial soul quality, he was now likely at level 6 or 7, not just half-level soul power anymore. By the way, if you ever come up with a new version of meditation, you must teach me. Xiao Wu added after thinking for a moment. As long as they practiced the same type of meditation, since she had full innate soul power, with just a bit of effort, Xiao Wu would always be ahead of Chu Chengzu in cultivation. I think you're getting more shameless. You're taking all the good things for yourself. Chu Chengzu said, half-jokingly. He started to wonder if teaching her the meditation skill had been a mistake. If not, according to the original plot, he should have already surpassed Xiao Wu in soul power by now. Shameless? I've got it, don't I? Xiao Wu flashed her little white teeth. Chu Chengzu rolled his eyes. Alright, enough of that. It's getting late. Let's find a place to stay. Soto City looks so lively. I must go out and explore tonight. Xiao Wu quickly nodded. She had always loved being in the middle of the action. Even in the remote town of Notting, she could enjoy herself, so how much more would she enjoy Soto City, one of the largest cities on the continent? Soto City wasn't small, and there were plenty of hotels. After entering the city, Xiao Wu quickly spotted an inn. Zhao Chu, let's stay there. Xiao Wu pointed to an inn named Home Inn. No way. This place looks unhygienic. We've finally come to Soto City, I won't let you suffer. Chu Chengzu immediately shook his head. Really? This inn looks pretty clean to me. Xiao Wu said with a skeptical look. Trust me, you won't regret it. Chu Chengzu said, though his expression was slightly guilty. It was unthinkable to come to Soto City and not stay at the famous Rose Hotel, which was known for always having just one room left. After passing by 3 other inns, which Chu Chengzu dismissed for various reasons, they soon came across a distinctive hotel. This hotel was only 3 stories high, not very large, but its appearance was very unique. The exterior was entirely rose red, and the architectural style resembled a giant rose, which was eye-catching and pleasant. This Rose Hotel looks great. Let's stay here. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up as she said to Chu Chengzu. Not bad. It looks much better than the previous inns. Chu Chengzu nodded in satisfaction, finally finding the right place. Entering the Rose Hotel, they were immediately greeted by the fragrance of roses, a sweet and somewhat flirtatious scent that was refreshing and pleasant. The interior of the hotel was decorated in white, silver, and rose red, with a warm and elegant atmosphere that made it easy to feel comfortable. Seeing a receptionist behind the front desk reading a novel, Chu Chengzu approached. The story I Must Tell the Queen? Chu Chengzu raised an eyebrow upon seeing the title of the novel. The people of Douluo seem to have a particular fondness for these kinds of decadent novels. Fortunately, the receptionist was simply reading and hadn't done anything inappropriate, or it would have been quite the eyesore. Ahem, 2 rooms, please. Chu Chengzu cleared his throat and said to the receptionist. The receptionist, who had been absorbed in the novel and imagining himself as the male protagonist, was startled and quickly stood up. He glanced at Chu Chengzu and then at Xiao Wu, a hint of envy appearing in his eyes. Sorry, sir, are you sure you want to book 2 rooms? Can't you see the 2 of us? If not 2 rooms, should we book 1? Chu Chengzu thought to himself but didn't show it, giving off the impression that although they were a man and a woman at a couple's hotel, their relationship was entirely platonic. Perhaps sensing the implied meaning or just following the hotel's usual rules, the receptionist's eyes flashed with a hint of flirtation before he awkwardly said, Sorry, we only have 1 room left. Chapter 34, The Last Room. Only the last room? Chu Chengzu raised an eyebrow. Really, only the last room? It seemed like the owner of the Rose Hotel was quite the businessman. Compared to booking 2 rooms, which would seem like having the room fee, you can't look at it that way. If 2 rooms were booked, who would come back next time? But if only 1 room is available, the woman might not come back, but the man most likely would. The receptionist emphasized, Yes, only 1 room left. But don't worry, our rooms are quite spacious, fully equipped, and more than enough for 2 people. As he spoke, he gave Chu Chengzu a knowing look. Chu Chengzu understood the implication but didn't show any reaction, keeping up the appearance of not knowing what the receptionist meant. As for whether Xiao Wu understood, that was unknown. 1 room is fine. Didn't we always stay in the same dorm room at Notting Academy? What's the big deal? We can save some money for good food and pretty clothes. Xiao Wu said nonchalantly. Perhaps she thought the room was a double room with 2 beds. Alright, 1 room then. Chu Chengzu said to the receptionist. Sir, your room is on the top floor, the door number is Pink Tenderness, and the cost is 10 gold soul coins per night. The receptionist smiled. The last room at the Rose Hotel was a matter of personal judgment. Those who looked well off and appeared to have money were usually given the last room on the top floor, unless those rooms were already full. Otherwise, the cost was 10 gold soul coins per night. For those who appeared average and didn't seem too wealthy, the last room would be on the second floor, costing 5 gold soul coins per night. If someone couldn't even afford 5 gold soul coins, then unfortunately, there were no other rooms at the Rose Hotel. Although Chu Chengzu and Xiao Wu came from small towns, their appearance and aura were outstanding. As the headmaster of Notting Academy, Sunan wasn't short of money either. The two of them, despite looking a bit young, exuded the aura of someone wealthy. So, naturally, the last room was on the top floor. 10 gold soul coins were within Chu Chengzu's budget. Before coming to Soto City, his grandparents had given him quite a few gold soul coins. 10 was nothing. Besides, he already had a plan for making money, so this small amount wasn't worth worrying about. However, Chu Chengzu couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Why hadn't he run into the time management master who could double his happiness? He had been hoping to learn a few tricks from him. Soon, after completing the check-in process and receiving the key, Chu Chengzu led Xiao Wu upstairs. TSK, these young people these days. The receptionist shook his head as he watched the two walk upstairs and then returned to reading his book, The Story I Can't Tell the Queen. On the top floor of the Rose Hotel, Chu Chengzu quickly found the door with the Pink Tenderness sign. There weren't many rooms on the top floor, only a few, and each had names like Blue Enchantress, Yellow Sincerity, White Innocence, Green Farewell, and Red Ocean. The door was decorated with pink crystal roses, and beside it was a vertical sign with small text, Pink Tenderness, Gentle Love. Chu Chengzu had already been prepared for this, but Xiao Wu, who was sometimes very perceptive, was a bit slow to catch on this time. She finally realized that the Rose Hotel wasn't exactly a regular hotel. The two exchanged a glance and, after a brief silence of 3 seconds, Xiao Wu blushed, grabbed the key from Chu Chengzu's hand, and opened the door, rushing inside. Chu Chengzu smiled and followed her in. Though he had been prepared, he was still a bit surprised when he saw the room. The room was huge, with the living room alone occupying over 50 square meters. The furniture was all silver, intricately carved, and the pink carpet was adorned with raised patterns of roses. The most surprising part was the massive pink heart in the center of the room, made entirely of roses. The heart was about 2 square meters in size, likely requiring nearly 1,000 roses to create. Above the heart, a delicate ribbon hung, with the words, 999, Eternal Love. Apart from the 999 roses, there were vases scattered around the room, each filled with pink roses. The rich fragrance of the flowers filled every corner, creating an intoxicating and mesmerizing atmosphere. How do you like it? If you don't like it, I can have them remove the flowers. Chu Chengzu said, reaching up to gently stroke Xiao Wu's rabbit ears. Ah! Feeling the warmth on her ears, Xiao Wu shrieked, snapping out of her shock. She slapped Chu Chengzu's mischievous hand away and scolded, Chu Chengzu, you're so silly. What girl doesn't like roses? You're so clueless. How are you ever going to find a wife? You don't know this, but my grandmother already found me a wife years ago. Chu Chengzu said with a meaningful smile. What? Your grandmother already found you a wife? Xiao Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. Chu Chengzu already had a wife? How come Xiao Wu didn't know? Yep, she's been living with my family for years, eating our food, staying with us, and calling my grandparents grandpa and grandma. Isn't she my wife? What? Nonsense, that's not true. Xiao Wu, realizing what Chu Chengzu meant, flustered and stammered. No. Don't you know if it's true or not? Chu Chengzu teased, poking Xiao Wu's forehead. Humphrey. Xiao Wu hasn't agreed yet. Xiao Wu quickly ran into the bedroom, her face flushed with embarrassment. Chu Chengzu chuckled, waiting a few minutes before following her into the bedroom, expecting her to calm down a bit. As expected, the bedroom only had one bed, but it was huge, taking up almost half of the room space. The bed was heart-shaped. Pink curtains hung from the ceiling, creating a dreamy, ethereal atmosphere above the heart-shaped bed. At that moment, Xiao Wu was lying on the bed, her head buried deeply in the pillow. Was she hiding her face? Chapter 35, Flander, Customers Are the Fat Sheep. It's getting late, let's go have dinner. Seeing Xiao Wu focusing on something else, Chu Chengzu said. No, just bring me something when you come back. Xiao Wu twisted her body, her head still buried in the pillow. Not going? Then I'll go out and have fun by myself. Chu Chengzu used his ultimate move. Immediately, Xiao Wu reacted and hurriedly lifted her head from the pillow. "Goodness, little Chu, you actually thought of going without taking me along?" Xiao Wu said with a face full of anger. There wasn't any real anger, the expression was just to cover her embarrassment. "Haha, let's go." After leaving the Rose Hotel, the two walked slowly down the street. Soto City truly lived up to being a capital-level city. Although it was still evening and the night had not fully fallen, it already showed a bustling scene. There were all kinds of shops, and after having dinner at a restaurant, Xiao Wu dragged Chu Chengzu around for half an hour. Despite his physique comparable to a soul beast, Chu Chengzu was already feeling dizzy. His body wasn't tired, but his mind was. A woman who couldn't carry a bottle, open a bottle cap, or even lift a heavy load, once she went shopping, her combat power would immediately skyrocket. Not to mention Xiao Wu, a soul elder of the third ring. "Hey, little Chu, look over there. It seems like there's a shop related to soul masters." Suddenly, Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Following her pointing, Chu Chengzu saw a small shop not far away. The storefront wasn't big, but the sign hanging outside was quite unique. The sign depicted a round symbol with several special symbols on it. There was a sword, a hammer, and a lizard with long wings. Wait, a blue lightning tyrant dragon? Chu Chengzu remembered that in the anime from his previous life, the blue lightning tyrant dragon didn't have wings and looked like an oriental dragon, a spicy strip shape. But after coming to the Douluo continent, he realized that the dragons here weren't oriental dragons at all. There were only Western dragons with wings. The ones that resembled oriental dragons were the flood dragons. "Let's go, let's check it out." Chu Chengzu led Xiao Wu toward the shop. He remembered that Flander seemed to have opened a shady shop in Soto City, selling some deceptive items. However, not all items were bad. In the original story, Tang-san picked up something useful after half a year, and that treasure was quite useful for him. The door of the shop was open, and the inside looked a bit dim. As soon as they entered, they felt a special energy fluctuation unique to soul tools. Soul tools emitted soul power fluctuations. If they hadn't been used or bound to one's soul power, they would release soul power outward. But in this era, which was still in a soul tool technology desert, apart from some daily soul tools, most of the soul tools on the continent were antiques, and they mostly didn't have attack or defense functions. There was only one person inside the shop, and there was no counter. On the three walls, some items were hanging, all looking very old and not appearing valuable at all. The only person inside was sitting on the wooden recliner, eyes closed, gently rocking back and forth. He appeared to be in his 50s, though not young, his body was quite muscular. The recliner, which looked sturdy, creaked under his weight as it swayed. The man had a shoehorn-shaped face, with a slightly protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat face, and a hooked nose. Even with his eyes closed, he gave off a somewhat crafty feeling. He wore a pair of black-framed crystal glasses, with rigid square frames, giving off a strange impression. When Chu Chengzu and Xiao Wu entered the shop, they didn't wake him up. He continued to breathe evenly while rocking on the recliner. No wonder Liu Erlong didn't choose Flander. His looks are so bad. Looking at Flander's shoehorn face, Chu Chengzu couldn't help but think to himself. He had seen Yu Zhao Gang. Apart from his face full of decadence, although he wasn't exactly handsome, he was decent enough. But Flander. Well, it was hard to describe. If there had been no comparison with Yu Zhao Gang, Flander might have had a chance. But compared to Yu Zhao Gang, who had great strength and a lot of knowledge in his head, it wasn't surprising that Liu Erlong rejected Flander. Xiao Wu curiously looked around. Are these soul tools? They all look like junk. They really are just pretty but useless junk? Chu Chengzu thought to himself. However, he wouldn't say that out loud. After all, he still had to enroll in Shrek Academy soon, and in the near future, he would need Flander to help him get his third soul ring. He had to leave some face for Flander. After surveying the shop, Chu Chengzu's eyes landed on a crystal about the size of a human head, hanging near the door. The crystal looked unremarkable, transparent, but inside it contained a large amount of dark yellow impurities. In Flander's shop, this was the only item that matched the description of the crystal that Tang-san picked up in the original story. It contained a large amount of gold soul ore, which was likely this one. Are you planning to buy this broken crystal? Seeing Chu Chengzu's gaze fall on the crystal, Xiao Wu asked curiously. Yes, boss, how much for this crystal? Nodding, Chu Chengzu looked toward Flander on the recliner. At that moment, Flander opened his eyes. Seeing two well-dressed youths, who looked like they had some money, Flander's eyes immediately lit up. Customers are gods, right? No, these are clearly two little fat sheep. His eyes twinkling, Flander lazily said, not expensive, just 300 gold soul coins. 300 gold soul coins? For this broken crystal? Why don't you just go rob someone? Before Chu Chengzu could say anything, Xiao Wu's eyes widened in shock. Flander, whose appearance wasn't great to begin with, immediately left an impression of a greedy, shady businessman in Xiao Wu's mind. Rob? Little girl, robbery is illegal. This crystal is a treasure I bought at a high price. 300 gold soul coins is already the lowest price. If you want to buy it, pay up. If not, please leave. Flander waved his hand. It was indeed bought at a high price. He had spent a whole silver soul coin on it. 3 years without opening. Once I open, I eat for 3 years. That's me, Flander. 300 gold soul coins weren't a problem for Chu Chengzu, and the gold soul ore in this crystal was worth far more than 300 gold soul coins. However, Chu Chengzu knew that Flander was a shady businessman. If he nodded and paid the money now, the price of the crystal would immediately rise to 500 or even 1,000 gold soul coins, which would be unaffordable. After thinking for a moment, Chu Chengzu came up with an idea. Boss, can you make it a little cheaper? We're planning to enroll in Shrek Academy outside the city tomorrow. Chapter 36, Picking Up a Bargain from the Stingy Old Man. Upon hearing that the two were planning to enroll at Shrek Academy tomorrow, Flanders immediately perked up. He might be known for scamming others, but if they were his students, it wouldn't be right to deceive them after all. Wouldn't that ruin his prestigious image in the students' eyes? Of course, he didn't really have a prestigious image, but that didn't stop Flanders from thinking that way. Now isn't the time for Shrek Academy's enrollment, and their admission requirements are quite high. They might not accept you. He gave the two of them a casual glance before speaking. Shrek Academy might be run down, but it didn't accept just anyone. If these two didn't meet the standards, they would have no chance. Strange. I, a soul saint, can't even see through these two youngsters? Flanders was inwardly frustrated. Normally, with his 7-ring soul saint level, he should be able to discern the soul power of any soul master, but these two seemed different. Through his spiritual perception, it was as if they were shrouded in a mist, and he couldn't see their soul power. Hey? Boss, you know about Shrek Academy? Can you tell us what their admission requirements are? Chu Chengzu asked, pretending to be curious. I know a little. If you're over 12 years old or your soul power level hasn't reached 21, then you don't need to bother. Flanders gave them a probing look. Well, that's good. I'm a 29th level Great Soul Master, and I'll only be turning 13 next month. As he spoke, Chu Chengzu's soul power flared, and a gray flag with a tree and lion pattern appeared in his hand. 2 disguised 100-year soul rings shimmered around him. 12 years old, 29th level Great Soul Master? Flanders was taken aback. A 12-year-old, 29th level Great Soul Master? Could this be a genius with innate full soul power? What about you, little girl? Having discovered a hidden talent, Flanders was elated and immediately turned to look at the girl beside him, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu glanced at Chu Chengzu, not understanding why he had mentioned her soul power level to this scheming shopkeeper. But after catching Chu Chengzu's eye, Xiao Wu understood that he must have something up his sleeve. Hey, I'm much stronger than little Chu. Xiao Wu proudly raised her head, and her soft bone rabbit martial soul appeared. 3 soul rings yellow, and purple shone around her, also disguised. 3-ring soul exalted? Flanders' eyes widened. He had thought a 29th level Great Soul Master at 12 years old was already impressive, but now there was a 3-ring soul exalted beside him. And they seemed to be about the same age. Of course. Xiao Wu was very pleased with Flanders' shock. Boss, can you sell me this crystal for a cheaper price? Chu Chengzu brought up the crystal again. Kid, how many gold soul coins do you have? Flanders thought for a moment and asked. With such good talent, Flanders didn't want to miss out on them. Chu Chengzu didn't answer but simply raised one finger. 1,000? Flanders rubbed his chin and guessed. Chu Chengzu shook his head. 100? Flanders' eyes widened. No, 10 gold soul coins. Kid, are you pretending to be poor? 10 gold soul coins and you want to go to Shrek Academy? Your registration fee alone won't be enough, let alone the tuition. Flanders almost laughed in anger. Pretending to be poor, but not like this. Did he think Flanders was blind just because he wore glasses? Pretending to be poor was fine, but at least they should wear patched clothes to match the act, right? 10 gold soul coins won't even cover the tuition for Shrek Academy? Chu Chengzu turned to Xiao Wu and said, Xiao Wu, how about we go to Heaven City instead? I've heard that Heaven Royal Academy is the best advanced soul master academy in our empire. With our talent, they probably won't charge us tuition. He said it as if they had already decided on Heaven Royal Academy. Humphrey, I told you we should have gone to Heaven Royal Academy, but you insisted on coming to this Shrek place. Now you regret it, huh? Although Xiao Wu didn't know what Chu Chengzu was up to, she cooperated and played along. Uh-oh. Flanders thought to himself, realizing the situation wasn't good. As the dean of Shrek Academy, Flanders had always dreamed of making the academy famous. How could he let such talented individuals go to another academy? Kid, I heard that if a student has good talent, Shrek Academy might even waive the tuition. It was just 100 gold soul coins per year for tuition, but Flanders didn't care. He wasn't going to let 100 gold soul coins stop him from recruiting such talented students. Really? Chu Chengzu blinked in suspicion. Should be, yeah. Flanders said, somewhat reluctantly. Alright then, we'll go check it out tomorrow. By the way, boss, can you make this crystal a bit cheaper? Chu Chengzu pointed to the crystal. Get lost, 10 gold soul coins, take it and go. Flanders waved his hand, clearly annoyed. He wasn't going to charge them for their tuition, but he still cared about this measly crystal that cost him only 1 silver soul coin? Hee, thanks a lot, boss. Seeing that, Chu Chengzu nodded in satisfaction, immediately storing the crystal in the space ring around his neck and handing over the 10 gold soul coins to Flanders. Huh? You kid have a storage soul tool? Damn. You have a storage soul tool and you're pretending to be poor? Upon noticing the storage soul tool on Chu Chengzu, Flanders immediately realized the truth. The kid had been pretending. Storage soul tools were valuable items. Even a 1 cubic meter space could be worth tens of thousands of gold soul coins. But this didn't make sense. Where did this kid get the confidence to make him sell things so cheaply? Could it be that this kid found out I'm the dean of Shrek Academy? Flanders secretly speculated. This soul tool? I won it in a bet, not bought with money. I really don't have much gold soul coins on me. Chu Chengzu quickly denied. But now that the transaction was complete, he wasn't worried about Flanders backing out. Besides, since Flanders knew they were going to Shrek Academy, he wouldn't back out either. After all, he was the dean, he still had some face to maintain. Humphrey, I'd be blind to believe that. Hurry up and get out, get out. I'm sick of seeing you two. Flanders didn't believe a word Chu Chengzu said and immediately waved them off with an annoyed expression. Chu Chengzu? Anyway, picking up a bargain from Flanders, the stingy old man, was quite a pleasant experience. Chapter 37, The Continent's #1 Blacksmith. After leaving the shop, Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask, Zhao Chu, is that crystal some kind of valuable treasure? Huh? How did you know? Chu Chengzu looked at Xiao Wu in surprise. That crystal must be something valuable, otherwise why would you go around in such a big circle earlier? Xiao Wu rolled her eyes. Not bad, my Xiao Wu is getting smarter. That crystal is indeed a treasure. It contains a special metal. After infusing soul power, it has an extremely strong piercing ability. If mixed with other metals to make arrowheads, it should be able to break through soul power defenses. Chu Chengzu nodded in approval, looking as if he were proud of his smart wife. Unlike ordinary soul masters, he was a summoner, and all his power was reflected in his ability to summon spirits. With this in mind, Chu Chengzu naturally wanted to improve his own strength. While he might not become stronger than his summoned spirits, at least he didn't want to hold them back. Among weapons like knives, guns, swords, hammers, and staffs, he chose the bow and arrow. His defensive summoned spirits could act as tanks in the front, strong offensive ones as the main attackers, and agile ones as assassins. Healing and support spirits would stay in the back. In short, as long as his soul rings were properly matched, creating a team of summoned spirits with no obvious weaknesses wouldn't be difficult. With that, the most suitable role for him was a ranged ADC. While ensuring output, he would also have great protection for his own safety. However, after leveling up his archery skills, he faced a challenge. That was, on the continent, powerful fighters used their soul weapons in battle and rarely relied on external weapons. Even if they had money, they couldn't buy high-quality bows. If he couldn't buy them, he'd have to make them himself. Moreover, Chu Chengzu knew that blacksmiths, or forge masters, held a status no lower than soul masters in the later stages of Douluo continent. Even during the era when soul armor was flourishing, top experts were all highly skilled blacksmiths. When he had already advanced to a second-ring great soul master in the past life, he spent half a day at a blacksmith's shop in the city and gained the gray-level blacksmith skill. After 10 days of leveling up, his blacksmithing skill reached the white level, which was at a level of 100 forges. According to the classification of forging, white level forging was already at the 100 forge level. Yellow and purple level forging corresponded to the 1000 forge level. This meant that Chu Chengzu, as of now, was capable of forging 1000 forge metal, making him the continent's top blacksmith. When it came to blacksmithing, even the famous Tang Hao, one of the 3 greatest blacksmiths in the world, couldn't compare to him. Chu Chengzu, Tang Hao? What is he even? Of course, this was only in terms of blacksmithing. Otherwise, his small frame wouldn't be able to withstand Tang Hao's big hammer. Although making a soul tool wasn't just about materials and required a soul tool formation, Chu Chengzu wasn't interested in becoming a soul tool master. He preferred to focus on blacksmithing and the power of his own archery. With higher level forged metals, even without a soul tool formation, he could still unleash the power of archery. The most important thing was that once his forging skill reached the black level, he would most likely step into the realm of spirit forging. Spirit-forged metals could be absorbed by soul masters, and once he had a set of spirit-forged armor, he wouldn't have to worry about Tang's hidden weapons anymore. In the original story, Tang's top hidden weapon, the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus, was able to kill a large number of 70-plus level experts from the Spirit Hall during the Battle of Jialing Pass. The main reason for this was that these Spirit Hall experts didn't have strong enough armor. If he could wear a set of spirit-forged armor, Tang's hidden weapons wouldn't be able to pierce through. It was like using poor-quality bullets against steel plates. It was impossible for them to go through. After wandering around for over 2 hours, when Chu Chengzu's hands were full of bags, Xiao Wu finally lost the desire to continue shopping. Well, it wasn't that she lost the desire, but rather she had no more space to carry anything. Looking at the full bags in her hands, Chu Chengzu realized he needed to earn money to buy a bigger storage soul tool. The internal space of his current storage jade stone was only 1 foot long, wide, and high, so he couldn't fit much. If the storage soul tool was bigger, and he had more space for his purchases, would they end up shopping until all the shops on Soto City's main street closed for the night? Thinking about this, Chu Chengzu couldn't help but shiver. That would be terrifying. In the Rose Hotel, in the suite's living room, Chu Chengzu took out a large crystal. Zhao Chu, how did this crystal grow metal inside? Xiao Wu asked curiously, looking at the murky crystal. Chapter 38, Those who hear are heartbroken, those who listen shed tears. Unlike most metals in nature that exist in mineral form, Fajin has an exceptionally high purity, almost reaching 100%. Normally, Fajin appears as small, round, golden particles about the size of a grain of rice. Not many people recognize this, some call it Fajin. Try injecting your soul power into it. Chu Chengzu, who had picked up some Fajin from the pile of crystal powder on the ground, said without turning his head. Fajin? Muttering to herself, Xiao Wu activated her soul power and tried to inject it into the small golden Fajin particle. Suddenly, a strange sight occurred. Under Xiao Wu's soul power, the golden Fajin particle slowly extended, and in no time at all, it transformed into a thin, hair-like golden thread. It looked thinner than a hair strand, but was over 3 inches long. If not for its golden color, it would be hard to spot. It looks just like a hair strand. No wonder it's called Fajin. Xiao Wu widened her eyes and carefully observed the Fajin in her hand, realizing why it had that name. She bent over and collected all the Fajin from the crystal powder into her spatial jade stone. Chu Chengzu turned around, ready to explain the power of Fajin to Xiao Wu, but unexpectedly bumped into her, who was curiously inspecting the needle-like Fajin in her hand. This small bump led to a big problem. The bump itself wasn't an issue, it would have just knocked Xiao Wu over. However, she happened to be holding a Fajin particle that had turned into a needle-like shape. As soon as Chu Chengzu realized he had bumped into Xiao Wu, he felt a sharp pain in his backside, as if he had been stung by a mosquito, followed by an unimaginable intense pain. Ah! The intense pain made him instantly contort his face in agony, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. What's going on? Hey, where's my Fajin? Seeing Chu Chengzu in pain, Xiao Wu was confused. She looked down at her hand, only to realize that the needle-like Fajin had disappeared. She then looked at Chu Chengzu, who was in agony, and then at her empty hand, realizing she might have caused some trouble. But such a fine needle shouldn't cause that much pain, right? Can I say it wasn't on purpose? Xiao Wu nervously said, feeling a bit guilty. Ugh, quickly, pull it out. Chu Chengzu gasped in pain, urgently telling Xiao Wu. This was no time to discuss whether Xiao Wu did it on purpose. The important thing was to get the dragonbeard needle out before it was too late, or else he would have to resort to cutting the flesh. When Fajin is infused with soul power, it turns into a 3-inch-long dragonbeard needle. However, the needle is extremely fine, and it doesn't contain much soul power. Once the soul power dissipates, it reverts to its original granular form. But since it had already pierced through the flesh, the needle couldn't revert, and the surrounding flesh would twist and entangle with it. In other words, the needle that pierced his backside was just one, but if there were more, the pain would be even worse than death. Ah! Help me pull it out. Quick! Xiao Wu hesitated, feeling embarrassed to handle this situation. After all, it was his backside, not his arms or legs, and even though they were close, it still felt awkward. Don't waste time, hurry up. Ah! Chu Chengzu gritted his teeth, trying to bear the pain. He couldn't help but admire Xiao Wuji. one dragonbeard needle caused as much pain. He couldn't imagine how Xiao Wu managed to endure 10 of them in the original story. Seeing that Chu Chengzu was clearly in unbearable pain, Xiao Wu stopped hesitating and quickly pulled down his pants. As soon as she did, Xiao Wu saw that on the right side of Chu Chengzu's bare backside, a swollen, walnut-sized lump had formed, turning blue-black due to the blood accumulation. Seeing the severity of the injury, Xiao Wu's eyes reddened, almost crying. She never expected that their little accident would result in such a serious injury. Although the injury wasn't on her backside, it was clear that it must be extremely painful. "Big brother, I didn't mean to, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Xiao Wu anxiously examined the injury, but unfortunately, the needle had already disappeared beneath the skin, and she was powerless to help. Chu Chengsu? In the original story, Tang-san was able to extract the needles from Xiao Wu, but that didn't mean Xiao Wu had the ability to do the same. "Wait until later, I'll deal with you then." Chu Chengzu glared at Xiao Wu and limped into the bathroom. Facing the mirror, with his back to it, Chu Chengzu observed the extent of the injury. Then, he activated his soul power, sending a small amount into the twisted and entangled Fajin embedded in his backside. With the infusion of soul power, the twisted Fajin immediately began to turn into a dragonbeard needle. However, due to the obstruction of flesh, only the ends of the needle transformed into sharp tips, while the middle part remained twisted together. To make matters worse, the tip of the needle that had straightened out poked a little deeper into the flesh. Ugh! The pain intensified, and Chu Chengzu couldn't help but gasp again. But there was a silver lining. The tip of the needle had already emerged from the swelling. With his soul power activated, he pinched the exposed tip and gritted his teeth, determined to pull it out. Ah! Immediately, another heart-wrenching scream echoed from the bathroom. Removing the dragonbeard needle was even more painful than having it inserted. As it was pulled out, the twisted Fajin caused even more pain by pulling at the surrounding flesh and tendons. The experience was indescribable. After forcing the blood out of the swelling, Chu Chengzu summoned his soul beast, the true spirit flag, and 2 purple thousand-year soul rings glowed. With his soul power flowing, the first soul ring activated, and a massive azure tree spirit appeared. Fortunately, the summoned spirit was a soul skill manifestation, formed from soul power, and with his purple level control skill, Chu Chengzu was able to control its size. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough space in the small hotel bathroom to accommodate the massive azure tree spirit. The azure tree spirit's green soul power glowed, and its innate healing ability activated. A wave of green light filled with life energy flowed toward Chu Chengzu. Under the healing energy, the swelling on his backside quickly healed, and the damaged flesh and tendons rapidly regenerated. In the blink of an eye, the blue-black swelling disappeared, and his backside returned to its original, smooth state. Chapter 39, That's right, I'm a freeloader. Ha! After some effort, the problem was resolved, and Chu Chengzu finally let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Chu Chengzu couldn't help but feel fortunate that the dragonbeard needle had struck his backside. If it had hit somewhere more sensitive, like his little brother, his life would have been over. Although Xiao Wu didn't do it on purpose, why would a young girl be playing with such dangerous things? She definitely needed to be taught a lesson. Pulling up his pants with a dark face, Chu Chengzu walked out of the bathroom. "Brother, are you okay? Does it still hurt?" As soon as Chu Chengzu walked out of the bathroom, Xiao Wu immediately approached with concern. Seeing Xiao Wu's teary eyes, Chu Chengzu's anger was quickly extinguished by half. After all, this was a mishap, and it was his fault for bumping into her. He couldn't blame Xiao Wu entirely. "Brother, I didn't mean it. Please forgive me." Xiao Wu walked up to him, hugging his arm with a slightly crying tone. "Humphrey, I won't let you off so easily today." Just then, a knock on the door interrupted, and the voice of a hotel staff member came from outside. "Excuse me, respected guest, may I disturb you?" Chu Chengzu froze for a moment, then quickly realized that his earlier scream had probably attracted the attention of the hotel staff. "What's the matter?" "Respected guest, we heard your scream earlier. Is there anything we can help you with?" Chu Chengzu's painful scream had been loud enough to make the hotel manager worry that something serious had happened in the room. So, they sent someone to check. "It's nothing, I was just playing around. You won't hear that kind of sound again." Chu Chengzu quickly reassured them, making sure there was no need for further concern. "Respected guest, if you need any help, please feel free to come to the front desk." The staff member didn't ask any more questions and left after offering assistance. After sending the staff away, Chu Chengzu turned to Xiao Wu. "Brother, you said we were just playing around, so don't be mad, okay?" Seeing Chu Chengzu's dangerous look, Xiao Wu shivered and quickly said with a pitiful tone, "Humphrey, come here." Chu Chengzu coldly snorted and headed toward the bedroom. Oh, Xiao Wu weakly responded and followed him inside. Soon, Loud slapping sounds could be heard from the room. Don't misunderstand, Chu Chengzu wasn't doing anything inappropriate, he was just giving Xiao Wu a lesson with a few slaps on her backside. After all, she was still young. If she were 4 or 5 years older, Chu Chengzu would have done something more severe. The next morning, the two of them packed up and left the Rose Hotel, heading toward the Shrek Academy outside the city. Exiting the south gate of Soto City, they followed the road south, surrounded by vast farmland. However, apart from the fields, there was no sign of any building resembling a Soul Master Academy. Little Chu, is Shrek Academy really around here? Xiao Wu asked with some doubt. What did you call me? Chu Chengzu raised an eyebrow. After the lesson the previous night, Xiao Wu had been calling him brother sweetly, but now she was calling him Little Chu? Ah. Brother, I was just trying to be more familiar, you know. You call me Xiao Wu, and I call you Little Chu. Doesn't it sound nice? Xiao Wu blinked and explained. Upon hearing this, Chu Chengzu rolled his eyes and said, there's only one road out of the south gate. Just follow it. Chu Chengzu had already confirmed the location of Shrek Academy. The reason they couldn't see any buildings resembling a Soul Master Academy was that Shrek Academy was hidden within a normal village. By the way, you should prepare yourself. I heard Shrek Academy is pretty run down. Chu Chengzu gave Xiao Wu a heads up. Whether in the original story or the anime, Shrek Academy was known for being extremely shabby. It might be called a Soul Master Academy, but it was more like an ordinary village, and not even that. Run down? Is it worse than Notting Academy? Xiao Wu blinked, feeling uneasy. Notting Academy was a basic Soul Master Academy in a remote town. Surely Shrek Academy couldn't be worse than that, right? Well, yeah. The academy is a bit shabby, but as long as the teachers are strong enough to help me get a soul ring, I'm fine. Chu Chengzu laughed awkwardly. To be honest, Shrek Academy had the worst teaching environment among the Soul Master Academies on the continent. But there was no denying that Shrek Academy had some strength. Even though it couldn't compare to the top-tier academies like the Tandu Royal Academy or the Five Elements Academy, with the strength of people like Flander and Xiao Wu, it could still rank as a low-tier, high-level academy. After all, one of the requirements for opening a high-level Soul Master Academy on the continent was having at least one Soul Saint-level teacher. Tandu Royal Academy had 3 Soul Luos on the faculty, and 5 Elements Academy had at least one. As for other high-level Soul Master Academies in the Tandu Empire, they might not have an 8-ring Soul Luo, but they definitely had a 7-ring Soul Saint. But it was worth mentioning that Shrek Academy had a food system Soul Saint, Xiaoxian. Before Oscar, who had innate full soul power, there had never been a food system Soul Luo in history. The highest level food system Soul Master on the continent was only an 8-ring Soul Luo. If you bundled up Flander, Xiao Wu, and Xiaoxian, being a Soul Saint in the food system, was worth more than both Flander and Xiao Wu combined. Little Chu, you're so sly. No wonder you wanted to come to Shrek Academy so early. Xiao Wu suddenly realized. She had been wondering why Chu Chengzu didn't wait until she graduated from Notting Academy to came to Shrek Academy, but now she understood. He was planning to freeload the 3rd soul ring. Sly? Xiao Wu, are you trying to say something? Isn't it the teacher's job to help students hunt soul beasts? Chu Chengzu patted Xiao Wu's head, feeling a little displeased. If the academy couldn't help students hunt soul beasts, what was the point of being a Soul Master Academy? You think I have so many gold soul coins to waste on tuition? Well, to be honest, Chu Chengzu hadn't planned to pay for tuition at all. With his talent and Xiao Wu's even better talent, if they didn't get a special free scholarship, would Flander even dare to charge them? Chu Chengzu, that's right, I'm a freeloader. Chapter 40, Miserable and Wretched, Part 1. The two continued walking for a while, when suddenly, Chu Chengzu noticed some movement behind them. Turning around, he saw a little chubby figure running towards them from the direction they had come. Is that Ma Hongjun, that little fatty? Seeing the distinct aura of a second-ring soul master emanating from the little chubby one, Chu Chengzu quickly recognized him. It seemed that the guy had been out carousing in Soto City last night and was now hurrying back to Shrek Academy. At first, Ma Hongjun didn't pay much attention to the two walking along the side of the road. However, as he passed by them, he couldn't help but notice the slightly innocent, yet stunning beauty of Xiao Wu, and his eyes immediately lit up. He stopped in his tracks. Such a beautiful girl. Ma Hongjun looked Xiao Wu up and down and couldn't help but blurt out the words from the bottom of his heart. Chu Chengzu's face darkened immediately. Little fatty, didn't anyone teach you that trouble comes from your mouth? Flirting with my little bunny. You've got some guts, huh? I'm Ma Hongjun, a second-ring soul master certified by the Spirit Hall. What's your name, little sister? Where are you from? Glancing at Chu Chengzu briefly, Ma Hongjun didn't seem to care and started showing off his superiority to Xiao Wu. The reason for his arrogance was that he couldn't sense any soul power fluctuations from either of them. Since they had no soul power, it meant they were probably just ordinary rich kids, nothing more. Meanwhile, he, Ma Hongjun, was a second-ring soul master at such a young age, with a bright future ahead. Even though the guy next to Xiao Wu looked more handsome than him, Ma Hongjun was confident that he could still win her over. Little fatty, disappear in front of me in 3 seconds, or else face the consequences. Chu Chengzu said coldly. Face the consequences? Little brat, do you even know the worth of a soul master? Ma Hongjun waved his hand impatiently. Go somewhere else, don't stand here and ruin my chance to talk to this lovely lady. In his eyes, this little white-faced guy was just clueless. If it weren't for him trying to show off in front of Xiao Wu, anyone else who spoke to him like this would have already received a slap across the face. You want to mess with me, huh? Little fatty, I'll give you a chance. Release your martial soul. Without saying anything further, Chu Chengzu was already planning to teach Ma Hongjun a lesson. Originally, he thought that beating up Ma Hongjun before entering the academy would cause some problems, but now, he had changed his mind. If he didn't teach this guy a lesson, he might not understand who Chu Chengzu really was. Huh? Ma Hongjun was surprised. How did this little white-faced guy know he was a second-ring soul master? Where did his confidence come from to talk to him like that? He quickly realized that he couldn't sense any soul power from them. Besides, they both looked to be about his age. Given that he was a rare genius soul master, there was no way they could have a soul power level far beyond his own, to the point where he couldn't even detect their soul power fluctuations. Hey, little fatty, still not releasing your martial soul? Don't say I didn't warn you when you end up crying for your mommy. Xiao Wu teased. Who are you? Ma Hongjun took a step back, feeling increasingly uneasy. He wasn't stupid. Based on the tone of Xiao Wu's words, she had likely been mocking him earlier. Who are we? Just watch and learn. Chu Chengzu said impatiently. Before Ma Hongjun could react, Chu Chengzu's figure blurred as he moved with the speed of a purple-level martial art. His right fist shot forward, striking Ma Hongjun's right eye. Boom. A muffled sound rang out as Ma Hongjun was hit square inches the eye, his vision spinning, and he staggered backward. Before he could regain his balance, Chu Chengzu was already on him, his left fist coming down hard on Ma Hongjun's left eye. 2 punches to the eye, and Ma Hongjun, dazed from the blows, collapsed onto the ground, rolling a couple of times before coming to a stop. He. Seeing Chu Chengzu knock Ma Hongjun down with just 2 punches, both of which caused his eyes to swell up with black circles, Xiao Wu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hiss. Though Chu Chengzu hadn't used his full strength, Ma Hongjun, clutching his swollen eyes, sucked in a sharp breath of pain. He got up, shaking his head, and growled, Phoenix, possess me. Suddenly, a purple-red soul power aura erupted, and Ma Hongjun's short hair lengthened and gathered at the center, transforming into a mohawk-style hairstyle. At the same time, 2 yellow 100-year soul rings appeared around him, and long purple-red feathers extended from his exposed muscular arms, turning his hands into claw-like shapes. Submit? Not happening. With his Phoenix martial soul activated, Ma Hongjun was furious. He had to get revenge, or he'd never be able to show his face at Shrek Academy again, especially with Oscar and Daimabai likely mocking him for being beaten by a little white face. Is this really a phoenix? Looks more like a mutated, fire-breathing old hen. Seeing Ma Hongjun's Phoenix martial soul, even Chu Chengzu, who had anticipated it, couldn't help but be stunned. He had read about the true form of a phoenix, and in his opinion, Ma Hongjun's martial soul was more like a mutated old hen than a majestic phoenix. Exactly. There's no way a phoenix could be this fat. Xiao Wu also laughed uncontrollably. Though Chu Chengzu had never seen a phoenix in person, she had seen one in the forest before. The phoenix, the king of birds, had noble bloodlines and an air of dignity that this phoenix couldn't possibly match. Damn it. Old hen? Ma Hongjun was enraged. How dare they mock his phoenix? It might be a little different, but it was still a phoenix, no doubt about it. Chapter 41, A Miserable Fate, Part 2, the first soul ring on Ma Hongjun lit up, and his soul power surged as he opened his mouth, preparing to unleash his fiery phoenix flame at Chu Chengzu. Although Ma Hongjun's movements were fast, to Chu Chengzu, who had exceptional spiritual power and quick reflexes, it still seemed slow. In a flash, Chu Chengzu bent his right leg and launched a precise kick that struck Ma Hongjun's chin. Bang! The heavy blow to his chin caused Ma Hongjun not only to swallow back the soul power he was about to release but also sent him flying into the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. Without waiting for him to recover, Chu Chengzu quickly grabbed Ma Hongjun, and with a flurry of punches, he rained down on Ma Hongjun's chubby face. The punches came so fast that they created afterimages. Ma Hongjun was in agony, but Chu Chengzu was enjoying himself. However, since they would be classmates in the future, Chu Chengzu held back a little. Seeing that it was enough, he switched from punches to slaps, pushing Ma Hongjun's chest and sending him flying into a nearby field. Boom! Ma Hongjun landed heavily, splashing a lot of mud. This time, he didn't roll around like a ball, but he did sink into the muddy field, crushing some crops. It was unclear whether the owner of the crops would dare to come to Shrek Academy and demand compensation from Flanders. With that little strength, you want to act like a thug? Chu Chengzu sneered as he walked away. Brother, is this the hero saving the beauty from a storybook? Xiao Wu blinked and asked, full of admiration. Chu Chengzu? After a brief silence, Chu Chengzu replied, you can't do the heavy lifting, and you're too young for me to ask you to owe your body. This hero has no interest. By the way, stop reading those storybooks. Otherwise, your already silly brain will get even sillier. You, how dare you? Xiao Wu will fight you. Xiao Wu pouted and pounced on Chu Chengzu. The two playfully tussled, while Ma Hongjun, stuck in the muddy field, felt utterly helpless. Who would have thought that the seemingly ordinary young man was actually a soul master stronger than him? All he did was flirt with that bunny-eared girl, and he hadn't even touched her. Was it really necessary to beat him so badly? Look at my face. It's swollen and bruised all over. They say you shouldn't hit people in the face or expose their weaknesses. This guy specifically targeted my face. This grudge won't go unpunished. I, Ma Hongjun, the little king of brothels, won't let this slide. With that, Ma Hongjun crawled out of the field, glaring at Chu Chengzu and Xiao Wu's retreating figures. He quickly ran along a shortcut, heading back to Shrek Academy to seek help. He couldn't beat that guy, but Daimo Bai was a soul elder at the third ring. Surely he could take care of it. Bang, bang, bang. A series of urgent knocks on the door woke Daimo Bai, who had been in a deep sleep. Who is it? Can a person sleep in peace? Daimo Bai groaned, glancing at the time. It was already morning, and he had only gotten a couple of hours of sleep. Didn't anyone have any decency? It's me, Dai Lota. Ma Hongjun's voice came from outside. Fatty, if you have something to say it quickly. Don't waste my time. Daimo Bai responded irritably. Dai Lota, I need your help. Open the door. Ma Hongjun pleaded. If he had a choice, Ma Hongjun wouldn't have gone to Daimo Bai for help. After all, Daimo Bai often looked down on him because of his soul's appearance and the flaws in his martial soul. Ma Hongjun considered himself a flirtatious little prince. And Daimo Bai never missed a chance to mock him. But there was no one else. Among the 3 students in the academy, only Daimo Bai, a third-ring soul elder, could help him. As for telling a teacher, it would be one thing if someone much older than him bullied him, but this was someone of his own age. If he told a teacher, wouldn't that make him seem pathetic? Fine, I'm coming. Daimo Bai reluctantly got out of bed and opened the door for Ma Hongjun. Whoa, fatty, what happened to you? You look like a pig's head. Daimo Bai was shocked when he saw Ma Hongjun covered in mud, his face swollen and bruised. Dai Lota, you have to help me. Ma Hongjun's eyes reddened as he nearly cried. Ha ha ha. Daimo Bai couldn't help but laugh when he saw Ma Hongjun's new appearance. Dai Lota, you're laughing at me like this when I've been beaten up? Ma Hongjun's eyes flashed with anger. Alright, I won't laugh. Don't worry, fatty, your big brother will definitely help you get revenge. Daimo Bai said, trying to hold back his laughter. Though he was a fallen prince, Daimo Bai was still a member of the noble Douluo Empire's royal family. He had no respect for Ma Hongjun, who was of common birth and had a martial soul with flaws, especially after Ma Hongjun's flirtatious behavior. But despite all the mockery, they were still brothers. Now that Ma Hongjun had been beaten up so badly, Daimo Bai, as the big brother, had to step up. Otherwise, who would respect him as their leader in the future? Chapter 42, Ma Hongjun, Big Brother Dai, it's him. Zhao Chu, look, there's a small village ahead. Xiao Wu pointed ahead at a village. Looking in the direction Xiao Wu pointed, Chu Chengzu saw a small village about a mile away. With the enhanced vision from his cultivation in the spirit hearts, he could clearly distinguish that the village was home to around 100 families. In the vast Bok Kingdom, it was insignificant. However, he knew that the Shrek Academy, where they were headed, was located within this village. A Spirit Master Academy in such a small village? It was a bit embarrassing. The Academy's dean, Flander, who was a 7-ring spirit saint, couldn't afford much, so he had to make the Academy's conditions as low as possible. Let's go. That's probably where we're headed. Chu Chengzu called to Xiao Wu. Is that Shrek Academy? Xiao Wu widened her eyes in disbelief. If there's no mistake, it should be. Chu Chengzu nodded. Brother, why don't we change course and go to Tandu City instead? Xiao Wu weakly suggested, glancing again at the distant village. She couldn't quite associate the small village with a Spirit Master Academy. It wasn't that she looked down on Shrek Academy, but it was hard for her to imagine a Soul Master Academy with such dilapidated buildings. There wasn't even an academy structure to speak of. It seemed like Shrek Academy was in dire straits. Attending this school? Wouldn't that be wasting her time? And with such a rundown academy, could they even afford a simulated training ground? A simulated training ground suited to one's spirit was very important. If the compatibility was high, it could increase soul power cultivation speed by 1 or 2 times. No, the Tandu Royal Academy is a noble academy. Even if we have good talent, they may not welcome us. Chu Chengzi shook his head. Class discrimination existed everywhere. Even though they were talented, the 3 Soul Emperors at the Tandu Royal Academy might accept them, but the other students would likely resent them. They would think that commoners were trying to take their resources. Even if they wanted to join a formal high-level Spirit Master Academy, Chu Chengzi thought the Blue Tyrant Academy founded by Liu Erlong was better than the Tandu Royal Academy. He didn't need an academy with a strong foundation. As long as they could help him hunt spirit beasts when his soul power was progressing, that would be enough. Is that so? Xiao Wu blinked, still feeling that Chu Chengzi had some special reason for coming to Shrek Academy. Suddenly, Chu Chengzi's sharp eyes noticed 2 figures walking out of the village ahead. One had long golden hair and a tall figure, while the other was none other than Ma Hongjian, the one he had beaten earlier. Daimabai? Is Ma Hongjian bringing backup? Chu Chengzi thought with a strange expression. However, just Daimabai alone wouldn't be enough. The white tiger martial soul of the Dai family, though strong, wasn't on the level of a divine spirit like the 6-winged angel. Without the fusion technique ghostly white tiger, Daimabai wasn't capable of fighting above his rank. Even though his soul power was lower and he lacked a 3rd soul ring, Chu Chengzi was confident that Daimabai wouldn't be able to beat him. At the very least, with his archery skills and agility, he could keep Daimabai at bay. Soon, Xiao Wu also noticed the 2 approaching figures. Xiao Chu, isn't that the little fatty who's coming to get revenge? Xiao Wu pointed at the 2 figures ahead. It's nothing. Just a small fry. Your brother can easily deal with him. Chu Chengzi said indifferently. Little fatty, you got beaten up once and now you want a second round? Xiao Wu smiled teasingly. Humphrey, Daimabai, it's him. Ma Hongjian, ignoring Xiao Wu's taunt, snorted coldly and pointed at Chu Chengzi. He turned to Daimabai and said, Big brother Dai, that's the guy. Don't worry, fatty, you're my brother. I'll help you get revenge. Daimabai looked at Chu Chengzi for a moment, then shamelessly glanced at Xiao Wu. He patted Ma Hongjian's shoulder and said with righteous indignation. At this moment, Daimabai seemed like a good older brother, willing to stand by his brother no matter what. Of course, this wasn't out of loyalty to Ma Hongjian. The moment he saw Xiao Wu, his eyes couldn't help but light up. The Playboy Prince, the 1,000-man Slayer, and the Time Management Master were all titles for him. Seeing such a beautiful girl, how could Daimabai not be tempted? Helping his plastic brother get revenge? That was just a side task. Trying to win over the girl was his real goal. Little fatty, I suggest you bring more people. This golden-haired freak alone won't be enough. Chu Chengzi sneered at Ma Hongjian. Big brother Dai, he called you a golden-haired freak. Beat him up. As soon as Ma Hongjian heard Chu Chengzi's taunt, he became excited. This little pretty boy was insulting Daimabai. Could Daimabai tolerate this? If they fought, Chu Chengzi's punishment would be even worse than before. Kid, you're a spirit master too. Show me your martial soul. Daimabai couldn't stand being insulted, but in front of Xiao Wu, he refrained from attacking directly. If he wanted to successfully win her over, he had to crush her current boyfriend in every possible way. I hope you don't end up begging for mercy and calling me dad after I'm done with you. With a taunt, Chu Chengzi's soul power surged. A flag with the image of a tree and a lion appeared in his hand, and 200-year-old soul rings appeared. With a wave of the flag, his second soul ring glowed, and a 3-meter-long lion with golden mane and a white body materialized beside him. Wow, a spirit beast? Ma Hongjian cursed as he saw the lion materialize. Not only was this little pretty boy strong in hand-to-hand combat, but he could also summon a spirit beast? Like lion? Unlike Ma Hongjian's reaction, Daimabai's expression grew serious as he looked at the lion spirit. As a prince of the Douluo Empire, Daimabai had extensive knowledge about spirit beasts and immediately recognized the lion. Judging by its aura, it was on par with him in strength. Chapter 43, Lion vs. Tiger, Part 1, Humphrey White Tiger, Possession. Knowing that his opponent was no ordinary foe, Daimabai did not dare to be careless and immediately summoned his martial soul. In an instant, a strong white light burst from his body. His muscles expanded rapidly, and his hands transformed into sharp tiger claws. His golden hair turned black and white, and his strange double pupils gave him a predatory look. 3 bright soul rings appeared beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple, making his soul ring configuration appear stronger than Chu Chengzu's 2 yellow soul rings. Xiao Bei, go. Attack that golden-haired 4-eyed freak. Chu Chengzu patted the large head of the bright lion spirit and pointed at Daima Bai. Golden-haired 4-eyed freak? With golden hair and the unique double pupils. It was clear that Daima Bai resembled a golden-haired 4-eyed freak. However, the double pupils, as special as they were, had little use in the Douluo continent. Well, maybe they improved his vision slightly. Roar. Upon receiving the command, the bright lion spirit raised its head and let out a mighty roar. Its strong limbs moved, and it charged toward Daima Bai. The bright lion spirit, with its blessing and exorcism innate abilities, was classified as an auxiliary-type soul beast. However, with its formidable physical strength and sharp claws, it could be seen as a combination of both auxiliary and attack-type soul beasts. With over 1,000 years of cultivation, the bright lion spirit was at least at the level of a soul sovereign, which meant that it could match Daima Bai, who was a soul master at level 36. Even if it couldn't defeat him, it would be a tough fight. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Daima Bai's eyes narrowed, and he activated his trump card. In an instant, his third soul ring, 1,000-year soul ring, lit up. As his soul power surged, his already expanded muscles grew even larger. His clothes were torn apart, and black stripes appeared on his skin. If it weren't for the lack of thick fur, he would almost look like a tiger. Moreover, a strong golden light enveloped him, making him appear as though he had been coated in gold. His blood-red double pupils gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, and his entire body radiated the aura of the king of beasts. The lion versus tiger battle officially began. Second soul skill, White Tiger Light Wave. Seeing the bright lion spirit charging toward him, Daima Bai's second soul ring lit up. With a tiger's roar, a pale white light sphere shot out from his mouth. Xiao Bei, dodge. Seeing the white light sphere heading straight for the bright lion spirit, Xiao Wu quickly shouted. But there was no need for her to warn the lion. The bright lion spirit, not a mindless puppet, easily dodged the attack with its swift movement. Good job, Xiao Bei. Attack him. Seeing the bright lion spirit perfectly evade the attack, Xiao Wu cheered. Chu Chengzu? For some reason, Chu Chengzu was reminded of the water commander who only knew how to shout orders. After dodging the white tiger light wave, the bright lion spirit glowed with golden light, activating its innate soul skill blessing, significantly enhancing all its attributes. It then leaped into the air and pounced toward Daima Bai. Clang! 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 The golden lion claws collided with the silver tiger claws repeatedly. Despite his smaller size and being at a disadvantage in terms of strength, Daima Bai was able to hold his ground, relying on his excellent combat experience. However, the bright lion spirit's body was far more durable than Daima Bai's. If the battle continued in this manner, the lion would inevitably wear down the tiger. The lion's physical strength far surpassed Daima Bai's, and although the tiger had defensive soul skills, once the white tiger shield broke, Daima Bai would be as vulnerable as paper against the lion's sharp claws. Xiao Bei, use your tail to strike him. At this moment, Xiao Wu, acting as the water commander, issued another command. Coincidentally, just as Daima Bai had deflected the lion's attacks, the bright lion spirit's eyes flashed with golden light. While the lion claws struck, its tail unexpectedly slammed down with great force. Bang! Daima Bai, who had only managed to block the lion's claws, was struck hard by the lion's tail. The white tiger shield, already on the verge of breaking, shattered immediately. Seeing this, Daima Bai knew he could no longer continue the direct confrontation. Using the force from the tail strike, he quickly retreated, creating distance between himself and the bright lion spirit. Xiao Wu, Xiao Bei can't understand you. Your commands won't help here. Chu Chengzu said to Xiao Wu. Although the true spirit flag martial soul could enhance the intelligence of its summoned spirit, the bright lion spirit was still too young to fully understand complex commands. Chapter 44, Lion vs. Tiger, Part 2, A. My commands are useless? Hearing this, Xiao Wu widened her eyes, feeling somewhat incredulous. Wasn't it her clever and wise instructions that allowed Xiao Bei to fight the golden-haired freak on equal footing, even breaking through his defense soul technique and gaining the upper hand?